I'm
Yeah,
fine with
that's fine.
that.
What are you streaming on? Like Twitch on what? Okay. Is it gonna be on your YouTube channel? Cool. Cool. I want to brag about you for a second. So, a couple months back, I won my first UnFun because I watched your "How defensive are you" video. Yeah,
That's
that's why I
cool.
did. That's why I didn't recommend you as like one of my favorite commentators because you're also one of my favorite players. So I was just like, I need this guy to play more because he plays the decks I like to play.
I appreciate that.
I need to look into more online content. I play at my local, but we only have like 4 or 5 people every week.
So let me recommend people for you real quick. Even though like Ace is on the thing, check out his stuff. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Check out his stuff if you want like raw information on like why to block and when to block.
Okay.
He also has good stuff on like why you play certain things, like why you play like let's say a one of an attack and stuff like that.
Okay.
If you want match play, you go to Tam, like Tamron's page.
If you want,
Yeah.
If you want like deck tech videos for like specific decks, right? You go to Alteration Gaming because he has like certain decks on there, so like Eraserhead stuff like that. But
Okay.
most of the time, if you follow those three, those are the ones that you can get a lot of information from.
Cool, man. Thanks.
Oh, no problem, dude. Like I have to go through my whole spiel on like, you know, who all to go through and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I'm just looking forward to doing what I used to do in Magic, and you get better by getting your butt kicked.
Yep. Okay, so you came from Magic too, right?
A while ago, yeah.
Okay, how long did you play Magic for?
Dropped out right around the end of the first Ravnica stuff.
Ooh.
Got back in when they relaunched Ravnica.
So I was on the Pro Tour for Magic for about 5 years.
That's awesome, man.
So and then I switched to a lot of other different games, and this is one I'm enjoying the most. And
hey, you use the same thing I do, or close to it.
Yep.
All right. Cool.
All right.
Real quick, can I just get your names?
I'm Joseph.
I'm James.
Joseph is Steel Trident, and James is Follow the Looters. Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
And since
it's actually pronounced leaders, but not a big deal. That's why it works.
Since James has his, I'm gonna put my phone like this. You know, and he has his visual. If y'all need anything, I just slide it down like this.
Okay.
So it's just easier because of the mess I have.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute up. Actually, I am not a part of the game. I'm not a judge, so just ignore me from here on out.
Okay. All right. High roll.
Okay. Let's get the rest of this set up. They only gave me first name, so I'm only rocking first name. Just how it's gonna be. I guess I could open up the event page for the weekly. They snapped it off. I was expecting it to like take a minute, you know, to get everything rolling, to get everything going. But they popped off. They're starting on time with this weekly. You love to see it. Let's see. I gotta get my stream chat in here. There we go. Or that'll actually work. Test. Still not showing up. Wow. Alright, well. Oh no, it shows up at the bottom. Okay. It's got different settings then. There we go. Alright. So it looks like we've got Tiger on the top side here, and we've got Mineta 2, judging by these life totals. Let's see if I can get life totals updated for y'all. I thought I had a section for both of these, but we do not. Text. Not a news source. All right. And then why does it keep jumping the name? So there we go. And 31. There. Not quite. But hey, there we go. All right. No, it's not quite centered. All right. It's on the screen, though. Missing all the action because I'm trying to get totals in the little heart. All right, there we go. Close enough. I'll fix it in between rounds because it looks like got a little bit of cutoff action here. I'm assuming that's an XR tape toss coming out though for our Tiger player, who then eats a Mineta once per turn into a cheerful uppercut block, having to tap out our only 2 foundations. This is a real 5-hander battle. There's just no resources. Although I guess Tiger did get the 4 build turn 1, which is about all you can really ask for, right? As a 5-hander. So, but now playing a 2 difficulty foundation gonna be kind of risky. However, Mineta is pretty open, man. It might be worth it to tap out just to get a significant chunk of damage if you have that. But it looks like we don't. It looks like we have a tape instead, which is going to check a engine boost, the new set 3 UR for the Ida family, and then we have an ice gliding. These cards are going off my screen as well. This is not just from the overlay. So players are, talking it out. You can discern what the cards are by the text. And it looks like James has a lot of XRs. He's got a pretty blinged out deck. Quite a few set 3 XRs coming down here. And then, of course we check a 3. Get punished. We had to go second already. We only got to build 2 foundations, which were both 2/3 divs, and we have 2 checks in our deck. So a lot of risk being taken, a lot of risk being assumed by Mineta 2 here, but it's okay because it changed the text to both names. All right. Let me fix this. But yeah, so it I'm gonna get this backwards now. I'm the worst. Oh, it keeps changing both? Why does it change both? Alright, well, I have to add a new source for the names. First week, guys. First week jitters. I thought I had this all set up from a while ago, but I apparently didn't. Hopefully I didn't just get their names mixed up now, but I'm gonna bring this in here. Poor dudes are gonna look back at the game and see me fiddling more with the stream setup than paying attention to game one. The joys of being a streamer. But this is Great Brush. You all know what Great Brush does with Mineta 2. It's a cantrip attack in him, right? You know, you make your opponent stuff their card pool. If the card pool is stuffed, you then get to draw a card, which is pretty sweet for your 5-hander to have their signature attack replace itself, right? It also has Stun 1. It puts just a ton of stress on resources for relatively little investment. It's pretty strong stuff, pretty powerful stuff. So I'm gonna get I promise I'm gonna get the HP fixed in just a second here. Trying to get the names readable on screen. There we go. Okay, and then one last little change here. Alright, there we go. And then the updated totals look like 33 to 28. So, and then we have a grasping tape toss being played here. Again, it's got the ranged throw stun 1 keyword. We can tell that way that is what the card is, even though it is cut off a little bit. You know, it is what it is with the the webcam setup, but just very similar to Great Brush, right? Like these two decks have similar pokes. You know, it looks like they're both setting up for, you know, really wanting momentum based plays, and so when you've got a 5 difficulty stun 1 throw, that's going to be a pretty good way to get everything set up. It's going to pave the way for bigger plays later. Not the most exciting plays early on, but the plays that you have to make if you have big finishers like a Recipro Burst or like a Tape Swing. You know, we already saw the 2-check coming down from Mineta 2, which I think is the right call. A lot of people are really split on a card like Tape Swing. I'm a fan of it personally. It's just not very interactable, so I dig it. I'm a fan. Ooh, and here we see another attack coming out through the Mineta once per turn. We blocked a tape swing, or sorry, a tape toss with a tape toss. And now it looks like Air Chaos Order. Is that Extendo Hair this early? There's no way it's Extendo Hair. It's got a continuous ability on it. Let me see if I can use the old UFS Ultra to set that up. Air Chaos Order. Which attacks have a continuous ability? Oh, it's a jolt. Is it a... Yeah, okay, it's a jolt. I can tell by the jacket now. Because it's got the, if it's added to momentum, add it face up. So we've got an electric jolt on a 6. There we go. Now another build out, but checking the 3 means we're gonna have to commit some more some more resources, which is exactly Mineta 2's game plan, right? We lost a permanent resource, and now we have to commit 2 temporary resources, 2 ephemeral resources for until our next turn. But we do have a good chunk of life. Mineta 2, not the most explosive deck in the world, but we did chew through that life total, getting him down to 21 life here. So a pretty successful turn, all things considered, right? 7 damage into Mineta 2, getting to still build some resources, not be completely defenseless. Interesting to see if that new EDA foundation is going to be able to take away any meaningful keyword ratings, right? A lot of Mineta 2 decks are down to play Ice Storm as a finisher. You know, I've seen a lot of Mineta 2s that don't really rely on throws at all. They play Great Brush, you know, it's pretty standard cantrip affair. But then the rest of their lineup is like all lows, like Ice Wall, Ice Storm, Tongue Whip, you know. Tongue Whip seems to be the most consistent non-throw attack in all of these decks. I think I've seen a Tongue Whip in nearly every iteration of Mineta 2. And when I played Mineta 2, I wanted a full throw style lineup, but by the end of it, it was pretty obvious that Tongue Whip just has enough value by itself. It complements your game plan, and cards you're going to be running for defense, like Sticky Balls and Creepy Realization, that you might as well just jam at least a couple. It's just a pretty solid finisher, especially if people are needing to protect their life totals and have to start blocking your tape tosses. Well, that's going to open the way for Tongue Whips a lot sooner than it will other cards. And we do have the basic trainings coming out early on. Now, is that a bait, or is that because we just don't have that many attacks? Are we just trying to get maximum value out of this one attack? Ooh, it looks like maybe we were offsetting the cost of defrosting. Defrosting going to give us -1 damage for +2 speed, which pretty good. It's a pretty good rate. You rarely see it go the other way unless it's on a throw. Like defrosting with Great Brush is so annoying. It activates the reduce the speed to turn it into a throw ability, and it gives it bonus damage. So Tongue Whip pretty good at giving itself back that damage, right? We now have the Mineta once per turn to add a card to the pool, for which we added a face down foundation. Then Tongue Whip added the top card of the deck to the card pool face down. And now all of a sudden, it's a 6 low for 7. This is a very respectable poke. It's effectively 8 speed, right? If we're counting the cards in the card pool. So without that heroic lineage, and because the stats are so similar, they've stayed so close together, Tiger hasn't really had an opportunity to defend very well against this. Even like a plus ultra would have to commit 2 resources, or if you check poorly, you tap completely out, and would only save you 3 health. A partial block on this, not good at all. A +1 low block is going to run you your whole stage unless you check a 6. So I would hazard a guess that this is 7 damage coming down. Again, seeing the double basic and the defrosting come down this early, but not the sticky balls, could mean that this is our only threat. But we attempt to block with a Tiger Punch and choose to fail it. So we're going to be going down to 26 life. Interesting stuff. Tiger Punch, one of the better attacks. Tiger's signature attack, it always draws. It's got the enhance to pump itself, right? It's a pretty premium attack. I wouldn't just be throwing that one away for a chump block, as I would put it. That would be what I call a chump block in our game. Or is it cat? Sorry, not tiger punch, cat punch. There's a lot of tiger cards in the game. It's cat punch. Yeah, it's a +2 mid. So that looked like an extra review step. That didn't really look like we were trying to block this attack, and sure enough, that was the only threat. So interesting to spend an attack card there, right? Even if we pass that, which again we would have needed a 6 to do so, we're getting rid of one of Tiger's best attacks for 3 life, you know? Interesting. I mean, you could see it as that was going to be the last attack that you block, you know? You could be afraid of the fact that, like, if they play another Tongue Whip, 3 cards in the pool, everything's becoming unblockably fast. But I don't think so. Also, one of my pet peeves is the stacked up momentum. Or I don't even know if it's actually in the MHA rules about doing it. It used to be like kind of a strict thing. But like if you're just like, oh, let me move my character over, surprise, I have an electric jolt. That'd be kind of rough. But this is a locals level event, so not the biggest deal in the world. And we do know, right? Like your opponent gets hit by the jolt, you know the jolt exists. So jolt coming down to hit that sticky balls. Sticky balls kind of important in the Tiger matchup because a lot of your offense is going to be based on modifying your speed value, and having a high speed is going to be pretty important. So sticky balls, not even with just the card pull clog, but -4 speed hurts a lot of the combos that the average Tiger deck is doing. We are going to see Minetta's once per turn come down, stuffing that pool, but on the rival's turn, they do get to build a face down. Looks like that is a stun 1. I really wish I knew what attack this was. Maybe I can listen in for a second.
Purple speed, green damage.
Okay, cool.
We just had the explanation. It's 5 speed for 7 damage. So I'm pretty sure this is a Recipro burst.
I will.
Judging by the keyword looking allotment and the way that the stats are moving.
That's fine. We're going to discard 2 momentum for EX3.
Yeah, that's EX3 coming out. So this pretty much has to be a Recipro burst. EX3 and stun 1. This is looking like a Recipro burst. But we baited it out. Mineta 2 resets the speed to 0 and draws a card off their discard 1 momentum enhance. So wondering if James was baiting this out, saw it coming, or maybe he just got hoodwinked, by the first time that Mineta has used that enhance this game. But a really good attack to use it on, Recipro burst, pretty difficult to land on Mineta too. You'd have to have him in a position where he's pretty much dead to your average unpumped Recipro burst, right? You'd have to force him to use that enhance first and then use EX to sort of compensate and bring it back to a ridiculous speed.
And
Oh, you're good. You're good.
okay, let's go cat punch for 6.
Sure.
Okay, we got the cat punch coming in. We just need to get a little volume to recognize exactly what's going on here. Yeah, so blowing the momentum, defending ourselves from the reciprocal burst, right? Taking the no damage, flipping our foundation to nullify all damage feels pretty good, but cat punch is a lot tougher to deal with. It's not super uncommon for this attack to become like a 6 speed for 6 damage attack in Tiger. It's not uncommon for it to be like 4 speed for 8 damage. You know? Typically, you never see it for less than 5. Usually, if they're sending it out for less than 5, they're really just down to cantrip the draw. You know? The Tiger player is really just down to have it get blocked and draw a card. And if they deal 6 damage and draw a card, that's absolutely sweet. So, and here we see the once per turn. We're going to swap it first. We're going to make it 6 speed and 2 damage, and then respond for the bonus damage, which is just kind of how this how this card was designed, right? Like, we can either have it be like this big haymaker that our deck is already built to pump a ton of speed into, or we can easily just slap down our once per turn, and all of a sudden it is a very annoying poke that is not something you want to block, and then you get to draw essentially for free off of it. So, going down to 18 life, the 2 5-handers have chipped away. They're chipping away and chipping away and chipping away at each other. Tiger is off to a decent health lead, but I gotta say, the staging area from Mineta looks pretty good. No momentum means that there's probably not going to be like a crazy explosive turn of just like throw after throw after throw, but here is a throw that cantrips, here is a throw that draws a card, so not even needing the momentum. And yeah, we're going to drop this basic training that makes sense. Now, will we see Bonds of Friendship? If I'm not mistaken, right, this is a Fury attack. It's a Fury stun 1. And with defrosting, it's almost certainly going to become a throw pretty quickly here. Yeah, it's already 4 speed for 8 damage. Defrosting can make it 3 speed for 10 damage. Then it becomes 12 with the plus 2 damage and becoming a throw. So we could see this life total get evened up pretty quickly here, even on a block, right? Because it's the order symbol, and I highly doubt Tiger's playing a heroic clash. You know, even if this is blocked, it's going to deal 6 damage, and then it's only a 2-point health lead. So, you know, even if you bonds a friendship and block, then it only saves you 1 life. So most of the time, it's really not worth it. Just having 1 bonds of friendship really doesn't feel great against an attack that you'd have to block anyways. It can save you like 2 life if you bring it from an odd number to an even number. But taking it from an even number to an odd number, pretty much just going to save you 1 life on a partial block. And okay, there it is. Yep, that's the forbidden technique. I didn't want a commentator's curse it. Because realistically, what you're probably going to want to do with this attack is you're probably going to want to switch the speed and damage. Now, I think... Oh, and then we get the -3. Okay, I think we did it a little early. I think, because it looks like we had the defrosting. We had the 2 basic trainings, which brought it up to 10. But it still should get 2 damage from itself. So maybe there's a little bit of cat and mouse game there. You know, maybe we're just okay with that rather than the risk. But no, it looks like we zeroed it out. Okay. Okay, interesting. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we didn't miss +2 damage. Oh, because it switched, you can't do the enhance. That's right. Okay, well played, well played. Right, because he switches the speed and damage, it's above printed, so he doesn't even get to do that. Wonderfully played. But there is a second Grape Rush. Minetta 2 says, but you can't do it again, though. So while that was wonderfully played by James, Jason does have an answer for this. Having that card stuffed into the card pool from Minetta 2. Maybe we drew that. How bad would that feel? Our opponent just draws their second Grape Rush. But I love that. I love the bonds of friendship came into play. I love that, the switching the speed and damage caused that enhance essentially to fail, right? To not be playable. However, Minetta going in, what did I say, guys? We had the better stage, right? We're equipped to do this string. We're equipped to put out a much bigger string. So we did get the partial block on that Grape Rush, which brought us down to 22 life. And now we're staring down a invisible infiltration, which doesn't get breaker in this character. However, it does allow us to effectively unflip and ready a foundation, which is tons of value. We get to remove a foundation from the game, which basically returns it to a face-up state, and then when we build it, it builds in ready. So it looks like we removed that face down. We're putting it over the invisible infiltration, to remind ourselves. How many times have you guys played invisible infiltration? And you're like playing your third card later at locals, and you're like, oh, hey, by the way, I was supposed to build this passing the torch like 3 attacks ago. Tiger blocking with an extendo hair. We're blocking with lots of attacks. We're blocking with some good ones too. Electric Jolt and Extendo Hair being used as blocks. So, half damage being taken all around. Can't feel great, but when you are in this sort of war of attrition, when you are in this very back and forth, chunky health sort of a game, every point matters. There's going to be a point where you have to take half damage, right? You have to be blocking a tape swing or a tape toss later on. And taking full damage from these attacks now is not going to allow you to partial block later. So you kind of have to buck up and start playing Minetta's game, right? Like against a throw deck. AGN Steel Trident, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the games. But yeah, as I was saying, you kind of have to address the throw issue early. If you don't have any throw hate in your deck, right? If you don't have the symbols for taking no damage from a throw, if you don't have like a really cool way, like we saw with Tiger and Bonds of Friendship, combining to take no damage, eventually those resources are gonna catch up to you, and you won't have the life necessary to partial block. So partial blocking the whole time doesn't feel good, but that is the game that throw decks are making you play. And it's one of the reasons why throw decks haven't really been pushed, like it's been a very safe keyword to be designed around, I think, is strictly because of that, because it puts you on a clock, it forces you to play that game. So, and of course, really good symbols have had throw hate for pretty much the entire time. All right, so here's an engine boost. Now, this is a really interesting one to me. It fuels up your momentum, and it only needs to be 6 speed to give you a momentum. And guess what Tiger can do? Tiger can swap the speed and damage to make it 6 speed for 3 damage. We are going to suffer this Minetta once per turn once again, clogging that card pool. But this is a pretty cool card. I'm not 100% sure if I've seen this in a Tiger deck before. I think I have. But it's pretty interesting that you can basically play a 5 diff attack, swap the speed damage to get a momentum, or spend a momentum to have a 6/6 and get a momentum. EX3, pretty big number, right? If we just get our opponent down low enough, maybe EXing up to 9-12 speed is just enough. 6 base damage feels pretty good. Heroic lineage. If our opponent plays out their whole hand on us, right, we can dump all of our momentum and switch the speed and damage to be, like 6 speed for like 1,000,000 damage is pretty good too. Yeah, I think I'm being sold on this card in Tiger. We're seeing the numbers fly all over the place though. We're seeing the numbers. It looks like it ended up as a 2 speed for 5 damage. It looks like Mineta was able to fight off the different speed gain abilities and keep it low enough speed that we don't get to snap that free momentum. But we can always invest in EX to get that back. I also don't know. I also don't think that we've used the once per turn yet. Okay, and there it is. It looks like we are dumping some EX. And we're going to counter that with the Mineta once per turn. So, both 5-handers being essentially reliant on having momentum and willing to trade it back and forth. Seeing these resources go back and forth. And that means that this Cheerful Uppercut is going to be a free block on a 2, an unfailable block, which is the power of Mineta 2, having that reset speed down to 0 and then clog the card pool again, making this Electric Jolt on a 7. Have you guys ever tapped 2 to play an Electric Jolt? Have you guys ever decided that Electric Jolt was worth it on a 7? I have. I certainly have. And against this nasty board from Mineta 2, it might be the key to victory. Tapping down that creepy realization or that wall clean could mean the difference between victory and defeat. However, creepy realization, spotting the exact number of cards it needs to see in the card pool to make this Jolt 0 damage. As -1 for each card in the card pool, 4 cards in the card pool. Interestingly enough, this is also an attack that has EX, and so it does have potential to have these stats get modified. We can swap speed and damage again. I don't know if the once per turn has been used. Oh, and we are going to use that response to bring it back to 1 damage, because that's what we're all about. We're about dealing at least 1, which is why Jolt is so good. But Defrosting, also an incredibly good card. Did we not use the Defrosting? It looked like we picked it up, but we decided maybe not. Maybe this isn't the one. I don't know. This is like the exact situation I feel like I have Defrosting for. Make it really fast. Make it 0 damage. That's fine. You don't get to draw. You don't get to use this on me later. I'm here for it. So it looks like we are gonna take that damage. Gonna get this health total updated for you. I typed it in, but I did not transition it. So the Jolt will end up doing damage. It is gonna deal that 1 damage. Pretty interesting. Oh, and it looked like Mineta clogged himself a tape swing, which is pretty rough. Milling yourself a tape swing might not have actually been worth it, because we ate that Jolt effectively, right? Like, most of the times you block a Jolt and take 1. We did have wall cling for it if it was slow enough to block. So a lot of interesting back and forth, but if we blow up our resources on that Electric Jolt, we could have checked a 5 on a much nastier attack. So respecting that offense a little bit. But here comes Invisible Infiltration. Now this card I've seen rebuy sticky balls more than any other card. So it'll be interesting to see if that's what happens here. It starts off as a 3 low for 5. But of course, Mineta once per turn is going to jam a card in the card pool. We've got a basic training to increase the damage by only 1 here. Our rival has 8 foundations, which is +2 from itself. We're doing the second basic training, so it's looking like it's going to be about 9 damage so far. Which, of course, can be swapped. Tiger can make it really fast for only 3 damage if the speed doesn't increase. And typically, Mineta 2 decks are never worried about increasing their speed. So we've seen the damage swap trick nullify an entire Grape Rush, a really big Grape Rush. So it'll be interesting to see here. If we really wanted to swap this, though, we could have used Heroic Lineage to zero out the speed, and then just swap the speed to 0 once all the damage pump has been used, right? So, yep, and here comes Sticky Balls, which you gotta assume it's gonna be removed with the Invisible Infiltration Enhance, which will allow it to come back face up. Just a really strong play, a play that a lot of people are really high on. I haven't seen it bring forth that much massive impact, right? Water decks have just kind of struggled to fit all these really good cards together and make a cohesive unit out of it. It's like the most, as long as you're playing ranged attacks and or I guess throws, which half the throws that you play are ranged, it's been a tough deck to, I don't know, sort of pilot. You know, there's so many little, it's a lot like Eraserhead, you know, a lot of great tools that you can use defensively, and a lot of them have flip costs or one-time uses, so you got to be careful when and how you use them. Yeah, and then a Heroic Lineage is going to block that one, and we're just going to build out one foundation. So Mineta has been sitting on a decent chunk of cards, you know, down to essentially just not leave any opening, right? We're not taking too many chances. You got to imagine that that's like a Cheerful Uppercut or maybe an Ice Storm. We haven't seen Ice Storm yet. We have seen a lot of the low spam, but Ice Storm is the one that's been missing, so looking like we're down to hold a block of each zone, most likely, or at least like you gotta have low blocks against any kind of reciprocal burst deck, right? You can't let burst sneak in on you, especially when your character is ready to actually block it. You know, your character is ready to actually reduce that speed. A lot of times when I play against burst, holding a low block is just a straight up mistake, because by the time the burst comes at me, I can't even block it. I can't deal with it anyways. So it wasn't that big a deal that I chose to hold my +2 low block. So it'll be interesting to see with a deck that can pretty much always, you know, at least have the opportunity to block it. Again, the sequencing, you gotta push him to a point where they have to use the speed reduction before you use EX. And that's typically where the gameplay evolves. Another tape toss. This has been the tape toss show off. This has been the tape toss standoff, I guess. Everyone's brought their tape tosses. Okay, like the win, giving we're getting +1 speed, which allows us to respond for +1 damage. We're gonna -1 speed, which also allows us to +1 damage in Tiger. So that's kind of interesting there, right? We pushed it to another damage bracket. So if we don't wall clean this, we took 1 additional damage just to make it a little easier to block. Kind of a weird choice, right? If we don't, we do have the wall cling sitting there, and this might be a faith shield. Maybe we just really don't want to like be forced to commit a foundation for faith shield. That's a legitimate play. You know, you're gonna faith shield it anyways, and the difference between using your once per turn and committing a single foundation could matter. Yep, there's the faith shield. So you know, that +1 damage, not the biggest deal. Not having to commit a foundation, that could be big. Now it looks like Cat Punch is going to come down on a 5. Ooh, or sorry, it looks like it's a 6, right? Because we had the Moneta once per turn to clog the pool. We got that little face down there. Oh no, the face down's from Fate Shield. Oh, we just forgot. We forgot the Moneta once per turn on the first attack. Hey, it happens to everybody, right? It happens to everybody. I think every single time I've played Moneta 2, I actually forget to do it on my own turn. Which is like the turn you have to do it on, right? Like it's the turn where it matters the most. Because they don't get to rebuild one. And I think I have just absolutely forgotten to, like, a full half the time. Which is so weird, because it's like what you build the deck around. It's like actually the main appeal to the character for most people. Alrighty. So we do get the card pool clog from the once per turn. We get some bonus damage, but that is going to be swapped into an 8 mid for 2. And then we are going to get the creepy realization for -3 damage. Oh no! Oh no! The simple E-commit that gets us out of having to deal with this attack. Oh no, a creepy realization indeed. And now Playa Body is on a 6 diff. I gotta say, it looks like Jason is pulling just a little bit ahead here, right? We talked about it before. There was a decent health lead for Tiger. Tiger came out swinging, had really cool plays, nullified the Grape Rush. We landed Electric Jolts, but there's nowhere to really employ it here. Maybe we had to use Jolt on that creepy right there. That doesn't seem like a hugely impactful play, or 2 life and a draw card. Probably not worth it, but we could come to regret it really soon here. Both staging areas starting to fill up just a little bit, but Moneta has a way better stage. Moneta just has incredible card quality between struggling with studies and creepy realization. Being able to string out, through Moneta's defense is pretty much non-existent. I wouldn't be surprised if Moneta 2 has just been holding like a cheerful uppercut for multiple turns, even after using one. Well, there you go. Speaking of, I looked away for a second and bam, now we're playing cheerful uppercut on offense. Ooh. It looks like that basic training coming down. Now, cheerful uppercut's kind of cool because for a 5 diff, it's pretty fast for an off zone. A lot of early set 1 Earth and Death decks got a ton of mileage off of just having like a 4-speed low for 6, just on that zone. Well, a 5 low for 4 that can pump itself is pretty close. It looks like we are having a Heroic Lineage nuke that speed, bring it back down to a reasonable level. And the once per turn going to clog the pool. So, is this the classic 5-hander? I drew 1 attack poke. See if you got the block zone? I don't think so. I would really hope not. Cheerful uppercut's really not the attack to do that with. We soaked the Heroic Lineage, which greatly reduces the damage reduction potential of the Tiger once per turn. Moneta hasn't done a good job of pumping speed at all. And gonna choose to fail. Alright, are we on the cusp of deadlock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We were on the cusp of deadlock. Not worth it to commit 2 foundations and enter deadlock. I don't hate the choice. Defrosting pretty good though. Defrosting pretty good. Now, I know Jason's out there hoping to actually just draw those tape swings. We've seen one checked early. We saw a tape swing stuffed into our own card pool face down with a cheerful uppercut. We've now checked one later. Are all 4 in the discard pile, or is there one left in the deck? Because we're going to be drawing it pretty soon if it's there. All right, and this is some manner of ETA kick. I'm pretty sure it's got ETA symbols. It looks like it has a keyword ability. Is this another Recipro Burst? I think this is another. Yeah, okay. This is another Recipro Burst. So just kind of raw dogging the burst out there. Got to play around this one momentum. It'll be really interesting to see. This could easily be like a one game round. This could end in like a 1-0 or even just a 1-1 tie. But if there is sideboarding going on, it'll be really interesting to see if, because there's more than one order card that hates on momentum. 0-1 has one, Todoroki 2 has one. It'll be really interesting to see if that was a choice we made for a locals. You know, a lot of people don't even bring a sideboard to a locals. So, what do you guys think? Do you guys sideboard for locals? For a lot of people, you know, they'll bring a sideboard that is just like strictly cards that they wanted to test, you know, and just didn't make the main board. It's not the most uncommon sideboard option, so. So the speed being fought over, we are going to get a little flippy dippy action here. So choosing to swap the speed and damage, going to eat the speed reduction and the card draw off Minetta's 1 momentum. So importantly, Minetta has no momentum and had no low block, or at least chose not to use it on the 3 damage attack. So we are forced to pass it. We are going to take what looks like no damage from this. I think I missed the wall cling here. Yeah, we don't have wall cling in our stage anymore. It's pretty interesting, right? Because we know that there are tape tosses, which is probably one of the reasons we chose not to go to deadlock. But we did remember our once per turn, and it is going to force an ice gliding out. So if Tiger can keep Minetta off momentum for one more turn, but it looks like Tiger has stacked their momentum under their character before, so there is a chance that they have like 1 or 2 momentum left, right? That electric jolt might have been used. So if we're just willing to delete our momentum to delete Minetta's momentum, I could see that. That's not the worst trade, right? Because our momentum is used. Yeah, okay, we still got at least 1. We still got at least 1, probably 2. But we're gonna be able to recycle. We're gonna be able to recycle our flipped foundations here. Man, Invisible Infiltration might end up being the MVP of this match. Especially if we get like a double Sticky Balls offensive turn, right? If we like stuff the pool twice with Sticky Balls and off Minetta and put that, you know, tongue whip string down, absolutely it is. But unflipping these foundations for defense, unflipping wall clean to get like a free block over and over, that could also be the MVP. Really curious to see this one. Let's see if I can't check on the time in the round. If I can't go to the link for the event. Yep, we're going to get the sticky balls flipped. So we're probably going to unflip that rather than unflipping wall cling, I'd have to assume. Potentially we build another sticky balls, but we just checked one, right? So unlikely, but still possible. Let's see. All right. Yeah, there's only 5 minutes remaining in this round. Only 5 minutes and 10 seconds left. So this is essentially a 5-minute warning. I don't think we're gonna get a conclusion to this match. I gotta be honest. I think I think these two chunky five-handers have built enough redundant defense and have just sucked it up and blocked enough and built just enough damage reduction where we're not going to get a decisive winner here at our locals. Time ticking away, ticking away. I have not adjusted those life totals in quite some time. It is not looking good, but if someone has an explosive turn right now, it's going to lock it up for a 1-0 victory. So let's see. Let's see if this is the turn. Oh. Still 17-16. A lot of play one attack and pass. A lot of play one pass. No momentum for Mineta. Some amount of momentum for Tiger. I think it might actually only be one now. I think we might actually be down to one. Is it going to be enough? The review. The draw 5. This has got to be the final turn. If we're going to see some action, if we're going to see a legitimate string to put down 17 damage, it's got to be right now. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. This is one of the cards of all time. This is certainly one of the ultra rares of all time. Extendo Hair. I've heard a lot of people talk about Extendo Hair Tiger. I'm a big fan. Beard Strike is one of my favorite cards from set 3. I've not been able to make it work, even with Tiger, though. So, excited to see this. Do we tap out our whole stage here? Right? Is this the kind of thing where we're just going to be, tapping everything for that Extendo Hair bonus? We can tap Lineage for 2 damage here. Taking a quick count of that discard pile with only 1 minute left, making sure that this is, of course, the final turn. Getting a read on pretty much the opponent's entire deck before they cycle. It looks like we cashed in a Self-Assured to draw some cards, and that's going to cause us to cycle. So, pretty neat play. You cash in the Self-Assured while you still have a discard pile. You draw X amount of cards. Once you start drawing those cards, then you have to cycle. There we go. We're going to draw a second card off that Self-Assured. So, you destroy Pot of Greed. Pretty solid. But we don't have a speed reset for this Extendo Hair. So, if it can become lethal damage with like a 20 speed, 15 speed, probably is what's going to take, because we do have some speed hate from Mineta anyways. Notably, Extendo Hair is ranged, right? We don't get to sticky balls it. Let me see if Extendo Hair, yeah, it's stun, EX, and ranged. So sticky balls not providing -4 speed here could be an issue. Now, you gotta commit something with Extendo Hair first, right? You gotta commit that one foundation, so that way when Mineta stuffs your card pool and then you get to build one, you get that resource back. So it'll be interesting to see how this sequencing goes down. We did get the card pool stuffed to start off with. I don't think we built one either. Could be a that could be a clutch moment. Mineta stuffs a pool and we forget to build our foundation during our attack that commits foundations as part of its whole gimmick. I don't know about this one, fellas. I don't know about this one. Yeah, we're fighting over ice glidings here. That's going to bring the speed back down to printed, but allow for that damage response to go back up. Another -1 speed. Stun 1, just for good measure. We're not cranking everything into this extendo hair immediately. It looks like we just hit the playa body and the ice gliding buttons. And that's being counteracted by our rival's ice gliding and surviving the final. Ah, man, this is tough. We are certainly in time, and we have to make this the lethal turn. We already have 3 cards in our card pool, and if we're not dumping everything into this extendo here, I can't see how we're going to get there. Yeah, a 4 high for 5 is just going to get blocked. And those ice glidings are going to cancel each other out off the block trigger. So the next attack is going to have basically its, printed speed to start things off. And a second extendo hair on an 8 was Mineta. And Mineta 2 has been doing a really good job of staying out of deadlock. So I don't think we got a +5 to that check. I really don't think we did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 ready. Then we had 3 and we commit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh, were we at 11? Oh, I think he did actually get the +5 to the check. Extendo Air has a deadlock enhance that gives +5 to your next check to play a card, which is going to allow us to have all of these cards ready in our stage. My goodness, yeah. We played that on an 8 and we don't play 2 checks. That means that we passed it no matter what. All because Mineta went to 11 foundations. Man. All because of that tricksy little deadlock. We might actually have enough resources to pour into this. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Between creepy realization sitting there. I'm pretty sure we still have a defrosting tick, right? To adjust speed or damage by 1. Man, it's going to take cranking this bad boy all the way to 11 and then using the EX and then swapping the speed and damage. And that still might not be enough. $17. We got to do 17. And these stats are not moving. Come on, fellas. I believe. I believe in the extendo hair. Show it to me. I want to see it. All right, it's ticking up. 5 high for 7. It's a pretty good poke, but it's not. We still get that +5 to the check. This could become a legit string. This could actually become the string. All based off of that +5 to the check. All because Mineta went up to 11 foundations, it looks like. What can you do? It's still at just 5 high for 7. We're still not committing everything. We looks like we are still going to get the +5 to our next check. And we did use the playa body to stuff one into the pool, which means we're not going to be getting any more deadlock effects after this. But a wall cling plus a mid block plus a lot of foundations committed means that and we get to keep creepy up. This is looking really tough for Tiger. I think you commit everything but creepy for this. Because I don't think you're really realistically going to get the block after this with 2 cards in the pool, and you don't actually have any more speed hate, right? And creepy realization is going to be worth -5 damage, which means Tiger's going to have to deal effectively 22 to you to get this through, which just shouldn't be possible unless they have like a ton of momentum for a Recipro Burst. Could it be a 3rd Extendo Hair? Would that even do it? You could commit 1 to... It'd be on a 9. If you check a 5, right, you hit a 10. Oh, it's an engine boost. Interesting. Okay. Yep, so on a 9 with +5. You have to tap 1 if you check a 3. Huh. Yep, so it's 3 for 6. I guess this is really going to come down to how much momentum we have. If we can plug this for a ton of momentum and then switch it, maybe. But I think we only have 1. Yeah, we're plugging in 1 momentum, and we're going to respond for the bonus damage. So we get bonus damage from Tiger, we get 2 from Lineage, and we'll technically get to have that momentum back. Are we playing another card after this? Do we have another attack to play? I mean, this is going to get Mineta surprisingly close, I would say. You know, but a -5 damage here, pretty solid. And does Mineta actually... I think Mineta actually went 2nd. Huh. So theoretically, Mineta will get a turn through this overtime period. Though we are at 7.5 minutes in overtime. It looks like there's a lot of tables still going. So... there is that. It looks like there is quite a few tables that still have players in it. Interesting. It looks like overtime is just going to get called during this turn. You know, getting that refund for that momentum, but we don't have these free check bonuses coming up. Finally, some damage is dealt. Going down to 8 life. Show me the money. Give me something that I waited for. Okay. And then foundation build. So I don't know if these players realize that they are in time. I'm not even 100% sure that the timer on the website is the official timer. I believe Tam is running the event, so interesting to see that play out. So Mineta 2 will get a turn. We'll see how it's being enforced, you know, at a locals level event. It's pretty chill, pretty casual. Invisible Infiltration, a nice one to start off with. Invisible Infiltration here in the overtime, gonna allow us to get some pretty fancy plays. Will it be enough though? So far 16 has been the rock solid number that Tiger has not budged from. And without any momentum, without that self-assured, right? There's no draw power in the stage. Yeah, we're just going to scoop it up. Overtime has been called. Mineta 2 almost certainly didn't have lethal in hand. No draw power, no extension there. So overall, a pretty interesting matchup. It was pretty exciting at first. I'll say that it was a pretty exciting match at first, and then both players just kind of stalled out. They started to play a little too much defense. No one really had that explosive turn because Mineta was resetting the speed on Tiger every single chance they got. Every single time that they were able to do so, Mineta got that momentum back. So a lot of really good back and forth, but towards the end there, neither player able to draw ahead. And we find ourselves at a stalemate for round 1. Pretty cool to see. The decks were very similar. A lot of order and water cards, right? Like 2 5-handers that share 2 symbols, that both care about messing with damage numbers. So not super unexpected. And neither player really getting to utilize their throw package to great effect. Probably played a big factor in that as well. So we're waiting for round 2 to pop up. Anyone in the chat who has a specific request, I can try to search for. Probably not going to happen, but I'm open to requests. It makes my job easier. If anyone in the chat is in the weekly and wants to be on stream, hit me up. That makes it much easier for me. It does look like I had the names wrong. I want to apologize real quick to the players. It looks like it was James and Joseph, and I had Jason, because I am the worst. The actual worst with names. And I probably had the names on the wrong. I was so worried about having the names on the wrong people. Table 5. Okay. We have a table 5 request. Let's see if so that means the pairings are up. Right? Table 5, Roland Larson and Joseph Head. Okay, yeah. So we just had Joseph on the stream and I had the name labeled incorrectly like an idiot. So this will give me a chance to to undo that mistake.
I was just trolling you, Sam. You ain't gotta.
Oh, okay. It's okay. I felt bad because I got the name wrong last round. I also should have realized it's the same people. Oh, I apologize for getting the names wrong last round.
Oh, you're good.
I'm the worst. I'm 100% the worst with names, but I am gonna try to get different players just for a little.
I was just trolling you.
Yeah, I got you. But it does make it easier. So anyway, it's good games, guys. Good luck.
Yep. Oh, that was great. How'd your last round go?
Hey, oh, you're waiting on an enemy.
How's it going?
Oh, you're also playing Mineta? What's wrong with people this week?
What, was somebody else playing it on the last round?
Yeah, I just had Mineta versus Tiger on stream, and it was really cool until they both stalemated at 15 life.
Nice.
Yeah, it was the last game going, so I'm gonna try to find someone other than Mineta, but I might come back to you.
Okay.
Devin and Tam are already blah blah blah.
I'm gonna roll to see who goes first.
Sure.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going. How you doing?
Hey, would both of you players like to be on stream?
That's A-okay.
Works.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna mute up. I'm not a part of the game. I'm not a judge, so just ignore me.
I gotcha. Oh, did you? I forgot to cut it. Do you want me?
Alrighty, let's make me disappear. Hopefully my transition works out. It did not. I bet it's because I closed the window. Oh man. Alright, well, this might be faster than I think to get it set up again. What is... Hey, there we go. Alright. It's not a nightmare scenario. Alright, so we're going to get the names fixed up in a second here. This time I have the actual app open so I can see the names of the players. So we've got Nick on top here. And then on bottom it looks like we have Taylor. Nick is going to be playing Tiger as well. So it looks like we have Tiger versus Bakugo here. So we've had a lot of Tiger and a lot of Mineta. People choosing to chill with their 5-handers on the Order Water 5-handers at the weekly here. If I can get this health total, no, it's not going to let me change the bottom health at all. Cool. Love it. There we go. So bring this over here. Alrighty. So it looks like we got a solid build 4 from both players, but Tiger being committed going into Bakugo's turn 2. Probably not super impactful this early on. You know, Bakugo does pump a bunch of damage and not often a ton of speed. But starting off with Stun Grenade, we pick up the starter deck Howitzer Impact. Things could get aggressive really fast. Notably, you don't even have to destroy the foundation here for the difficulty reduction if you really don't want to, because first day of class giving us +2 to a check. Pretty good. Choosing not to respond, showing a little restraint. You know, most of the times you fire off first day of class, you just immediately respond with it, ready it, you know. And then the stun 1 from Stun Grenade. It wouldn't be a Stun Grenade if it didn't have stun, right? That'd be almost like a card having reversal in the name and not being a reversal. Alright, quick 4 damage coming out, and then Howitzer Impact Cyclone being essentially free. I dig that. So now we do have the option to destroy our first day of class, right? Because we do have it committed. But I think against this health total, and because of the style of deck this is, we might not blow that foundation just to draw 1 card. You know, we might be getting a ton of real estate early on here, playing it more conservative than your average Bakugo stan. You know, being a little more conservative than Bakugo probably would be in the TV show. Which, you know, that's probably character development for him by the time, you know, with how many seasons are out. I'm sure Bakugo's not completely hot-headed, but 6 more damage coming down. So we're already seeing a more explosive start than last round. Two cards in the card pool. 1 momentum. Haven't destroyed anything yet. Choosing to use encouragement. Are we going to see another Cyclone, or is this the impact? Well, we haven't destroyed a foundation for Howitzer Impact yet. But be on a 7. Oh, we're going to go for the win. Destroying that foundation for cost means we have 3 foundations to our rival's 4, which is going to give us 2 additional foundations, and it's going to reduce the difficulty on that howitzer impact. I can dig it. Not choosing to continue attacking, though. And okay, so that's the value go for the win. Hopefully we won't need that +1 low block this early in the game, but don't have to use everything in our hand, right? Ooh, a cat punch. Probably the only time where we were going to actually have less foundations than a 5-hander without like a long string of attacking to blow our stuff up. So, not too many other times you're going to get to use that form, even as Bakugo. Yeah, cat punch getting a speed alteration, or getting a 1 damage here. What was the classmate introductions? Okay, we got the 1 damage off classmate. Then we get 1 speed from classmate introductions, which allows us to respond for 1 more damage. And now we're going to commit the foundation off cat punch to give it 2 more speed, which gives it another damage. So it's 5 mid for now. This is what I was talking about last time, right, guys? Like, in the last match, we didn't see a cat punch that looked like this at all. And this is probably the most common cat punch I see is, the 5 mid for 9. But surviving the final, going to drop that down 1 speed, make this a little more palatable to block. Which, of course, Tiger is, not the saddest about because we still get to draw off this one. Okay, and block on a 5, and a 5 we do. So we had turn to dust and howitzer impact from that last turn. So there was definitely potential to just go balls deep and drop our whole hand. Okay, sticky ball toss tackle. This is a card I've tried to play on multiple occasions. It's like a throw with creepy realization built in. So it feels really good, like it seems really good. But it starts out as a 3 mid 3, and if you don't have all the synergies for it and enough baits to lead up to it, it doesn't really go anywhere. And it costs 2 life, so it's not just something you can do willy-nilly for 1 damage. It's not really something you can just tack on, like the way that Tongue Whip is a 4 low 4 for +1 damage. It stuffs and gets +1, so it's like a 5 low 5. Sticky ball toss tackle doesn't really get to do that, so that's just how safe a throw has to be. It has to be that much worse. But it is gonna get a little bit of stats here, and we're gonna even things up, 23 to 23. So let me update this life total real quick. All right, so things get off to a little bit of a faster start than that last game, but let's see if things halt as soon as the staging areas get big enough, because we know about that howitzer impact. We are starting off with another stun grenade, and now we have grenadier bracers. Now, blowing up foundations is going to net us an additional +1 damage every enhanced step that we do it. And on top of that, we get to essentially build up a huge damage bonus for late in a turn. Similar to training weights, that could be the future evolution of offense. Training weights plus grenadier bracers. You commit the foundation to ready the training weights, and then you have a way to blow up the grenadier bracers. That's a ton of damage pump coming out for foundations that a deck like Bakugo wants to blow up anyways. Whether or not you can afford to run all those assets without unwavering slash, that's another story. We are going to take this 4 on the chin after getting that free Fury attack and follow up with another Impact Cyclone, which is going to net us that extra momentum. And I have to imagine this time we're going to draw some cards, right, guys? I have to imagine this time we're going to pop one for 3 cards in our hand. Especially when we're running actions like go for the win. Yeah. 1, 2, 3 card draw. Easy money. Now, Tiger's not dead in the water just yet. You know, there's only 5 foundations left in Bakugo's stage. So, a couple clutch blocks and a... Ooh, we are stunned out a bit, though. We're stunned out a little more than I realized. But requesting train, choo-choo. Ready up a requesting, which is going to ready up another foundation. Now, self-sacrifice might be coming down to counteract those Grenadier Bracer activations, as well as allowing Tiger to get like some speed and damage swappage going. Right? Yep, we are just going to block this one. Oh, but checking a 3 makes us tap yet another foundation. And we had to use a tape swing, so both players not afraid to block with some really good attacks. However, clearing that progressive difficulty, you kind of got to. You got to on that one, right? That one was a big-ass attack. It was coming for, you know, almost half your remaining health. And now here is the regular impact, the non-cyclone impact, which might be a little easier to deal with, you know, not having powerful pumped into it. But we're just going to go straight for some destruction. Looks like it's going to add 2 speed from the attack itself. Has E destroy 1 foundation. It gets plus 2 speed. Yeah, and then that die on the Grenadier Bracers is counting how many total foundations we've destroyed this turn. Because at the end of the turn, at the end of the string, you know, it has E commit for plus 1 damage for each foundation that we have destroyed. So between Tight-Lipped, Bakugo, and Grenadier Bracers, that's like plus 4 damage every attack if we're pressing every button, if we have all those resources to just throw away. But we're destroying ready foundations. We're flipping face-up foundations. You know, well, you have to flip face-up, but we're flipping foundations now with Tight-Lip, meaning this is definitely going to be an aggressive turn. This is going to be a turn you might expect from a Bakugo. Yeah, this one's pretty big. 6 low for, I want to say, 8? Might only be 7. Maybe we haven't done the Grenadier Bracers yet. Looks like it was only for 7. We might have missed out on a point of damage there, but that's okay. It's certainly not going to bite us in the butt. We're certainly not going to die to an exact, or we're certainly not going to miss lethal by exactly 1. There's no way. So 16 to 19 is the updated life total, and we are just going to build out. So not the scariest hand, not the gnarliest hand. Looks like forcing surrender, right? They looked at forcing surrender and said, you don't have a playa body out. You're on the order symbol. You don't have a sticky balls out. Not super worried about getting a card pool stuffed. Opting to prioritize that -1 speed foundation. So, you know, these aren't bad decisions, but not one you typically expect to see against a sticky balls symbol. Against symbols that have 2 3 diffs that clog your card pool. Forcing surrender seems like pretty good real estate. However, struggling with studies, doing a lot of that same job. Struggling with studies filling a very similar role. So if they try to do a very long string, we still get to remove one of those cards from our card pool, and it doesn't have to be a non-attack. Meanwhile, Electric Jolt showing off just how much of a staple it is. This is an annoying little jolt. We got 2 speed and 2 damage on it. It's looking like a tongue whip out here. It's 5 mid for 7. Electric Jolt is not supposed to be this strong. You might as well blow up the foundation for +1 off self-sack at this point. Oh, is he going to EX it? Oh, we're going to EX the Jolt? No, okay. We were confirming where that momentum came from, it looks like. We were just double checking that that's where it came from. Huh, it looks like we're fixing life totals a bit here. We're at 21. All right. So 16 to 21 is what we have. Let me see if I can get that updated. That is what the players got. So, gaining 2 more. Back to 23. Looks like there might have just been some mistake about how much damage was taken. That's all. All right, so block coming down on a 7. Got to commit 2 foundations. Committing 2 surviving the finals. And we're still going to take 1 damage. Alright, so we're at 22. After everything's said and done, after we got everything corrected, 16 to 22, and that Jolt is going to momentum face up. Now, charged up, a regional promo charged up coming out, a classmate introductions coming out, a tape coming out. All right. Got a healthy mix of purely offensive and powerful defensive cards. I'm digging it. What do you think, chat? What do you guys want to see you guys want to see like an explosive Bakugo turn? We've seen a lot of Tiger already tonight. What do you guys want to see? I want to see like a crazy long string. Right? It looks like Tiger has 2 cards to block with. I want to see both attacks get blocked, but then Bakugo just say, I'm the air symbol. I don't have progressive difficulty. I want to see that Grenadier. Actually, that's what I want to see. Grenadier bracers get to +5 damage. I want to see it turn sideways for +5 this turn. That's what I want to see. We're sitting on 3 momentum again. An Impact Cyclone withdraws 4 cards potentially. I want to see it. Starting off with Stun Grenade again. Every time. The every time Stun Grenade. Every time Stun Grenade. My goodness. Every time Stun Grenade. Every single turn, Stun Grenade opener. Which means we don't have reliably blockable attacks to crank up that stun, I suppose. But it sure is a veritable poke. You know, if it replaces itself, you don't lose anything if your opponent snaps off a crazy defensive piece, like a hand trap. Alright, so a little extra speed. A little extra damage. Looks like we might have just swapped speed and damage. Alright, and we are going to pick up the Cyclone. Between Turn to Dust and Cyclone, we're choosing to get some of that card draw action. You know, if there was a lower life total, I could absolutely see Turn to Dust being the choice just to crank out that EX, make it really difficult for Tiger to deal with. But draw 4 cards, pretty appealing. So I have to assume that's what we're going to see next. We're going to go down to 14 here. Yeah, so it looks like we did swap speed and damage at some point to reduce the damage by 2. Unless I just missed like a double self-sack or something. Okay, going into the regular impact. Regular howitzer impact coming in. Maybe we want to use that Cyclone as some kind of potential finisher. You know, use that powerful, crank it back up. A cycle already coming out as well. So Bakugo probably not having many more cards than 50. Might be a minimum 50. Plus, we've hit 9 mil off of Stun Grenade, right? That's a lot of cards to mill off a 50 card deck. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's 50 cards. Very interesting stuff. All right, get those 10 cards removed from the game. Destroy this foundation for the bonus speed. Tick up the Grenadier bracers. This could easily get the +5 damage. Tiger's going to have to start blocking sooner than later. Yep, we're even going to get the bonus damage from Bakugo. We got to remember to hit that +1 on that bracers, though. We're going to remember to tight-lip for a 3rd damage, but do we got this? This is what I'm talking about, right? Bakugo, bracers, tight-lip, +4 damage on every single attack as long as you have something to flip and destroy. It's going to get nasty. This is a 6 low for 10. Oh, and we check the 6 to block on a 7. That's clutch. That could change the entire contour of this turn. I don't think it will, right? I think Bakugo is still going to be just, going gorilla. But, I mean, play a Impact Cyclone on a 6, draw 4 cards. Feels really good to me. I'm here for that. Another regular Impact on a 5, though. We're really trying to soften them up. Okay, well, only 1 card in hand. You know about the Impact Cyclone, but did you know about the second low attack? This could become lethal. We could threaten lethal, potentially force out the once per turn from Tiger. Let's see if that's what it takes. Blowing up ready foundations to get there. You hate to see it, but also you love to see it. Okay, so it looks like that was Bakugo. That was Grenadier Bracers. Okay, a Jolt coming down on the tight-lip. Maybe a little too late, though. I mean, if you're going to block, it didn't matter before, but... The sequencing to wait until at least 1 foundation was already destroyed, though, I don't hate that. Although it just, when Bakugo is like down to destroy foundations, it can be kind of rough. Grenadier coming in now for only +3 damage, putting us 2 damage below lethal. Gladly take that. Okay, yeah, we're super down. Super down as Tiger to have that not become lethal in our face. You know, committing that tight lip might have been the difference. But do we have the we added Cyclone off stun grenade? Am I wrong? Am I? Yeah, we've had the double howitzer impact turn. Interesting. See if I can position this number a bit better in the heart. There we go. That's much better. Huh. Okay. Well, I mean, Tiger is really far behind, and we're not completely out of stage yet. But you gotta wonder, if we had started off with the tight lips, if we had destroyed everything we could, then did the Grenadier, did we actually just win that game? And now, tape swing. Oh no, tape swing with a ton of momentum. Tape swing with classmate introductions. Double classmate introductions, actually. And a self-sacrifice. And is that a playa body? Oh my goodness. You can get +6 from momentum. You're gonna get plus 1, 2. It's gonna get +4 total from the 2 classmates. That's a 16 damage throw that you don't actually have throw hate for. It'd have to be in your stage on the air symbol. Small chance that Bakugo's playing the 1 check, right? There is a chance that double front beatdown exists. So we're up to 12. We're only going to spend 1 momentum on this. It is a charge attack, right? Tape swing is a charge ranged. And so if it hits, we get to use charged up to go get an electric jolt from our discard pile. Or, you know, something else potentially nasty. Yeah, this is 16 damage. Coming straight to the face. Hopefully you got the block zone that can partial this. You know, there's too many times where I just only have, you know, like if it's a high attack tape swing and I just have a high and a low block, I'm just done for. I'm dumpstered. It's over, right? So this could be 16 straight to the face, and that could key off what block zones Bakugo has. And you're watching it go all the way to the face. Bakugo taking it on the chin. 16 damage. Down to 6. Evened it up real fast. I was talking about that health lead. And the extendo hair. Oh, you don't get to block this one. No. You don't get to block this one. We had the charged up for that extra jolt momentum off the tape swing. You took too much. You took too much from that tape swing. If we get to commit something down, commit our whole stage. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what EX4. 5 if we commit Tiger. Although if we commit Tiger, we don't have to swap speed damage, right? Because classmate is if you haven't blocked, you get 1 damage. Let me double check the stat that classmate's giving. Because it gives 1 thing to your first attack. Oh no, your first attack gets 1 damage. Okay, so we would have to find 1 more damage for, self-sack. Boom, self-sack it. Yes, we got the self-sack, and now we just got to turn our whole stage sideways, commit 1 card, and then EX it. And unless there is a plus ultra block present, that is game. Here it comes. Commit 1. EX rating goes up by 1 and 1 damage. Oh, we get the 1 damage from it. I forget you even get 1 damage. It doesn't just give it doesn't give speed when you commit, it gives damage. Yeah, this is massive. Boom. EX3, EX4. Hit me with the EX5. Show them that you know for sure. Yeah, commit something. No struggling with studies. It probably doesn't matter. He's like, I don't care. He said, it doesn't matter. You're dead. This is now death even with a plus ultra because it's double the damage. Now we have the EX. And the stun. There's stun 1. It just gets worse. And that's going to be game 1 off the back of the extendo hair. That's extendo hair we talked about in round 1, but we never got to see come to fruition because Mineta had built up such a good defensive wall. But now you see that even the smallest opening, the order symbol, Tiger can take advantage of. I mean, that was Bakugo's game to win. Bakugo had all the card advantage, was flowing really good, but did not respect any of Tiger's offense. Gave up one too many momentum. Gave up, didn't have the right block zone. I have to imagine you're locked into the wrong block zone on that tape swing, right? If we see the howitzer impact cyclone go to your hand, and then that's a low block, so we leave it as a high attack, and you only have a high and a low block, which again, that's something that happens to me a ton. I'm not afraid of your mid attacks. I'm afraid of your recipro bursts. I'm afraid of your extendos. And yet, knowing what blocks I have in my hand is going to let that tape swing sneak right in there for massive damage. Classmate introductions, maybe an underplayed set 1 card. Not a card I'm a huge fan of. It's not the most exciting card, but it certainly accounted for tons of speed and damage in this Tiger deck. Oh, and we spilling cards everywhere. We're a little too excited. We know we snaked that game 1. We know we pulled, maybe not snaked, I shouldn't say it, but we pulled the rug out from under Bakugo after Bakugo had that huge lead. You love to see it. You see a game plan come to fruition right in front of your own eyes. You love to see it. While these players shuffle up for game 2, I'm going to go grab a drink, and I'll be right back. Probably shouldn't put that in the chat. I should put that on the screen somewhere, but it do be like that. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so Bakugo going first again. Starting off with the bracers. Getting a solid 5 build after 2 turns. It looks like I missed a poke. So let's get this life total set up here. So I believe this is correct. 2624. At least that's what I got from the players on there. We'll see if that's correct. So we start off with a grasping tape toss into a sticky ball toss tackle. A lot of XRs tonight. UnFun players be blinging out their decks. Playing them extra rares. All right, down to 18. Taking the sticky ball toss tackle on the chin, which I guess doesn't pump up this second sticky ball toss tackle, but as long as there is ways to add speed, there will be ways to add damage. Interesting. This is what I was talking about earlier, right? Where it's like 2 life for +1 damage. Not a great rate, but I was still down to play this card just as another throw option. You know, just to try and actually have, you know, mono throws. Like, all my attacks are throws. So, yep, that playa body gonna end up making this look like a 4 mid for 5 by the end. Or, sorry, I think it's classmate introductions. No, it looks like playa body, but... Oh, and a jolt, just an angry hand. An angry hand. Alright, we're down to 13 life on the Bakugo side, and this jolt is going to... Jolt's going to make that clock tick just a little bit tighter. Struggling is going to bring back this block 2-hour hand. But it was a, what, a +3 high block? And it's going to get stunned out. Interesting stuff here. -1 speed. Alrighty. We don't take the Tiger response off the -1 speed, though. It is kind of, it won't matter here on this half block, but don't forget, when your opponent modifies your speed, that counts for Tiger's response for +1 damage. But we are going to take 3 more from this jolt. It's going to end up in momentum. And then the prospect of playing defense against Tiger is going mostly out the window here. Not looking good. Not looking good for everyone's favorite angry hedgehog boy. Not looking good for spicy hedgehog Bakugo. Stun Grenade leading us off once again. I guess it's the air symbols. Back alley haymaker. Mid attack that stuns. and gives you some style of card advantage. I guess that counts. It has powerful instead of EX. It's just Bakugo's back alley haymaker. Alright, seeing some snack time action. I love that. I like snack time. I think snack time is way cooler than One with Nature. It requires a little more investment, but you get more long term out of it. So, like, that's cooler. Also, speed is easier to, like, interact with. So, the +2 from the block mod on One with Nature is not, it's not the most interactable thing, right? Which, that's by design, so it's fair, right? You need counters to things like Plus Ultra, but I think Snack Time is a way more interesting card, has way more checks and balances. Oh, revealing. Oh, now we pick up our hand. We're like, all right, we got to block this one now. We actually got to block this stun grenade now, don't we? Instant explosive release being revealed off the stun grenade, which of course says if your first attack this turn deals damage, you can add instant explosive release to your momentum after it resolves. So not only do you clear that card pool, but you're ramping up a resource. Now we want to put as much speed and as much, kerfluffle onto this stun grenade. It got 2 instances of stun 1. Are we going to flip for +2 speed on this? I would if instant explosive release is a big part of my plan. And we're sitting on that electric jolt, so if you don't flip it now, there you go. Yeah, I'm a fan of this play. I think this stun grenade's going to hit for 4 damage. Or I guess Tiger can always swap the speed and damage on it, I suppose. Make it 4 speed for 8 instead of, or 6, I guess. Or no, it'd be 7 off snack time, right? Yeah, it should be 7. Yeah, and then we did swap it. We swap it, and we think fast, and we check a 3, and everything's fine. Now, instant explosive release isn't going to go to momentum and give us some crazy, over-the-top 26 damage play. So, you got to fight through the once per turn. You got to deal with, the electric jolt coming at you. I think that's still the play. We're still going to get the instant explosive release, which bumps the next attack. Not looking good for 26 damage, though. But would not be surprised if this hits for 3 and then we, build 1 and then hold 3 blocks and pass our turn after this. Yeah, okay, yeah, we just said 3 is good. Uh-oh. Wait a minute now. Hold up, wait. Don't hit him with the Snoop Dogg combo. We did check a 3, though, which is going to make this infinitely tougher. The combo snaps up a momentum. Flipping for the tight-lipped. It looks like we kept 2 tight-lipped. Oh, no, that's a surviving the final under there. Right? That's a surviving the final under the tight-lipped, so maybe our hand is all gas, but I could see myself really trying to keep that snack time available for this offense, try to maybe make something magical happen right now. But Jolt, of course, gonna tap down one of the 2 anyhow. That's the other thing, right? Offensive power-wise, we could have made our opponent choose between 2 offensive threats. +1, discard a card for only +1 speed might have been a significant difference if we had a second Impact Cyclone or something after this. Picking the damage up to 10? right? The tight-lipped, the grenadier. If we Bakugo'd the snack time away. Pretty interesting stuff. Gonna draw the 2 card, or this is the Bakugo. Okay. Oh, we had the 2 damage from instant explosive. So 2 damage from instant explosive release, 1 from tight-lipped, 1 from grenadier bracers, 2 from Bakugo. That's +6. And we're going to send that through, bringing our rival down to 11. This is all of a sudden very doable. This is 1 Impact Cyclone. We're going to go for the win. Okay, this is getting very doable. That cranks up the Grenadier Bracers trigger. That's 3 from Bracer. It would be 4 with the Bakugo. 2 from Bakugo. 1 additional from Bracers is 3 damage. Then +4 from the E-commit on the Bracers is +7. Everything in the deck is now lethal except an instant explosive release. Right? Like, except for a 3 damage move, we can at least present lethal. We've already used the once per turn on Tiger. We've got the resources to pass just about anything, even through a 3 check. You gotta show me the money, and it's a stun grenade. It's gonna check. We only have to commit 1 foundation for this. This itself will be lethal. And then on top of that, we get to grab another card off the top, potentially. Oh, and it's an impact. And it's a 4 difficulty howitzer impact, which means even if our rival blocks this, we can send an impact after this on a 6 and check a 3 and commit everything. So it would not be lethal by itself without the Grenadiers, though. So this will be really interesting to see. I think that the die is the total damage here. I have to reckon. Because it looks like we got 2 from Bakugo, 1 from the Bracers, 2 from... Huh. I feel like I'm missing a damage here. Because 2 from Bakugo, 1 from Bracers, 2 from Powerful. That makes it 9 damage. And this is at +7. Interesting. Alright, so we are going to partial block, which might have been the worst case scenario, but something you have to do if it's lethal, which of course means we're going to pass this check. And now this one is going to be +2 speed, plus a schmillion damage. And this one is also going to be lethal. I just didn't transition that life total this whole time. My bad, guys. Yeah, so that Grenadier Bracers did tick up to that crazy high number, but we didn't even need it because of the additional card draw, that card advantage that we get from Stun Grenade, from Howitzer Impact. Both cards absolutely doing their job to draw us the rest of those haymakers, you know. Maybe the bait, maybe getting that instant explosive release, you know, from the top was a little bit of a bait. We ended up using our once per turn. We wanted to deny that resource, which, don't get me wrong, it is worse in the end to take the stun grenade, give them the card pull clear off the explosive release as well, right? You know, because you clear the stun grenade or you clear the explosive release, but one's on a 3 versus a 4, right? You know, playing the explosive release on a 3 versus a 4. And then getting the momentum that way would be more card draw with the Impact Cyclone. So I think it was still the right call to block the stun grenade, but having to use our once per turn to do it felt so bad. So very bad. But that's going to be game 3 for these two players. We've now tied it up. Game 1 went to Tiger. Game 2 goes to Bakugo. So coming in for this game 3, it's going to be pretty interesting. going to have to see what Bakugo can do on the play now. What can Bakugo do on the play?
You know who?
So the tape toss coming out as the first attack, something really annoying to deal with, but we're gonna choose to give it a little blocky block here. Get these life totals reset. We're down to 25 already. Playing with reckless abandon, maybe realizing that the time is ticked away just a little bit from that game one. So tape toss into jolt, 2 annoying stun attacks, 2 attacks that deal damage even if you block them. Pretty solid starters for a 5-hand size character. You know, reliable. You could call them evasive attacks if you're like a Magic the Gathering guy. You know, talk about like an evasive attacker. That's an evasive attack. And then we're going to take the 4 from the jolt, go down to 21, and a quick build out. Tiger tapping out to build out, not the most uncommon thing you see in these early game, you know, these early turns. Tapping 1 resource for 1 resource later is kind of a choice you pretty much always have to make. You know, it's pretty rare that you have a really specific foundation that you're like, okay, I need to have this effect over the one I'm trying to build. But because of all that foundation tapping, that's going to allow Turn to Dust to come in here and put a big hamper on things. Choosing to commit the You Can't Escape Me over the Bonds of Friendship, because Bonds of Friendship extends our life total in the immediacy, and it's going to be something that we flip instead of destroy. We also are going to choose to burn the 2 rather than destroying foundations here. So even if this gets blocked, it might still be like a 4 damage Turn to Dust. You know, Electric Jolt committing, excited for blood. And it looks like, yeah, we paid for the Turn to Dust. We have to update that life total as well. And now we're down to 29. Lot of life total fixing during Turn to Dust. Interesting. Looks like we might have missed a trigger with Excited for Blood there. Right? Off of, just off the sequencing of which enhance we played and where. Let me get a quick check. Yeah, there's only 5 minutes left in the round. It's actually 4.5, but you know, missed it by 30 seconds here. So this time we got a 4-minute warning. Now that players can see that, but yeah, that would explain why Nick is playing a little bit quicker here. Realizing if I want to get this 2-1, if I want to make this my round, end up going 3-0, I gotta do this now. And here's a big one, Extendo Hair with double momentum. Tap that whole stage down. Tap it all the way down. Put 1,000,000 speed on this bitch and then switch it. And then switch it up. Because if you get that damage to a respectable, unblockable speed, you are allowed to dump all your momentum and then switch the speed and damage. Here we go. Here it comes. How big is the number? How big is it? 18 speed. and then we're gonna switch it. We're gonna switch the speed and damage, and then we're gonna pop another one on it to make it exact lethal. And the stun one, just for good measure. Now, do we have a plus ultra block? Do we have a double front beatdown? We're going to attempt to block, but there is no way in hell we're hitting a 12. Damn, now that was really quick. That was really quick because we only had so much time left in the round. But Nick, realizing this is the path to victory, this is the Extendo Hair Tiger that I built. This is what I made the deck to do. Realizing how to get to exact lethal. Love to see it. Oh man, that came out of left field. Just slaps down Extendo Hair. Says I'm going to turn this sideways for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage, which means EX7, which means plus 14 speed, which really means plus 14 damage. In addition to the bonuses from Tiger's response, in addition to the flip, and then committing Tiger to hit exact lethal. Those are the plays you have to make in the UnFun Fridays weekly. Damn, what a game. With almost no time left on the clock. Whew. Man, that was cool. I'm a huge fan of Extendo Hair Tiger. I'm a pretty big fan, I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty sick. That just hit me from... I was still trying to count up the foundations. I was trying to figure out if we needed to self-sacrifice or, you know, where we needed to do the sequencing. But Nick had it ready to go. Nick has played the deck before. Man. Now, that was from out of nowhere. That is the strength of Extendo Hair Tiger, though. If you're wondering what that deck is supposed to look like, that's pretty much it. You know, you get a couple of momentum, you get some chump, some chump attacks in there, some jolts in there, some throws, and then you just turn your whole stage sideways. Damn. That was sick. Man. What do you guys think? You think we need to start mainboarding plus ultra now? Even if your character's not set 1? We gotta start prioritizing some plus ultra blocks, huh? Fastest game. That's the fastest game? Is that Nick? Are you Nick did you just play Tiger? Fastest game you've ever played? Oh, it's the one singular game maybe, yeah. That was so hype. I loved that. I was trying to figure out when you put the Extendo Hair down, I was about to like go through all the math. I had to think about all the math and stuff, and then all of a sudden, next thing I know, you're just like tap, 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 ding, 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 10 damage, like, and I was like, oh, wait, hold on, we tapped everything. And then the EX, and then this damage and speed swap, and then committing Tiger for lethal. So sick. That was so tight. I thought that was awesome. Yeah, the committing Tiger for exact lethal. That was tight. That was absolutely sick. So, it looks like we've got a couple games still going. Not super uncommon. Not super uncommon for your locals to go to time. Tell me, Nick, in that last game, like, were you afraid of plus ultra? Were you just looking at the time and you were like, well, I gotta send it, right? Like, we're gonna run out of time. What would you have done if they had blocked with plus ultra, or just like played a double front beatdown? If you go, make it 10 damage, make it a million speed, switch the speed and damage, and then they just lay down a double front beatdown. How mad would you be? Because, like, whenever I play against a Bakugo or a Midoriya, I'm always, like, so afraid of that. Because I know so many people who are down to just jam double front beatdowns in their deck. Almost all the Bakugos I play against are, like... Almost every Bakugo I play against is Casino Bakugo with 1s and 2s everywhere. Oh, you knew he didn't have them and he didn't side. All right, that's right. When they went to cycle, that's right. You got to see the whole deck because of stun grenades cycling for them. So it would have had to have been like the most secret information from like, being in their hand or something the whole time. Okay. No, yeah, I didn't even think about that, right? Because you got to see everything game 1 because of stun grenades cycling the deck. Huh. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I wouldn't expect double front beatdown too often. But, like, my locals is full of that kind of shit. So, and a lot of the people I play test with are like, hold on now, what if, what if this card is actually really good and we just learn how to play it? So, man, that was super exciting. You get beat at in-person locals by it? That's rough. Yeah, I mean, if people are going to start playing extendo hair decks, right? Like extendo, like decks that are just one big giant... That's why string decks are so popular. That's why, decks like Jiro, decks like Ojiro, where it's, in Tokoyami, where it's like 4 plus attacks, right? You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket against cards like Plus Ultra and Double Front, but... And realistically, it's not Double Front. It's a card like You're So Obvious, right? It's a card like Encouraging Training Partner, that you'd really see in a tournament. But, yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to break out that Plus Ultra. Yeah, Evade and Copy. That's the other one. Yeah. Evade, so like half the symbols, right, all got something that you could be playing, but most of the time those cards are just dead cards. Most of the time you don't really get to utilize cards like Evade and Copy, so they don't make it into my final versions pretty much ever. I don't think on the live symbol I've played Evade and Copy since like Vegas regionals. So absolutely a cool back and forth though for the match. We got to see that massive tape swing. I don't think it was really stealing that game, but that tape swing felt like a stolen game. It felt like Bakugo did all this great work, got this huge life lead, and then all of a sudden tape swing says, yo, we're tied, actually. Actually, you gave me too much momentum and we're tied. It didn't matter how much damage I dealt before, because we're tied now. And then, you hit the attack to finish him off. And then Bakugo came right back and did Bakugo things. Just drew a bunch of cards, cleared that card pool, kept that aggression up. Yeah, you kept top decking attacks, yeah. I mean, yeah, you had what, a 4 attack turn 2 in that game 3? So you got pretty much a damn near perfect turn 2. Didn't get punished for tapping out, and then got to slap down the Extendo Hair. So that's the blueprint right there. If you guys want to know how to play Extendo Hair Tiger, you just got a lesson. You just got a free lesson in how to play Extendo Hair Tiger. Draw your Electric Jolts turn 2. Play your throws. Get that guaranteed momentum. Turn your whole stage sideways. Get your sequencing right, too. Because there's definitely, in like a high-pressure situation... If you're playing around like a single card, there's definitely ways to fuck that turn up. I've definitely been there. I have been that guy. So we're into the overtime here. Let's see, how many people are left to report? Two games still. Still going. A lot of Mineta 2. A lot of Mineta 2. A lot of Tiger. I've actually seen... we had Tiger versus Mineta 2 in game 1. In round 1, I should say. And then I saw Zach Pasley was on Mineta 2. And then we ended up with a Tiger in this match. So... interesting what we'll get in our third round. I am iffy on sticky ball toss tackle right now, but I don't know what I would change it to. You know, I talked about in the very beginning of that match, I talked about how that's a card I've tried to play a bunch and how I'm down to just have like mono throws. But in round 1, we saw Tiger using engine boost. And engine boost was pretty cool because engine boost said you can use your once per turn to get a free momentum. Make it a 6 mid for 3, respond for +1 damage, and then it's 6 speed, so you get a momentum off engine boost. That's an option. You know, it becomes the kind of thing where I don't know if that's the slot I would use. Like, I would really want a 4 diff, right? Like, sticky ball, toss, tackle being 4 difficulty is pretty nice. That's a big part of it. I would say, have you tried Future Charge? Future Charge in Tiger can be less on the I get momentum side of thing. Oh, no, wait. What's, okay, wait. You're playing Order, huh? What's the name of the Todoroki 2 attack? What's that thing called? This is one, half-hot ignition. I see a lot of Tigers play half-hot ignition. Are you running this card? It's like another copy of Electric Jolt. Okay, yeah, okay. I was using half-hot ignition to have 8 Jolt-like cards, yeah. I see this one a lot. It's strictly better than Future Charge. But I've also seen Tigers that play Extend, Half Hot, Jolt, Future Charge, and Recipro Burst. And they're just so all in on Burst. Oh my god, we have 3 Tigers tonight? Mighty River Games, what's up? River's playing Tiger as well? Oh man. Oh my. Everybody's on. I've had a Tiger in all 3. I guess for the third round, we'll just have to watch a Tiger game again. I think Half Hot has a cool place because you get to do the whole trick of like it deals damage, I draw a card, it becomes momentum, but also it has breaker, so. Yeah, Tiger's just really, really sick. So. Hey, it's okay. My dreams got dashed by Asui 1 dot. So, my dreams got dashed by the only other Vegas player in the fucking event. I made it all the way to top 16 just to play my local, who wasn't even going to play in the event. The night before, Brandon Jones was like, I might just drop to play Pokemon. And then ended up fucking qualifying for Worlds. So, it was very much like a Cinderella story. So, I felt my luck just completely run out after that top 32 because, you know, I had to put my hands, or I had to put my faith in your deck failing, River. Like, I was just like, well, I hope they check poorly. I hope they don't just check a 5 to kill me through this breaker, because I was dead to rights that game without it. So You know, that was like I just spent all my luck factor and then had the worst games I had all weekend against Brandon Jones for sure. So, yeah. Yeah, that one was crazy. I could see Tiger being a day one deck for sure. People have had more time to iterate on it, and it does have like some ways to play around a lot of the common defensive strategies. But we did see in that first round where like a Mineta card pool clogging strategy, like having like a speed reset was a big deal. I think for the HLC, I think having like a clown card deck where you just have like really strong characters that are really good into specific matchups might be the way to go, which I think would be sick, but typically that's not how you play card games. You know, typically those decks aren't actually that good, but I think it'd be cool if you had like a water deck that's like ready to hate on fire and earth and water foundations, and then has like Mineta in the sideboard for decks that rely on speed, and then has like maybe Kamui in the sideboard for string decks or decks like Eraserhead who don't pump enough damage, you know? And then has maybe like, well, I guess you would be starting Asui at that point because you'd have to be playing the range package, so I don't know. It's really tough. There's not like a one-size-fits-all offense. Oh, it looks like the next round is up. I gotta see who we're gonna watch. Oh no, Nick's back. Let's see. Let's see who to watch. Devin and Zach, River and Nick. Oh, that's a Tiger. It's a Tiger mirror. I can't watch Tiger again. There's. Huh. Interesting. Check out table 6. Just so we see if we don't get a repeat. Oh, there we go. Oh, another Mineta, huh? It's just a Mineta kind of night, it looks like. See what these guys are playing. Whoa. Alright, well now my Discord just failed. I just got disconnected from Discord. Okay, there's Bakuga. Oh, we just watched. Alright, I'm gonna, if we're gonna get a repeat, we're gonna go to table 1. What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Are y'all okay with being on stream?
Yeah,
Sure.
Awesome. I'm gonna mute up. I'm not a judge. I'm not part of the game. Ignore me. All that good stuff. Alrighty. Let's fix the window captures. Bam. Not quite automatic, but it's not as big of a hassle as I thought it could be. Alrighty, so it looks like we've got Devin Bernier, multiple time teams champion of Universal Fighting System on Eraserhead versus Zach Pasley, potentially your first ever My Hero Academia World Champion, playing Mineta 2. So tonight was just Mineta and Tiger. This was just the 5-hand size order water show. Just some really popular 5-handers coming out tonight at locals. A lot of speed shenanigans going on tonight at the UnFun Fridays. Let me get this. that looks a little better. So Devin goes first, builds 5 cards. Zach goes second, builds 4. Some pretty good ones though. This is our first sighting of Spooky tonight, which means we get to do the Tiger trick as Mineta too. That also means it's Death Mineta, which I'm gonna assume means we have Gigantic Explosion, which means we have Fury, we have Howitzer Impact, right? Stun Grenade. A lot of good stuff, a lot of cool momentum generation for Death Furies. Devin opting to build twice. Putting that Erase sideways in the discard pile, which is probably illegal. I'd have to call Nilmerd. I would have to call Nilmerg up and snitch on Devin. Alright, so Stun Grenade comes down. Gets blocked because it is a mid-attack. Sorry guys, I had a message. A little distracted on that first attack there, but... Oh, I didn't change the round timer throughout this whole night. Oh, there we go. I didn't change the names for this round either. I got distracted, but we got Devin on top. And we've got Zach on bottom. Alright. So life totals stay the same, just a little poke action. A little more build out. This is a death versus death matchup. You're gonna see a lot of the same cards overall, but definitely a different style of strategy. Probably both on Fury, because Fury's just insane right now. Right? Death Fury is just the most pushed. Gonna flip a someone with style for this detonation launcher. Detonation launcher says if you and then the Mineta once per turn, of course, coming down. So detonation launcher says if your next attack you play, right, they have the errata on it, is high, you get a momentum. If it's mid, your opponent flips a foundation. So typically you always play a high attack after this. It's pretty rare to play a mid after it to get the flip effect. That one momentum typically going to do a whole lot more for you. But a lot of those high Fury attacks that come afterwards, or at least a lot of the high attacks, right, that you'd see paired with it, are combo attacks, like Gigantic Explosion, like Howitzer Impact Cyclone. So it'll be interesting to see. Mineta 2 ruining all the combos in the world. Well, I guess not all of them because of Capture Net, but gonna soak this 5 to the face, which means we did I wonder where we gave it the +1 damage, because we didn't pay for brute strength. I'm just gonna use the I'm gonna assume they know better than me though. I'm going to take him down to 26 life here. And then a high attack does come out next. Nitro, Explosion, Ignition, the XR from all the way back in set 1. Staying relevant with this Fury package. A lot of it because it just removes itself from the card pool. That itself is just, that's like that gamer move, you know, that's that card game economy where you don't even have to synergize with it or hit the response with it a bunch or whatever, right? You just need to get value out of it leaving the card pool. So now on Zach's turn, we're going to get a detonation launcher of our own. Right? We ate a couple of attacks to the face. We took that nitro explosion ignition to the face, giving up three total momentum, but might be able to get that back here with our detonation launcher. Right? We don't get our card pool clogged by Eraserhead, so this latent skill coming out, not getting Night Watch, to not having a cancel on board, allowing us to filter two useless, nasty gray cards. Nobody wants gray cards in this matchup. To find hopefully some better ones. -2 speed coming down, counteracting a little bit of that card pool stuffing action. But this is a pretty fast one base, right? Like, it's now going to be a 3-low for 4. So much more blockable, but still probably going to cost us a foundation or a stage. Hey, Damn Deal with the resub. Thanks, my man. Damn Deal's going to be joining me a little bit later. I was just trying to see if I could get him on to cast now, but I don't want to interrupt their game. Maybe in between game 1 and 2. Maybe in between, maybe in between games I can get you on, but I'm missing all the action here. We've got Gigantic Explosion coming in after the detonation launcher, giving us the free momentum. We're going to spend it immediately and get rid of a lot of these impactful foundations. Looks like Zach chose to get rid of Brute Strength, which is the majority of the damage pump for this kind of a deck, right? It is a big part of the death symbol. Devin Bernier has been harping about Brute Strength for months and months and months now, so sniping those out of the stage is a big deal, but Eraserhead has absolutely no trouble blocking whatsoever. Meanwhile, Mineta 2 is on a low foundation count and no momentum. So, we can block with this Apathetic because Mineta doesn't have a stage anyways. We got nothing we need to flip. Absolutely easy peasy. Yeah, Devin Bernier has been playing Death Eraserhead for months and months and months now. I don't even know if he's played a different deck. I genuinely don't. So Devin, with that Gigantic Explosion, chose to snipe Zach's Spooky. Now builds a Spooky of his own just to flex. Still chilling at 19 life. this is sort of the weakness of Mineta 2 without throws, right? You know, we have our momentum tutors, but we also want to spend that momentum. Zach gonna check another 3 here. Not looking too great, but not being put on a timer by Eraserhead, so yeah. Hey, save it for the podcast. We got the Shiggy 3 hype coming up. Yeah, I was really excited when I first saw that character, but I think the initial hype has worn down for me, so it'll be interesting to talk about that after UnFun Fridays on the Orange Card, Blue Card podcast. Alright, so Stun Grenade doing a little fishing, getting its speed reduced to basically nothing. You know, we're not too worried about the stun. Yeah, this is Mayonesa. This is Worlds Qualified player, Zach Pasley. Potential future world champion, Zach Pasley. And maybe one of the worst matchups for Mineta 2 of all time. I think the Death Mineta 2 deck is hype as fuck, don't get me wrong. But every time I play it, it's like, oh, did you draw multiple attacks at once? And your opponent doesn't have card pool stuffing. You know, and your opponent doesn't remove keywords. And, like, there's so many ways to interrupt it. It makes me wish I was just playing throws. That's just how it goes every time. So once again, another turn passes where Mineta doesn't manage to snag a momentum, doesn't manage to deal any damage. Now, Eraserhead having Trey Sheet Cape has a great long game setup. You know, has some modicum of throw hate, which there is none on this symbol anyways. So yeah, getting rid of Forcing Surrender is fairly interesting. Checking another Forcing Surrender. Not the most common play, but we can always just erase away that Mineta once per turn. So it'll be interesting if we get blocked by like a Cheerful Uppercut here. Right? Cheerful Uppercut doesn't just have the water symbol. It's got the death symbol. Yeah, you can erase this stuff, but it would come down to Death Mineta doesn't have sticky balls either, or Tongue Whip. So the only card pool stuffing was coming from the character. So it is what it is. You know, lose a card from hand versus lose a resource permanently and then flip one. You know, it's not too bad. The detonation launcher is going to come down. It's going to put us at 19 to 17. It's a 4 low for 5, I suppose. Which becomes 6 low for 5 with Eraser. I would imagine Devin is on at least 2. It's such a strong card. And we're not at a point where like, oh, if I draw 2 uniques, it's just bum. Like, I thought Coordinate Effort was never going to be a 4 of in a deck, and yet it certainly was. So I could easily see playing 3 Spooky. But I would imagine he's at 2. Could potentially ask him after the game. Yeah, so this has just been the detonation launcher party. This has just been det launcher after det launcher after det launcher after det launcher. Bevan gonna block once again. Staying at that perfect life total. Bullying this 5 hand size character. But we did get a peek at some Impact Cyclones. This could be a big turn for Zach. Zach might be able to pull this one off. We get a momentum from Detonation Launcher. We get a momentum from Impact Cyclone. We're going to be able to destroy a foundation to draw 2 cards. At the very least, give us some nice card advantage plays. Maybe drag our stage back into this. We don't have to commit to the other... I believe there's another Impact Cyclone there. We don't have to commit to that, but it would be pretty sick. Oh, and an Evil Gaze. Okay. He said you want to keep that beautiful little life total of yours at maximum. It's going to cost you your best foundation. Which, right now, it's what? Is it spooky? It's the unique? You just target the unique because it's unique? What do you guys think in chat? What is your Evil Gaze going to hit? Because I have to imagine Devin still blocks this, personally. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he still blocks this. Really interesting with the Evil Gaze. Do you pump some momentum into it, right? If you put like 1 momentum into this, it's half his life. Force him to have a high block. Force him to lose his best foundation, which, since you have 2 strugglings and you don't really make him flip stuff, right? And he's going to be able to unflip a single copy of something over and over. It's got to be spooky. You're probably not really going to be fucking around in Deadlock too much for snack time to mess with you. Yeah, there goes spooky. So now we'll see how many copies Devin's on, because he's had a couple destroyed now. See how far Zach can take this turn. We see another Cyclone. Is now the time to rip it off, though? I mean, if you just had triple Cyclone and passed them all, Racerhead might just be dead. Okay, let's see it. Checks another 5, running some set 3 cards in this Death Minetta. Some conflict of ideologies being checked, okay. Gonna get a 3rd momentum for basically free. You know, haven't hit Devin a single time and we have 3 momentum. Play 3 attacks, get 3 momentum. Seems busted. Also draw 3 cards. Draw a total of 5 this turn. Gripping some more attacks, but we're running out of resources. And Devin is still not being stressed too much on blocking. You know, these are still going to be... Oh, another Evil Gaze. Okay, what do you hit this time? What are we hitting this time? I like hitting Struggling, right? We picked up a card with the Struggling. You do get to unflip a Struggling with Trey Sheik, though, so maybe not the foundation, the resource denial that you're hoping it is. Like, someone with style, maybe if I was stunning more with, like, Stun Grenade. Snack Time is a viable option considering where our stage is at. You know, Snack Time is technically a viable option, but I imagine that's mostly for the Deadlock threat rather than the discard a card for stun. So it's not the worst. Looks like he opts for someone with style. Okay. So that, you know, someone with style counts as 2 foundations for the purposes of output, right? For passing checks. So I don't hate that choice. But we played 5 cards. We drew 5 cards. We destroyed 2 rival foundations, but only built 1 after that. So we did get 3 momentum. Like, the contour of this game has changed a lot, but 13 life with 4 momentum, a lot of these attacks have powerful, so it's not like you're just going to be able to sit here and rely on Mineta stuffing the card pool, right? You're going to get erased on any attack where Devin needs the speed. You're going to get erased if he needs to put that string together. Anyways. Daniel, why are you so... Daniel, why are you so obsessed with mill conditions? I respect the mill condition more than anybody, but it's just not... Because of the way cycling works, it's just not that big a deal here. Also, it looks like Devin has less cards in deck. It looks like Devin's potentially going to mill first. Yeah, we're gonna erase on the Grape Rush, effectively making Grape Rush just a very normal, not a cantrip attack. Hey, I'm a big fan of Mill too, bud, but like... but you don't have to go straight to the Mill condition. And it's so hard to do in this game. It's legitimately tough if people know what they're doing and the matchup's not like heavily skewed in your favor. It kind of is. It's kind of heavily skewed though. Damn. That's fucked up. I didn't even know Brandon Jones went to Pasadena. I thought he skipped that one. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, yo, man, do not get the Brandons mixed up. Do not do that. Don't put that evil on my boy. That is not it's not a mistake we can make anymore. So Devin hard blocking the Grape Rush, doesn't get to cantrip, eats the Breaker, plays a 4-diff Merciless Rush into it. But I have to imagine this one's not going to be dealing any damage either. Oh, Damn Deal's way out of the loop. Yikers. Finally, after all that, Eraserhead takes some damage. Devin Bernier going down to 14 life. And we're going to get the Excited for Blood. No draw trigger. Just going to decide to go straight back up to 17. Or maybe they did draw and he just did it all at once. Maybe he just did everything because he shorthanded it. But yeah, we're going to end up back at 17 to 14. So now, after one attack, Mineta has a life lead. Super busted, broken. Please nerf. Please nerf. Yeah, just pretty interesting stuff here. Finally, didn't get to erase everything the whole way. Ooh, okay, gigantic explosion. Okay, on a 7. We're in there. This is the other reason why the mill condition won't work. Both players destroying 2 foundations. Filling that discard pile back up. Alright, we're going to hit that combo enhance. Combo enhance says each player chooses 2 of their rival's foundations to destroy. This attack gets damage equal to the combined difficulty of all foundations destroyed this way. So, we're going to destroy a whole bunch of 2 diffs. We're going to destroy a bunch of face-up stuff. And we're going to get 6 damage that is not going to land, at least not in its entirety. We're going to struggling to pick back up the erase. So, yep, going to flash the erase for -2 speed. It's going to be slow as fuck. But maybe we don't have a high block. Oh, we don't have a high block. We're winning the block zone lottery after 5 turns of dealing no damage, of getting absolutely nowhere. And now Devin is going to have to cycle. So nice that we have an erase in our card pool. So at the end of the turn, it'll end up in our discard pile. But we're down to only 8 life. We've committed Eraserhead. We had to partial block. The breaker will save us. The breaker is going to prevent any further aggression right after we destroy 2 of our own foundations. But Mineta doesn't need foundations to block with. Right? We're going to have to sequence around the +2 speed a lot to block with nothing ready. But all that momentum, all that card draw on the rival turn, all that speed resetting, Mineta might have grinded his way back into this game after so many turns of dealing absolutely no damage at all. That's true. He can actually just get erased. Well, he has to pick up the erase on the first attack, I guess is what I was thinking. So he'll get 1 attack of card draw and speed reset. But even still, if Eraserhead wants to erase that often, right, to deny those powerful enhances, those are cards from his hand on his own turn he's going to have to spend. Yeah, just drawing additional, like if erase was limited to one per deck, like Spell Circle, things would be way different. Like Spell Circle literally comes back from RFG though, so maybe it's not that different. But if you only had 1 erase per deck, it could change things a lot. No erase coming down on offense, getting the Mineta once per turn. At this point, I would spend the momentum just to draw a card no matter what. Like, I think if I'm Zach, I just, like, for all intents and purposes, unless I have an EX, like, unless I'm gripping Merciless Rush, I might spend the momentum just to draw a card. Yeah, the 2 speed comes down. Gonna reset it. Gonna get the card draw while we can. Gonna get this free block while we can. Gonna cycle our deck. Who's looking for the mill condition? Who's looking for the alternate win condition? Is it Eraserhead or is it Mineta? Who's going to win the mill race? Mineta, too, when he does the once per turn on your turn and you build that card off the top of your deck, he's kind of milling you, right? Yeah, Mineta, too, draws less cards naturally. Stuffs your card pool on your turn and and you build off the top, so then you mill an additional card. Mineta too might be looking for the mill condition. Oh, okay. We're gonna block with a Merciless Rush. I don't know about that one. Oh man, Merciless Rush with all that juicy momentum for a sick EX finisher. One of the only ways to combat the Eraserhead speed reduction. Oh, he checked the price for piece. Damn, Devin is a Giga Chad though, actually. You can say he's cringe for not playing 80 cards to mill people, but he's mainboarding price for piece. And he's playing Impact Cyclone on an uncomboed 7 difficulty. So, I don't know. I think the mainboard price for piece makes up for everything. Committing your whole stage here does not make up for anything at all, though. This is looking like Mineta just completely turned the corner. A couple bad draws, a couple really like whack turns. We did get the erase out though, so is this lethal? Oh, this is lethal. Never mind. Devin had this in the bag the whole time. That's plus 12 damage. 5 high for like exact lethal. He'd have to have a +1 and block with a and check a 6. Never mind. We tapped out, but it was dead. Yeah. I forgot he had 4 momentum this whole time. The erase on a 5. Oh my goodness. The Chad moves. The true Chad moves. What has he got? A +1 block? Not a 6 check, though. Because Death, he didn't have the Bakugo Arrogant Disposition check. So, Devin Bernier gonna take game 1. Almost let it slip through the cracks. He almost punted that, though. He almost checked just bad enough to lose. Almost drew just bad enough to lose. But, in the end, Devin manages to bring it back. My goodness. All right, then. Well, while they shuffle up for game 2, I'm actually going to take a quick break. I got to run to the restroom. I'm going to let this play out for you guys. But I will be back soon. Let me know if the music is too loud. Alright, sorry fellas, I'm back. If you ever wondered why I don't stream full time, this is why. Fridays are super busy for me, and what was supposed to be a quick little chore became people coming home who needed help, became the cat getting out, then we have to go get the cat, became the neighborhood cat showing up, you have to feed the cat. Gotta feed all the cats, so I'm back. Let me get this life total situated. I'm assuming we're game 3. If not, this is going to end in a 2-game series, so let me double check. Yeah, there's less than a minute remaining in the round. So oh, I got a couple extra followers. Thank you guys. Thank you, Shinigami Rap, Curious Co. Oh, Tam raided me. That makes a lot of sense. It's a shame I wasn't here for the raid. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to stream full time, guys, and just play TTS games all day, but I just get interrupted too often. There's too much going on. But this is game 3. They're slugging it out. No foundations. That could be the cause of a gigantic explosion, or it could just be both players realizing if they want to finish this game, it's time to start playing some orange. No reserves. Oh, okay. Zach sided into a Eraserhead. That actually makes a lot more sense. That makes a ton more sense. So we've now got to duel over who erases whomst. He who has the first erase. Man, I'm really sad I missed this game now because of the... Now I'm really sad because I missed the Eraserhead mirror. Damn. Alright, so we do start off with the stun grenade, and then Zach is going to get the erase down to prevent Devin from picking up an erase, but it looks like the top card of Devin's discard pile is an erase as well. So both players are basically gonna take a turn off from picking up erase. It's kind of like who has 2 erases, right? It's like who has the first double erase hand. It's kind of how it goes. Yeah, they're duking it out. Yep, get the stun coming down. Not looking great for Devon Bernier. 8 life, not a lot, but we're slinging raw statted attacks here. Interesting. We discarded and drew. Oh, he mediated. He destroyed it. He destroyed it and drew a card because we did play the erase this turn. Yeah, force the block on this, right? Do we even need the +1 off tight lip? Okay, yeah, Damn Deal's calling it. Gigantic explosion after this. Oh, and we didn't full block. Yikers. Yikers without the full block. Also, we'd have to have a second erase, right? We'd also have to be able to erase again. Because Zach got rid of an erase. Devin got rid of an erase. Let's see who has an erase this time. Otherwise, they're both going to pick it back up. However, you can't partial block this one. And with the 1 extra card in the card pool, there is potential. I mean, you erase and you play another attack after this. I gotta feel like Zach gets this one. Man, I bet I missed an absolute banger of a game running around doing all that shit. Eraserhead versus Eraserhead looks a lot like the Momo mirrors where, you know, it's like 2 very good defensive decks all of a sudden just start punching each other in their mouth. Yeah, but it might be the only line available, Damn Deal. You might need to draw a third attack. Also, if Zach went second, we're in overtime, so there's 0 risk. If this is the final turn, there's 0 risk because we're in overtime, right? Okay, it was blockable. Nah, if he had Gigantic Explosion, he would have tried to play it. I think he picked up Impact Cyclone. You would sling Gigantic, check a 5 to win in that scenario. You'd have to. No way. Yeah. I don't man, fan your hand out one more time, Zach. It's because it's XR Impact Cyclone, I bet. XRs always look really weird on webcam. Yeah, he needed to draw a third attack. He went in with 1 attack, drew a second attack, and tried to get the third attack. If it was Gigantic, though, you're right. If it was Gigantic, it's pretty much a windmill slam at that point. Now, let's see what Devin can do. 11, not a lot to deal with. Oh, I didn't transition the... Boom, the health totals. Oh, Zach did go first. Okay. Yeah, so I wasn't sure on that one. If Zach went second, it was 0 risk. Now that he has... Oh, well, then Devin's just going to build out. I wonder if they know they're in overtime. I wonder... They might not even be in overtime. I left. They might have gotten some kind of extension. I don't even actually know. So I should not really comment. I'm not part of this game. Also, it's a local, so we want to see a winner. The fans are bloodthirsty. They're animals. Animals. But Zach was holding a lot of non-attack cards. And it's not looking like he drew any more. Yeah, okay. So, we're going to shoot off into deadlock in game 3 here. I guess you could build 5 and still not actually be in deadlock, but... Alright, Devin, bring us home. Bring us home. Let's see it. Devin Bernier has been playing Death Eraserhead for months now. He has been talking up brute strength. For almost a year, this man has been showing up to weeklies. He has been bullying children with Eraserhead. He has been taking their lunch money. He has been stealing candy from literal high schoolers. He has been throwing hands with 17-year-olds. Don't let this man side into Death Eraserhead and fucking beat you in game 3. Don't let this man become a lesser version of you and then bring you down to his level. You need to close this game off right now. Otherwise, I will never respect Death Eraserhead ever again if Death Mineta can just simply side into him. You need to show me who the real Death Eraserhead is now. Tam was a victim. Yeah, I heard that. I heard he got tossed around by Death Eraserhead. Zach's probably used to playing against fucking Devin's death deck in these UnFun Fridays. he probably cited Eraserhead specifically for the Eraserhead matchup. I can't think of too many matchups he'd side out of Mineta to win. Eraserhead is definitely one of them. Huh. Here you go. Here's the real Devin Bernier experience. This is the Death Eraserhead experience. Where is it? Just another victim. You hit him with the just another victim experience. Alright, back to this game. We got Nitro Ignition. Nitro Ignition Explosion deals the 4 damage. We've got Impact Cyclone coming in with the erase. So we had that double erase hand finally, right? Both players erased on the first one. Now we're getting an erase down on the second attack from Devin. That could be what makes the entire matchup. That could be the difference here in round 3. Game 3. UnFun Fridays. Best weekly. Longest running weekly, potentially? Arizona probably beats it, actually. Arizona's definitely the biggest, so... UnFun didn't get started super early, but I don't think they've missed a week. It might be the longest, like, congruent... Not congruent, but... It might be the longest consecutively run... weekly. If I can get the... Alright, so Impact Cyclone, Super Telegraph, something you always got to watch out for in these matchups. Not an attack you can often partial block. Once you're at a low life total, it's not hard to make this double your health. And you see some momentum being dumped right here. A little bit of extra damage going onto it. Looks like it's at 11 damage currently. Keeping that one momentum really makes me think that we've got... We've definitely got another attack coming in. We've definitely got something else. Otherwise, you would probably make this lethal on a partial if you had no other use for that momentum, right? Oh, that was capabilities. Doi. We actually have capabilities. I'm sorry. That's 2 speed and 5 damage from a foundation that we have. So this is going to get bigger. It's going to get faster. Right? We're gonna seal something with erase. Gonna remove it from the game. Okay, sealing a -3 speed off nothing to see here. Still not lethal on a partial block. Yeah, it is. It is a wild seal. Especially since I don't think we gave 2 speed off our character. And we allowed him to partial block. So I missed something. I was fixing the life totals. I think that's a capabilities and then we didn't powerful. But we have a Blast Rush Turbo. So we wanted to save it for that. Interesting. It was kind of a wild seal. Especially since if we don't erase here, excuse me, if we don't erase on response, he's going to get the -2 speed with nothing to see here. It's just 1 more speed than that. So, because this is not going to come down to speed, this is now going to come down to block zones. He is just checking to see if you have a low block. And that's not different whether you seal nothing to see here or not. It's not going to change anything if he gives this -5 speed. You know? If he gave it -3 speed instead of -2, it's just not going to matter. We're going to attempt to draw yet another attack off our own mediator, thus proving that it's not about stats, it's about block zones. There's a potential that that enhance erase was just to mill an additional card off the top. You know? There's like some gamer vibes where you think maybe if there's a 3 here, I can fail this, right? And then I have a higher chance of having a 5 left in my deck. But of course, if you do check a 5, you have a higher chance of checking a 3. So like, you have to be a real mathematician to figure that one out. And it would have to be... I guess it could be a 5 diff and we check a 5 and commit our character. Oh boy. Give it stun 1 and 1 speed with snack time. Yes, there is a lot of things we could have done better than draw off Mediator. He might have forgot. He might have just forgot to draw 2. Like he was planning to do that, and then, you know, little mental misstep. It is statistically better to commit 1 and draw 2 than it is to... Yeah, we also didn't remove that on the first attack, right? We could have removed Nitro Ignition. Since this attack doesn't need that powerful 2, you can discard a momentum for 1,000,000 damage anyway. And the fact that Zach hasn't scooped it up yet... Uh-oh. Devin really taking his time in this final game of the weekly. Yeah, this has been a wild one. Got the low block. Can't check a 3. Checks the 5. Did we not? Oh my goodness, Devin. Oh my goodness. Hey, River won. Did River go undefeated? Alright, Zach. Come on, man. Come on, this is the time. Don't let us down. Hey, congrats, River. Okay. Well, Tiger's pretty tight. There's a lot of Tigers being played tonight. A lot of Tiger, a lot of Mineta too. A lot of Eraserhead, technically. Healthy amount of Eraserhead, although, albeit out of the sideboard. Okay. I love this from Zach, right? Stun Grenade's a good one to start off with. Get the erase down, get the draw 2. Probably the only attack in his hand is the Stun Grenade. So, forcing, you know, making sure that Devin cannot use Spooky or Eraserhead to pick up a mid block to get out of this. Especially if you're going to whiff on the Stun Grenade. Oh, you're going to whiff on Stun Grenade 75 minutes into the match? Come on. Yeah, we're going to commit nothing to see here because there's nothing to see in this match. No, what? Okay, I guess. Gonna make it lethal on a partial. Okay. Yeah. And he couldn't pick up the mid block, but he can now Spooky. Oh, he had the mid anyway. Oh, checks a 3. All right, did Zach draw another attack? He had to. Gigantic Explosion, this motherfucker, please. No, he didn't. That's an excited for blood foil. No, he didn't. Oh my goodness. Ah. Devin had to go let the dogs out. That's how bad. That's how tragic this is. Mans drew 9 cards, flipped 3 and whiffed. These guys are killing me. This is why people don't take Eraserhead seriously. Every tier list, we put him way at the top of the tier. On paper, he fucks with the few characters that are like also at the top of the meta. And then Jiro comes along, gets second place, fucks on every Eraserhead on the way. Every Eraserhead fucking... Every Eraserhead just absolutely drops all their spaghetti trying to do their math and stay out of deadlock. They run into Kevin Broberg and get milled out. Who's we? I guess content creators. I guess people who do tier lists. You know, I didn't respect Eraser at first. I didn't believe the hype really. Or like pre-set 1, like in spoiler season, I was like, you should play nothing but Eraserhead. He's so good on paper. But I was overvaluing speed back then and like undervaluing coordinated effort and just like the block zone lottery. Like Kirishima 1 was just so much better than Tape plus Eraserhead was. Then I didn't believe in it at all. And then it seemed like a decent check to Asui. And then I played Sports Festival Stadium with Danky in Orlando, and I lost all respect for Eraserhead forever. And then when set 3 was going to drop, I was like, well, he's the only one who messes with Asui's tempo, and he can keep Tokoyami off Summon Dark Shadow, technically, but, like, it's just not enough. You just have to be on point with, like, every attack. We saw Devin for so many turns in this tournament take no damage. You guys saw it on my stream, you saw it on Tam's stream. He's been so good at defending that life, you know? But even with all these statistics back and forth, he just had to price for piece of new hand, Jesus. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Why would you form? Did he not have any attacks? He's in deadlock. You could just name a Fury attack and go get like multiple copies of it with the deadlock enhance. Hold on. Am I tripped? Zach is in deadlock, right? 1, 2, 3. He's got 5 face up, 4 face down ready, and 3 face down committed. Yo, if he had one attack, he could just name a Fury attack that's in his deck still. Maybe and he just cycled. Maybe you'd have to get at least 2 attacks to make it worth it. To do it that way. Man, I'm really curious what he discarded. If he had literally no attacks, it makes perfect sense, right? Price for Peace got Forcing Surrendered. He used Forcing Surrender to get rid of it because despite all allegations, Devin Bernier is a Chad. He's a jobber, but still a Chad. Okay, capabilities time. Hit the erase, check a 3. Come on, plus 5 speed. This is going to have 2 from capabilities, 2 from Eraserhead, 1 from itself. This is it. This has got to be it. This is too fast. It's too fast. It's lethal on a partial. You can't check it. It's 9 low. Please die. Oh, yeah, Zach freezing up. All right, there we go. We got the handshake. Congratulations to Devin Bernier. You did not clown your way out of being able to play Eraserhead. I'm gonna duck in. I'm gonna see if I can't get an answer from Devin on what was in his hand. Let me get a winner interview here.
You killed me. There was like the turn where you got me low. If you played the gigantic explosion instead of
For some reason, I was thinking that you potentially were gonna block it. I was like, maybe if I play both of them, then you're for sure dead.
Hey, fellas.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask a real quick question for the stream. I got you live on the Twitch here. I wanted to let you know that before you kept talking. Devin, when you used the price for peace form, did you have any other attacks in your hand?
Not a single one.
Not a single. Okay, because I was speculating on the deadlock in hand. So, all right, I'll let you guys.
Oh yeah, no, I was so I had 2 cards left on my deck, so I drew them and went to cycle. I saw one of them was price for peace. I'm like, oh god, please let me get any attack.
Okay.
Just please, for the love of it. And then I didn't hit a single one. It's like, well, at least it's got a form.
All right. Well, awesome game, guys. I'll let you get back to it. Sorry to interrupt. I gotta set up the podcast.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right. Yeah, so not a single attack. That's just how it goes, man. That's just that's how it be sometimes, I guess you could say. Oh man, that was crazy. All right, let me see. I got Damn Deal coming up for the podcast. Let me shoot him a quick call. I'm gonna have to do some futzing about here on camera. Y'all are gonna get some behind the scenes orange card, blue card.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm chilling, brother. There we go. Okay. Whoa, your face is huge on this stream.
Oh, is that? Did you zoom out?
No, this is on me. I gotta fix it. No, don't do that. That's gonna make it harder. I still got Zach's info. Oh, there's the cat. That's the real star.
Bill?
The actual star of the show. It's the content we're here for. Cat content. Yeah, I almost persuaded my cat to join us actually.
And the neighborhood cat.
Yeah, and the neighborhood cat. That's what stopped him. He was coming into my room and then he heard the neighborhood cat coming up. And he got all upset. Like, nope, can't let anyone else eat for free.
As you do it, you're gonna run out of food if he doesn't fight that cat off.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's so sad too because like at one point the street cat, his name's Archie. Archie used to follow our cat Monk around. And I for that's gonna be an issue later. But so he used to follow Monk around and it was like a younger sibling, like following their older sibling around, right? And they just he didn't want anything to do with him. You're only gonna get my video from the stream, by the way, unfortunately, because I started streaming before I called you. That is how it is. I hate to say it, but anyway, yeah. So Archie used to follow Monk around, and Monk would try to avoid him. He would try to lose him, and then eventually, once Archie got big enough where they could tussle and fight, they just started to tussle and fight. So, it was really sad because at one point we thought we were gonna have two little cats that live in our garage and hang out. So
maybe they'll get too old to fight one day.
I think we're about there. I think at this point Archie's just old enough. He's 5 or 6 if I had to guess now. Gosh, that seems so long. Maybe it's only 4, but Monk's definitely 6 years old, 6 or 7. And Archie's probably 4 or 5. And he's bigger than Monk. So he's at the point where he's just kind of over it. I think he's already chased off all the other cats. I don't see any other cats in our neighborhood anymore. And I think Archie's just tired of fighting. He has succeeded in becoming the neighborhood cat. Monk is safe in the house, and his saga is over. He's just here to eat.
Oh man.
So, all right.
Who's his favorite character in Step 4?
Archie's.
Yeah.
Night River. Thanks for playing. Have a good one.
Good night, River.
All right. I don't know. I'd have to assume that Archie's favorite character would be Toga.
Why Toga?
Because at one point, Archie was excited for blood. He was down to fight every cat. He was down to fight any other animal. We had to separate him. That was a big part of feeding Archie and taking care of him was making sure he doesn't fight other cats. I watched him get jumped into a cat gang. No joke. He was hanging out with a bunch of other cats and had to fight them all, but then instead of hanging out with Monk, he left with them. It was the weirdest thing I'd ever seen in my life. I thought I watched a crazy cat ritual happening.
I can't think of a joke.
It looked exactly like someone getting jumped into a gang. So, all right. You got the list of Set 4 reveals? It's open in...
I have them on UVS.
Yeah, they have the. Oh, is there a set 4 tab on UVS?
Yeah.
Oh, it just has all the. Oh, okay, that's even better. Sick. Okay. Oh, there's way more than I thought. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, someone spoiled the whole. No, they didn't spoil the whole star deck. I thought for a second. All right, that's a ton of cards.
Wait, what's the starter deck?
The star decks are all for
Oh,
one
all
versus
for
all
one. Right.
Yeah. Okay. How am I gonna do this? I think. Can I? Will that freeze you? That freezes you. Hey, move around. Okay, you're moving. That's right. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna pop a window up here. Yeah, damn deal with the full water jug, the full gallon workout jug.
I'm taking my my training seriously.
Yeah. You're starting your anime training arc. Is that what's going on?
Yeah. I'm like trying to not get like I'm like hanging on a cliff and like Jiro's like blasting her sound waves at me.
Jesus. I mean, I need to get. COVID was supposed to be that for me, but it did not work out that way. That's my biggest regret. It's not having the training arc over COVID.
Overkill.
Yeah. That would have been like the smartest thing I could have done.
I didn't even know about the game until
Until COVID.
yeah, until like the second pre-release.
No.
I was like, oh, it came out. I ordered the cards like 2 months before that, and then they showed up one day.
Wild. All right. I'm gonna pop a little window up here on the stream so people can follow along with us. I guess, do you want to do all the cards? Do like every card that's on there now? They're available. All right, we can do that.
This kind of Tim Keefe's niche, though. I'm gonna step into it.
Yeah, I mean I've wanted to respect the niche of content creators, but at some point, like, you gotta just let people do what's good to do. Because if not, someone's gonna disrespect niches, and then they're the bad. You know what I mean? Like especially.
I'm just getting
You're not gonna tell Tam not to make some kind of content, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna say some like hot takes, and then Tim is gonna make a prediction about how the card's actually gonna do it, and he's gonna be completely right.
You're right. All right, I'm gonna hit record for the actual podcast here and do a silly little intro, so that way I can upload these two things like independent of each other later. But you're ready to go. Chat's ready to go. All right, let's do this. Hello. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Orange Card, Blue Card podcast. Once again, at a special time this week, I have another Arizonite with me, so instead of Thursdays, we're going to be on Fridays. I'm joined once again by Dan Nelson. Dan, thanks for joining me.
Hey Sam, thanks for having me.
I've had you on the podcast a couple times, and as one of the best performing new heads out there, I wanted to get your thoughts on the set 4 reveals. I think that's the number one thing on most people's minds, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I mean, the name of new heads only is Shiggy 3 heads only right now. So
Shiggy 3 heads. Well, I'm a Shiggy 3 head technically.
We'll talk about it.
Technically, well, what I need from the New Heads Discord isn't access to it. I have, despite teasing you about it, I've probably been the only person who actually respected that. You wanted it to stay free of old heads. Like when Phil Birch was trying to sneak in, I was kind of like, "Hey guys, it was funny until like you actually snuck in." You know, it was like a funny.
You did?
Yeah, for like a minute. It was a funny bit to change our names, but
oh my god,
it was really obvious though. He changed his name to actual new player Bill Furch or something. So like, it wasn't like that mischievous, but either way, what I need from the New Head Discord though is not access. I need you to post somewhere in there for any new heads who want to talk about the game, who want to be a guest on the podcast, to get in touch with me, because People want to know what it's like to be a new player. That new player experience is super important to growing the game, and it helps us approach things in the future. Because I've had new players who get upset at the Doom posting, and they get upset that like old players aren't super excited for things, because a lot of times these cards look like a watered down version of an older card. And you don't want to just say, oh, well, this is bad, overly dramatic, or, well, this is a bad version of an old card, right? So we need to recontextualize the way that we talk about the game if we want it to succeed. And getting information from new players, getting their takes on things can only help that.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes they print, good spiders and dragons too. So.
That card was already good. Why? Oh, why did it have those symbols? There's so many things. Anyway, so let's not talk about set 3 cards. It's time to talk about the future and talk about set 1 cards. And so I have up on the screen here, I have All for One. And All for One does fall into this category of being like a mishmash of old cards. But I'm going to try and do my best not to really talk about that aspect of it. Why don't you read All for One out for us, Dan?
All for One gives your non-throw a damage for every 3 foundations in your stage, up to 5. He gets to commit and discard a momentum to wall cling and attack. And then at the start of the combat phase, he gets to do a little cycle card from momentum to hand and then hand to momentum.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, at the start of either player's combat phase, he can add 1 card from momentum to hand, and then add 1 card from hand to momentum. So first thing that stuck out to me is if you have no momentum, you can just add a card from your hand to momentum at the start of your turn, which pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that he can shuffle in momentum effects like for free at the beginning of a turn, because I think that besides Electric Jolt, and then to a bit of an extent, Zero Grab Barrier, there have been a ton of momentum effects that have made a big impact, but this guy might make some of those playable of these symbols.
Yeah, it's a shame it's not reveal a card from hand and then add it, because then you could just add Electric Jolt.
I forgot it. It's face down. Never mind.
Yeah, but it is. But you're right that with like a card like Electric Jolt, he hits you with Electric Jolt, then he commits something on your turn, and then on his turn he just picks it back up and plays it again, right? So,
yeah, that's way worse though. I thought those you'd be able to like barrier people, but
yeah, well, he does have 2 symbols for the DLC Denki 2 Foundation. I think it's High Voltage Personality or something like that, Electric Personality, where you get to block with a charge attack. I think it's charge or stun, because those are his keywords. But you get to block with certain attacks like Electric Jolt, and then they can go straight to momentum. So you can get some crazy kind of card movement, even if those haven't been the most popular cards out there. He does share 2 symbols with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Another thing that might be really important is he's a 6-hander that has an E-commit discard 1 momentum defensive ability. But it's really good against effects like Electric Jolt, and it's really good against quite a few, I would say like a lot of the mid-tier characters. Like a lot of the mid-tier characters are like characters that do well, but only 1 or 2 people are playing them, will have like offenses based around dealing damage. They'll have offenses based around like Electric Jolt for Denki 1 to pop off his once per game, or another once per game like Sero. Like this is like some built-in protection against Sero 1. So I don't think he doesn't have anything like immediately pressing to like defend against Jiros or Kirishimas, but he does have like a lot of you're not gonna get me with a fluky matchup energy.
Yeah, I think it is tough though if he struggles to like Jiro and Tokoyami if nothing changes, because I don't really see this guy doing much to Tokoyami at all. No real way to defend, and then all the offense is kind of stacked later in the game.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty tough. And then it's pretty tough to really speculate because while he can fuel these abilities without any on-face card advantage, we're going to have to be looking to get a lot of extra cards, and these symbols aren't the best. Chaos has some suspect draw with, cards like Struggling with Studies for defensive recursion, a card like Chivalrous Competitor lets both people draw, so not the best. Void has like draw on your own turn with like Ida cards, and then Evil just has weird card draw with like Excited for Blood and maybe I guess like a Dropkick Slicer. What are the other draw effects on Evil?
On Evil, I'm not sure. You have Frigid though on Chaos if you're gonna lock yourself into ranged a little bit.
Right. Yeah. So like offensive draw. Yeah. So pretty interesting. Pretty cool stuff. Is there anything really to say about the damage pump? It's kind of generic. It's interesting that it's max 5.
Yeah, if he survives like into the late game, I mean, putting 4 or 5 damage on your attack for free seems pretty nutty.
Like
on every attack.
I just sorry to cut you off. I just want to say, was someone really afraid of him having 18 foundations? Like who play tested this and was like, gee guys, I only got to +4 damage this game, but I could see this in a really long game being an issue if he's adding 7 damage to a single like.
Maybe that's just where they want to establish like a ceiling for the future, you know.
Man, they could have put max +5 on Jiro. Fucking
yeah. They could have put max. I don't think max +5 on Jiro helps, but
no, not really.
I did like my first thought when I saw this guy was with one of his attacks later, wanting to just play like a 4 attack deck and just like max defending and then putting everything on a one shot.
Yeah. So one thing I did think about was like with tape swing. If you know your opponent can't defend a tape swing, you get to keep adding it back to your hand.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you just actually grind them out.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that they could just probably pressure it out of your hand, though.
Oh, for sure.
At some point.
Especially
that's the tough part.
Especially since in our 4 attack deck, we can't possibly put 6 damage on it, so.
Yeah.
It could never. But it is. Tape swing is not a throw on the void symbol that wears the damage pump that they figured was good enough to put non-throw on. So.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I'm like excited. I don't think he fits in the meta, but he seems like a really fun locals deck.
Yeah, I think what it is you get to do some really cool stuff with cards you want to use. Like if you want to build a deck around a specific card, like a specific attack card, and and it's like a reliable attack to deal damage with. Again, the only one that really comes to mind is Tape Swing. Then here's a deck for you. But we do have some of his kit, so maybe our opinions will change before we levy any like heavy judgment on his meta relevance. Let's look at least at the cards that they gave us for his kit, because there is more than just him spoiled. And his first attack is Air Cannon Blast. Air Cannon Blast is a 4 difficulty +2 mid block, 3 mid for 4, 3 check. So all very average stats, all very, very schmedium. This is Electric Jolt stats, right? Almost pretty much, I think every starter deck just has a 4 diff, 3 mid, 4. But it's ranged and stun. It's got stun 1 on it. It says, enhance if this attack is completely blocked. Your rival commits 1 foundation. So a little bonus stun. And then enhance if you have more foundations than your rival. Add 1 foundation from your stage to your hand. And change the zone of this attack. So, obviously having lots of foundations is good for all for one. But now if we have more foundations than our rival, we get to debuild 1 to change the zone, which Maybe he's got a foundation that does something cool from the hand or when you build it.
Yeah, I mean, on face it seems like kind of a non-bow.
Right.
I like the top enhance, I guess. It would be cool if you get to target commit, but I guess that's too much of a dinky cosplay.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Also, letting Denki have that would be a little schnuts.
Yeah, and yeah, the stats are just really what's kind of killing this card for me.
Yeah. I mean, even if Denki could commit 2 target foundations, does he play another Jolt just to do that? Like, you'd have to be playing so much damage pump, which, in all fairness, All For One does have some sick damage pump. You know, turn 2, not turn 2, but turn 3 after 2 turns of building. Very easy to get +2 damage on it, not hard to get +3. At 7 damage, you have to start respecting attacks, even if this is incredibly easy to block.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that I'm gonna respect very many 3 mids. It better say something like build 4 on it.
It's kind of like, so this is maybe unfair, but if you look at a cards from set 1, and we're comparing it to Jolt a lot, we're comparing it to Denki 1 skill a lot, but if you look at Passing the Torch compared to cards that are E-commit draw 1 card now, like Exhaust Exclamation and the really bad one from from Endeavor's starter deck that requires an attack to deal damage, it's Copium. The Copium draw card.
Yeah.
It's almost like they said, okay, Passing the Torch, not what we want to do anymore. Passing the Torch, way too good. So let's make like a lesser version of that, right? Like, let's make a more hoops to jump through. So I think Air Cannon Blast is what Hardened Jab should look like. I think Air Cannon Blast... Yeah, Air Cannon Blast is like, if Hardened Jab was made now, it would be like a 3 mid 5 stun 1, right? Or, you know, it doesn't build an additional foundation type of a thing. That's kind of the vibe I get.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because theoretically, picking up a Flipped Excited for blood, picking up a one-time use struggling with studies or whatever foundation you flip to reuse, like tape, theoretically that should be a good enough bonus to reuse. But it comes with the hoops that you have to have already flipped it, you have to have already committed it, you have to be able to rebuild it. So it's like a tempo card in a game that doesn't really reward tempo too often.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of that Monoma attack that picks up a
Copy
Harden. Yeah,
Copy
I think
Harden.
that's a more reasonable Harden jab too already, and like that, like I like the stats on that way better.
Yeah, Copy Harden's an off zone. It becomes higher damage. It starts with higher speed. It doesn't have any hoop to jump through. It just does it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I do think that there are some cards that are pushing set 1 power level. I just don't think this is one of them.
Right. This is more like this is definitely like intentionally nowhere near it, you know. This was like intentionally made not to be able to compete with a card like Jab, in my opinion, or Jolt, either one.
Yeah.
Still, if you play this in a starter deck experience, this card's probably really cool. So, like, if you're gonna play like a way slower game, a way slower experience, this card rebuying stuff probably a cool experience though. So I will say that.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's move on to another +2 mid block. It's Impact Recoil. This one's interesting to me. The first time I read it, 4 difficulty, 5 mid for 2 damage, which are scary stat lines, by the way, especially when your character pumps damage. And then it's got Breaker 1, and it's got Response, commit 1 foundation. After you block with this card, build it face down. So you kind of get like resource neutral currently, but you get an additional resource later. And it has enhanced discard 1 momentum. It gets 4 damage. So not super exciting on its face, I don't think, just because the stats are kind of all over the place. But it is, again, like this interesting sort of tempo style card where it might not be doing anything super flashy right now, but it's definitely doing a lot of things in the right circumstances.
Yeah, I like this card a lot. I really like the response.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the breaker. I don't know how to feel about this, like the speed and the damage, and the momentum ability. I think it's interesting, but
I think it does.
I like.
Oh, go ahead.
I think I like this as kind of like a pseudo. I like this as a defensive trick, like clearing your card pool, breakering them. Like that's neat.
Yeah, it does lend a little more credence to Air Cannon Blast, right? Like again, the Star Deck experience. You can like set up an impact recoil to be recurred later, which is pretty neat. It's the kind of thing you can fish out of your momentum. So like if I poke you for a momentum and it goes, I pick it back up. It can be like a fun little mini game with that sort of a thing where I'm slowly chipping away at you and I'm still getting that resource, but now I also have this cool block response. It'll be interesting to see if he has anything that rewards him for clearing his card pool, because he's not really on those symbols, but he has abilities that are very similar to previous characters that did clear their card pool. So it's kind of sad to me that it doesn't have the good symbol, it doesn't have the air symbol, and it's doing like, it doesn't have the earth symbol, which I guess also did a lot of this stuff, but it does have the void symbol, so it's got some Kirishima influence, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could play like this and Frenzy on Void and just like have tons of attacks that build themselves down to pick up with Jab later.
Yeah.
It seems pretty neat. I feel like I'm gonna be not blocking this a lot if I ever see it, but I can't think of a deck that it slots into right now. But I am looking forward to not blocking this attack.
I don't really see anyone who like super abuses this right off the top of my head. I will say if this had a tiger symbol, we saw a lot of tiger tonight in the UnFun Fridays local. It's a very popular character, but if this was like an attack tiger could play, I'd be super down with it. Like 5 mid for 2. It's another innocuous pseudo cantrip. If I block with it, it's totally fine. Like getting momentum is like the main game plan of most tiger decks. So like in a pinch, this can be something that you lob for like 6+ damage. So this one is gonna be really interesting. When this card is the reason you end up losing, it's gonna feel really weird.
Oh, true. I think Selkie, like this card is great in Selkie because it doesn't really matter if it's low damage. Like Selkie's whole point is to try to hit you once, and so having something that's really fast and a slam, and then also a decent defensive trick on Void. Like I think that's interesting in Selkie.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of like if you have an obvious poke turn, I just get to build an additional foundation. Yeah. I do think that you have to be pumping damage to run this. I think your character just has to have like blanket damage pump onto it to really want to see it, because like for example in a Dobby 1 deck, it comes in at 5/5. That's pretty good. That's about as good as a 4/7, I would say. So it can wear stats pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, in a character that gives free momentum, like a Dinky 2 or Selkie.
Right.
I mean, you use the discard. It's a nice outlet.
Yeah, like definitely gonna be in a deck that wants to accrue advantages over a long game, which I think All For One kind of fits that mold for sure. And then can just convert these resources when necessary. When you leave yourself open, it's gonna feel, like I said, really weird when this is like, oh, it's a 6 mid for 6. I'm just getting domed, So I just can't afford to deal with that. So yeah, I think this will not find a home for a long time. But I bet like set 5, this card comes out of nowhere and there's a character who blocks with it super well.
Yeah, for sure.
Next up, we got one of the cooler arts I think so far. Kinetic Booster Orb. It's a +3 high block, 4 difficulty, 1 mid for 4. Charge and range, some of our favorite keywords in this game. It has enhanced commit 1 foundation, lose 2 health. This attack gains stun 3. And then all for 1 response. Card pool flip. After your rival draws a card, draw 1 card. This card's cool as fuck.
Yeah, the response, the response flip, it's kind of similar to the the wind guy card from set 3, where whenever there's that response flip, can you play it when it's the active attack?
You can, as long as it's in the card pool. You can play it after you block with it.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a big sign. Like, do all your card draw now, because I have to flip this attack over in order to use this response on this one.
Yeah.
But on the next one, it's free.
Yeah, it's like clearly tuned to be a setup card, and like the stun 3 for being 1 speed is kind of like, it's gonna put your opponent into a lot of situations where they're gonna be forced to block this because they won't be able to block very much later. And so it'll be really interesting to see, like, if they don't have a breaker 2 or if they don't have cheerful uppercut on this setup attack, you'll probably get put in the doghouse pretty fast. I do think committing an additional foundation and losing 2 health is a bit much, but I still think the card's cool enough overall that it makes up for it, and it's fine if starter deck cards are like a safe design.
Yeah, I would be so down with this card if it was a low.
Right, if it was just an off zone, right?
Yeah.
Like if that breaker 2 or that uppercut block that you're now being forced to kind of pull out earlier than you might want to, was something that only partialed, yeah. I was just thinking myself where if this could block Tiger Punch, or Cat Punch, not Tiger, Cat Punch, if this could block Cat Punch fully, I'd be so down, because you'll put it in the card pool, then they'll draw a card, then you'll flip it and draw a card. So I also do think that the card pool response could have been done with anyone, because if it was just a regular generic response, this would actually make Mina Ashido 2 seem somewhat playable.
Oh yeah, neat. I do think, I mean, with All for One, this can perfect block the Tiger Punch, right?
Cat Punch is a 2 mid. Oh, I guess with you, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's not a perfect block, but it is a. It's not a complete block, but it is a super block with his enhance. Yeah, I'm down for that. Like, you just want to send like a 4 mid Cat Punch, and then I'll block, you draw, I draw, we're all happy.
Yeah.
We're both playing Desperate
like
Times.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, we both play Desperate Times, and like you flip it, and I commit 1. I flip Desperate Times, you commit the flipped Desperate Times. It's an amicable exchange.
Yeah, seems very fair.
Yeah, this card super duper fair. I imagine the commit 1 foundation, because of the way deck building works. I mostly see this being played on Chaos because of the keywords, because it's just a better symbol right now than the other two, really. But also because if you get a card like Friends with Animals out, you get the 3 diff for Coda out, and then you at least get this to be like a respectable speed, You start putting.
Oh, you can play this in Nezu.
Yeah. Okay.
Nezu, and then you play Chivalrous Competitor, and you make them draw a card.
Well, you won't get the response.
Oh, yeah, you're not All for One. Oops.
Yeah, I do think the card would be totally sick if anyone could do the response, but as a 1 mid for 4, it's probably not actually going to see some play. But this could be like a draft bomb. Like if you play in like Nick Reagan's Cube or something, this could be like sick for your deck.
Well, I do keep an eye on like the charge range combo in Chaos, because it lets you play Frigid Heatwave plus Double Jab Pummel, which I think is like neat for deck building.
That's what I'm saying,
Like-
man. Those keywords make me think it's gonna be played. Like those keywords just make me think like Ochako 3s are or Ochako 3, Ochako 1, sorry, are down to stun 3. Like most Ochako 1 decks, I think we can run one copy of this with a straight face.
Yeah, I mean, it probably like the other charged ranged cards aren't. They're not all amazing right now. Like you could probably swap out one or two of the present mic low attack that mills for speed.
That's an underrated card, by the way. Vocal Discord.
Vocal Discord, yeah.
That's
Like that's a decent card, but I could swap out one copy for a stun 3.
Right. But that's like it's a card that is scaling speed, low zone for 5 damage. Like again, like if this was a low, if Kinetic Booster Orb was a low, like it could I would play more than one copy of it, right? But I think it'll be like a sick one of.
Yeah, that plus Vocal Discord plus 1.3 million would be such a disgusting charge range package with double jab and frigid and everything. Yeah, that'd be gross.
All right, let's move on. This is probably going to be the one of foil. This will probably be the card you only get one of, I think, in the starter decks if they continue to do that trend. Why don't you read out ultimate combination for us, Dan?
Yeah, 6 div 3 check, 1 mid block, 4 high for 7. Fury, powerful 4 punch. Gets to enhance build all foundations discarded to pay for powerful. And then enhance get 1 speed for every 3 foundations in your stage. I love this card.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a real closer. This is man, all you have to do is get some amount of momentum. That is
You don't have to do that. You can play the action.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you probably still need some momentum, but
yeah, I like that this card is just kind of nuts for pretty much anyone to use as like a powerful 4 that gets 2-ish speed minimum, like for most decks trying to play a 6 diff at least. But it is really neat that nobody better than All for One probably sets up the top enhance, right?
yeah. I guess Dinky 2.
Yeah, that's the other one, but Denki can't play
Oh,
powerful.
but no, you can't. Yeah, you can't play powerful, so.
Hilariously, so here's how you play powerful in Denki. Hilariously, you can play Living Up to his example, and then discard 1 card for 4 damage, and if it was a foundation, you can build it.
Yeah, this was all at the action.
With the Living Up to his example as a firstie, you could do that with Denki too. So I do. I don't know if that's like gonna be a meta combo, but that's definitely something to look out for. And if you're playing a 6-hander, like
why not?
Yeah, you get to cantrip it. So I'm here for.
Yeah,
this
just
card.
build one from hand for free.
Yeah.
While you're cantripping, powerful 4. Yeah, that's a sick combo.
There's also, if you're using Wealthy Aspirations, if you're using, I think Charged Up puts any card.
Yeah.
So Charged Up, you can, if they start making, like, more foundations that do stuff in momentum, like,
There's a Dobby card that puts, like, any cards into momentum as well.
Are you talking about this one? Forced Quirk
There's slight
Activation?
delay, hang on.
Oh, yeah. Forced Quirk Activation's a unique that adds any card.
Oh no, there's a Dobby attack, right? From the last set.
Spiral.
Yeah.
It's like Flame Spiral. Yeah, so there's more and more ways. Like Home Run Comet, Charged Up, they're almost all in Chaos. Flame Spiral Punch or whatever. The one that's not Twisting Azure Inferno. Or the one that destroys things. He actually has 3 attacks now, so yeah. So Chaos symbol has quite a few ways to start jamming foundations into your momentum, and so I'm excited for this to be the kind of thing that replaces the unwavering / hole in my heart.
Yeah. How can I play this in Tokoyami? That's the real question.
After a Summon Dark Shadow, that's how.
Yeah.
I've added a more momentum focus to my Chaos Tokoyami personally. After the most recent ban list for like your repeatable damage and stuff, and how I need like better high blocks and stuff like that, I've actually added some charged up. I've added like more uses for momentum. I started using plus ultra mainboard with Tokoyami. I went up to 4 copies of Twisting. So like I could see myself playing 1 copy of this in Chaos Tokoyami right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm mine's a little slimmer. I don't have the charged up in there, but so I don't know how to get a foundation.
Hilariously, I think charged up makes the deck much slower. Charged up makes the deck really weirdly paced, but it is an angle people don't expect when I play it against them at my locals. So.
Oh well, it's that one. The big Tokoyami player at my locals was playing Chaos Tokoyami with like 3 charged up, like 3 wealthy aspirations, and then ending on home run comet. So.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And then of course the fire version that won Omaha was like using nitro ignition and plus ultra and stuff like that. So.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know how many people are gonna really want this card like in their finely tuned deck, because you're gonna be turned off by the idea of not getting to use that top enhance to do all the fun gamer things. But I think this is an absolutely excellent finisher for any character that can pass this check, for any character that puts speed on things and gets any amount of momentum, because if you told me it's a 6 high for 7 and 2 momentum makes it a 6 high for 15, that's just solid, man. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, I love seeing dunks on ragdoll symbols.
Yeah.
Since you can also give 4 speed to something.
That's another foundation we can add to our momentum and do funny stuff with.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then I think what's going to be really funny is what a lot of them remove, thankfully, but there is a few foundations out there that are adding themselves to momentum, and so you could definitely see like some. I think it's Void has the like the wind or whatever, where you end up dealing damage. You add the card to the momentum. You play ultimate combination. You rebuild it after paying for powerful. You deal damage. You add it back. You get to play another like home run comet or something to fuel after it. So there's a lot of really cool things that like fire neurons in your brain. It's just going to be whether or not you can actually achieve it on a 6 difficulty.
Yeah. True, but like this is the first 6 diff I've seen where I'm like, I feel like this could actually be worth the 6 with the right package.
Yeah. How much you want to bet this was a 2 check at one point?
I know this was a 2 check.
Yeah, I could see. I'm pretty sure this had like better stats and was a 5-2 or something. And they were like, you know what? We don't want to put a 2 check in a fucking starter deck. Let's just not do that to people. But like,
yeah, I mean they don't need to like
Yeah, but like the top enhance definitely makes me think 2 check worthy.
It's definitely cool. Like I'm excited for like the All for One himself with it, but I think like this is also just like waiting for a critical mass of like getting some foundations in your momentum to become insane.
Yeah, again, it's one of those things where like I'm always afraid of like attacks that are really good when you play them in succession with themselves. Not only does it just feel kind of lame when it's the same attack over and over, but it's also just kind of rough when it's like the best thing to follow up an ultimate combination is maybe another ultimate combination.
I guess, I mean, you don't get to, like, you have to sequence the powerfuls kind of carefully.
Yeah, you would just have to have foundations that just add themselves to momentum or add other foundations over and over.
Oh, okay, I see. If you're gonna loop them, yeah. All right,
Yeah.
let's.
Like
It has been Crow and Frog. Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's gonna be, it's the kind of thing where again, there's not too many And I think the only one on Symbol that really adds itself is Like the Wind on Void, which requires like specific keywords to hit. But it is the kind of thing I could see getting out of hand when you like double front beat down somebody with this like twice in a row. You know? Or even just like play it in Pixie Bob. Right? Like just Pixie, like you play this home run comet and then another like ultimate combination, home run comet, ultimate combination, kinda legit, you know? Not the most taxing.
For sure.
So it'll be interesting to see for sure. Also, last thing I'll talk about with this card, and it again, Chaos is just so easy to look at. These other symbols probably have crazy stuff too. First day of class. You play home run comet, first day of class, add first day of class to your momentum, and then you get to rebuild it after an ultimate combination for next turn. Like, not bad.
Yeah, there's lots of little like 2 attack poke turns with it that let you do some really cool things, kind of like doing some Momo card action.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see this one. I don't think I'll actually feel that bad if I lose to this card compared to a card like Home Run Comet.
Yeah, it's got a high cost to include in your deck. It's definitely like a build around, not like an auto include.
Right. Let's move on to Behind the Curtain. It's a 2/5 +2 low block. Enhanced commit. Look at the top X cards of your deck and put them back in any order. X equals the number of copies of Behind the Curtain in your stage. So that's kind of crazy good if you actually get multiples out. Response once per enhanced step. After you discard 1 or more momentum, your attack gets +1 damage. So that bottom response is something I've been kind of waiting for a while. But I didn't think it was going to be once per enhanced step, which is still fine, though.
What, you thought that it could just be response after you discard momentum gets damage, so you could like EX powerful and get 2 damage? You think would be better?
Basically, in the past, to be an old head about it, there was a card where every time you discarded momentum, you could make a control check. And on a 4 or higher, you would get 1 speed and 1 damage. But it was really tough to have a bunch of momentum and have a bunch of momentum outlets on the same attack. And so a lot of the time, it was just check a 4 for +1/+1, which was like, you know, pretty good. And the decks that could build around it and take advantage of it were really good offensively. But if you survive those turns, they usually ran out of gas. You know, they usually didn't have the momentum gen to keep doing stuff. So momentum has gotten a little easier, I think, since then, or it's at least more of like specific characters' focuses, I guess is a better way to put it. But at the same time, like, this is the kind of card that I think Denki 2 was waiting for.
Yeah, I feel though as though like the aggressive decks like Ojiro, Jiro, Tokoyami kind of gatekeep decks that rely on momentum a lot as a strategy. Like Jiro likes momentum for sure, but she can definitely make some fast and kill you without it.
Or just tutor it herself with home run combo.
Yeah, or just make it. Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't know how like dominant momentum strategies are going to be as long as that's kind of the pace of the game. But like the top ability, I'm really glad that's not on Jiro symbols.
Right, which is kind of weird thematically, mechanically, but flavor-wise it makes sense for this crazy scheming character. So I think it's kind of rough. This would have probably been really good as a 1/5. But as a 1/5, maybe too good. I don't know.
Well, I think evil is kind of hurting for low blocks, so you don't really mind. You know, like there's a lot of evil characters. You might want to just stack 4 of these for the low block, and you could be okay with it because the spam's pretty decent on evil.
Yeah, it's potentially pretty good. I think the only issue I really have for it is like if I have 3 copies of this, the likelihood of me using the ability on the enhanced commit 3 times is super low. But even just having like 2 down is super valuable.
I think you would only do the enhanced commit once.
Right.
But that I still think it's okay if you have a way to manipulate your deck, like you have draw. Then I think that's where it becomes great.
Yeah. Overall, this is a really cool thing when your deck can keep using it. As far as like repeatable +1 damages go, it's right there with everything that's worse than Revel in his masterpiece. Like since we got rid of Stronger in Darkness, right? 2/5 has been the standard for repeatable +1 damage effects. So this is a cool.
Yeah, when are they gonna put repeatable +1 damage on a 0 diff?
When are they? Is that what you said?
Yep. Yeah, when?
Never again, hopefully.
Rip.
They were at least 1 difficulty in fucking standard. Like, come on.
I don't know. I mean, committing your character is a high cost.
Okay, well. Speaking of a high cost, Forced Quirk Activation. This is a 2/4 unique foundation. Enhance or remove, add any card you want from your discard pile to your momentum. So that's pretty solid. It does feel a little tacked on compared to the bottom ability, though, which is Enhance Destroy. Choose 1 enhance ability on a rival foundation. If your rival does not play that ability as their next enhance, they destroy that foundation. What are your thoughts on this card, Dan?
Yeah, this is really cool. I like this better than Wearlight. Like
Better than what?
Wearlight.
Never heard of it.
You get to instantly pop any Deadlock foundation.
Pretty much, yeah.
You get to instantly pop any destroy foundation, like a foundation that has a destroy cost or a remove cost. You know. It just has so much like point and click. It's gonna be. This is a sick card.
Now, I'm curious how the ruling is going to go. Because I have a feeling that if I pass for my next enhance, I don't blow anything up. Because I didn't play another enhance. It was not my next enhance, but my next enhance never happened.
What's the ruling about Shinso? Oh yeah, you don't have to discard a card, right?
Right.
So yeah, so you just keep skipping.
So if you pass, so effectively, so Wearlight was cool because it forced your opponent to pass. And I think a lot of the times with this card, people are going to choose to pass and get effectively the same outcome. But it's going to be a little confusing, and it is a higher cost. And it's also a 4-check instead of a 5-check because despite what they say, Jasco Games hates defense. So it's a way more interesting wrinkle maybe than Wearlight, but I think a lot of times people are going to misplay this card and be upset about it. But I don't know what the ruling is going to be, but I have to assume it will mirror the Shinso ruling.
You mean they're not going to expect their opponents to be able to pass?
Right. They're going to say their opponent's going to pass and they're going to go, okay, cool, destroy your foundation. And they're going to say, no, I don't.
Yeah, that I mean, there are lots of attacks that, like, especially on Void, maybe Chaos. I don't know about Evil, where like Reciprocal Burst, like a Reciprocal Burst deck, you know, there are times when you have to play an Enhance to survive. So
yeah,
I think that it's good in those situations where you get to guarantee value out of it because your opponent doesn't want to just like take 12.
Right. So the other thing that'll be interesting is like if I pass for my next enhance, and that's just like verbalization. I don't know if that's like literally how it works in the rules. Maybe Nilmerg's awake. We can get a guest spot. But if you pass your next enhance, then your rival plays an enhance. Then you play an enhance. Does it have to be on that foundation or not? Because like,
Well, I'm pretty sure it has to be that specific ability.
well, that's just it, right? It's like, does your next enhance mean the next time you have priority, or is it the
I
next
imagine-
enhance ability you play this enhance stuff?
Yeah, I imagine it has to be the next enhance you play this enhanced step, or else first enhance, like the ruling around that would make no sense.
Right. So I don't think so, just off the top of my head, but I don't design the cards. I didn't make the rules, right? Like my initial impression is that my next enhance is the next time I have priority to play an enhance, and passing enhance is one of the things I can do during my next enhance. But I think you're right, if only because it just makes more sense that way overall, and it works better with first enhance the way you said.
If it's the first scenario that you talked about, I mean, just rip the card in half. I don't think it's playable.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I'm pretty sure next enhance has to be next enhance ability you play. Otherwise, letting you get out of it by passing and then playing one later doesn't make sense, right? But I could see it being that way, but that's only because next enhance sounds like next priority and like, you know, next time you do a game action. But they also used to have passing as like one of the actions you could, like one of the like passing used to be a form that you did, which ruined other stuff, so they made it not a form you could take. Like there's form abilities, there's playing cards as a form, and then there's game actions that used to be forms. And passing on playing a form was a form, which didn't make sense for obvious reasons, but so yeah, anyway.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So yeah, the bottom enhance has a lot of baggage included with it. Let me know in the comments below. Let me know in the chat how you guys think it works on reading it the first time, because I think it is that you can pass to not destroy the foundation, but if you play another enhance that is not the enhance listed, it does destroy it, even if you passed. So, excuse me. Anything interesting about the top enhance? It's just forcing the card, right? It's just the magician's trick. You just force it.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously feeds into the 6 diff pretty well. Like you just get to you're just kind of replacing the foundation at that point. If you have the 6 diff to play.
I like this a lot because it adds electric jolt to my momentum. I'll be honest.
Oh yeah, that's pretty. That is pretty sweet. It also adds to the barrier.
Right. Yep. I've been waiting.
That's great.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's great. Sorry.
I've been waiting for an effect similar to this. Like, there's like we were talking about earlier. Like Into the Wind, there's the Bakugo one where it's like after attack deals damage, charged up after an attack deals damage. There's all these things that are like conditionally adding stuff to your momentum, usually at response speed after you deal damage, but this one just forces a card. So there's a lot of combos I have to revisit. There's a lot of like card synergies and combinations I need to revisit, because back then I said, man, I wish I could just enhance commit, but this is removed. So, you know, I'm like, I wish I could just get a different card or play it with a different attack lineup or et cetera, et cetera. This one is open-ended enough that it might enable some of those shenanigans.
Yeah, it's also on symbol with fair multiple. Not to spoil too much, but
yeah, with Echo.
Yeah.
It's also on symbol with Viscous Lunge. It powers up Viscous Lunge and cards like Sludge. So it's right there as support for those as well.
Yeah, lots of cool things.
Now we have the last All for One card. Kind of weirdly named. Mastermind Revealed, but in the art you can't really see anything, and he's still wearing a mask, so I don't really...
Maybe it's like the first frame that he was like pictured in the show. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really get... I watched up until the end of the All for One fight, And I didn't understand anything about All for One, so maybe that's his real face. Maybe that's his quirk. I don't know.
Actually, underneath, it's just All Might. That's the spoiler. Sorry.
If you had told me they were brothers, it'd make perfect sense considering the writing.
Right.
So here's an interesting 2/5 ability. Enhance Flip. If you try to block this attack with a foundation, your check to block gets +3. So that's kind of cool. Enhance Flip for -3 speed that can't be fucked with.
Yes.
Kind of nice, kind of tight. Kind of weird to be on a 2 difficulty, right? But the other ability is Enhance Flip. Look at either player's momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I'm Snap playing this in Eraserhead, right? I've been kind of low on Manly Passionate Guy. Even though the card's really good, but I think this in conjunction with Manly Passionate Guy is so sick.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I thought you were replacing it.
No.
Interesting. Yeah, I think this one's kind of weird having a 2-diff that is very situational for trying to block is kind of rough. I mean, 3 is a lot for a flip. Like, it doesn't commit like the like a lot like the all the other -3 speed cards. So and it doesn't get hit by resets. It doesn't get fucked with by a speed reset. So there's definitely avenues to play this. Are you playing 4 of? Are you snapping 4?
I don't think I can't snap 4 of anything except like Spooky. My Eraserhead deck.
You playing 4 of a unique over this.
Yeah. I mean, I'm playing like 4 of everything that touches speed because of Spooky in my void list. That's not really a tenable strategy this format because of seizing.
Right.
And no void on flip. So.
But you know what you can do? After you flip it, you can add it to your hand.
Oh yeah, that's
awesome. That shit.
Yeah, it's the fastest unflip.
So that was gonna be something I said was if you could add a foundation to your hand defensively, this could be really sick. Especially like, oh man, if you could play Kirishima 1 with rescue completed and this card, automatic high block, Tokoyami and Shambles.
Yeah, isn't Void? I mean, Void is on symbol with Lineage, so I mean it is a low block, but
yeah.
And then like it's on symbol with Manly Passionate Guy still. You can do real cool things with Kirishima 1.
Yeah, Mill Kirishima 1 coming to you set 4.
That's already a deck. Jellyfish is my favorite list.
Well, I guess you got to play 4 jabs, but yeah.
Of course.
I think this card is really unexciting on its face, but then once you actually start blocking with it, and you actually start sculpting your hand around having some foundations, and like you said, if you're utilizing Manly Passionate Guy, which is one of my favorite foundations in all of My Hero, I think this card pulls its weight more than it doesn't. It's not exciting, and it never will be, but it will produce for you.
Yeah, it's. I think if you are building a deck and you find all of your foundations are having like +3 modifiers, this can kind of throw you a bone. Like it can let you play a more powerful foundation lineup with worse block modifiers, and kind of help you out in that regard.
And those one with nature decks that sit on You're So Obvious and stuff like that, like now it's not so uninteractable in the sense that, they can't just like protect their speed while plussing to your block mod. You just gotta fight over the block mod.
Yeah, for sure.
So probably better than it looks on paper. Expect to see people trying this card out.
Yeah.
But now we've got the big boy All Might 6. This is All Might 6.
Do you mind if I take a quick breather before we get into the All Might package?
Yeah, absolutely. That's fine.
Alright, sorry, I'll be right back.
No, you're good, man. Oh, we have been at this for a minute. Dan, I think got off work right as the UnFun Fridays was ending, and I've been live for over 5 hours now. So half of that I had to run around and do my own errands, but I'll just get started with the All Might 6 while he's taking a breather. We got the cat cam. Love the cats. So All Might 6 is all good in order, which I'm excited for. I've wanted to see what order All Might can do for a while now. And he is 627, which I'm a little surprised we didn't keep getting 30 health All Mights, but, you know, that doesn't need to be his theme, I guess. And it's Enhance, discard the top card of your deck. This punch or fury attack gets X damage. X equals the block modifier of the discarded card. Oh, he brought the cat. He's so smart. He understands internet content. The poor cat. He's just like, put me down.
He's a ragdoll, man. It's fine.
Is he? Okay. I've never seen a black ragdoll.
He's not a real ragdoll.
Oh,
He's just that's just how he acts.
I had a friend who went out of his way to get ragdoll cats because he loves the idea of them just being a total pillow in his hand.
Just sacks of meat. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to watch a ragdoll cat grow up in real time pretty much. I was over at his house constantly, and it was so nice. I miss that cat. I don't get to see that cat every day anymore.
Rip.
But, damn, I'm so jealous that you get to have your cat just sit in your lap now. I've tried to do that with Monk so much, but, like, Monk wouldn't let you pet him. Like, okay, the first time I ever met Monk, I got out of a car, walked up to him, and my dad's like, he's super friendly with humans, he'll let you pet him. I'm like, yeah, right. And Monk just walked up to me, sniffed me, and just started rubbing up against me and, like, you know, flopped down in front of me and rolled around on his back. And it was so weird. But he won't let you pet him for years. You could pet him like 3 times and he'd get all upset at you, you know? Now he's come around, he's a lot more snuggly, but he's still very specific when he wants to be petted. And he doesn't like to be picked up at all. But I have trained him to sit on my shoulder, so...
Does he like to be Carolina smashed?
No, he doesn't. But I can walk around with him on my shoulder like a pirate, so it's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Alright, let's get back into All Might 6. I had started a little bit without you, but we finally get the order All Might, and he discards the top card of his deck, and the Punch or Fury attack gets X damage, X equals the block modifier, so you imagine 2s and 3s a lot. And then Enhance once per turn, remove 1 momentum, add the top card of your discard pile to your hand. You get to fish for some cards to add. And then response commit, after you block an attack, draw 2 cards, and then discard 1 card. So, he's got a lot of really generic card gamer abilities, and it honestly reminds me a lot of like a Dragon Ball Super character.
I never played that game. I do think it's weird to print like a card draw All Might, like when we have Smash Might. And spoiler alert, there's 4 Smash attacks coming up.
Yeah.
Like Smash Might probably just draws more cards per game than this guy.
So all the All Mights have always drawn cards. That is his gimmick.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
All symbol is supposed to be the card draw symbol. All Might has all in his name, so he will always have the all symbol, and he will always draw cards, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I've never put that together. What is the baseball All Might draw cards with?
After your attack deals 6 or more damage, draw 2 cards once per turn.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So every All Might has had some form of card advantage or some ability to draw, and they've all had the all symbol. So, you know, it just these seem like very open ended, very generic to me. So like, after you block an attack, draw 2 cards and then discard 1 card. I can't understand like a flavor reason for that, which is why I think it reminds me of like a DBS character, or like it reminds me of like a Flesh and Blood character a lot. Is like it seems just like a very generically, here's what this here's like a very good card game ability, like, you know what I mean? Like this would be a great 1 mana spell in Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, they just had to print one more All Might to get to All Might 7. I think that's why they made this guy.
Yeah. Well, I think he's a pretty good starter deck card, and as far as like, so you got to compare like All for One's experience to All Might's experience. All for One is like slowly, steadily growing in power, and he gets to like reuse stuff from his momentum to get his advantage. Whereas this All Might is just going to be slinging it at you from the beginning, and he's going to be encouraged to play the game more by his block response. Like, that block response is basically there to say, hey, All Might should also block.
Yeah,
like, this is a great character.
I wish it wasn't. What if it was not a commit?
What happened?
What if it was not a commit cost?
If it was just once per turn?
No.
It was just every attack? That'd be nuts, because then you get to stay card neutral. You get to stay resource neutral.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That would be awesome, I agree, but that can't be allowed. They won't even reprint Templar into my hero. I don't even get to draw 2 cards and gain 2 life when I block, so...
Yeah, I mean, you're paying a cost, you're clogging your card pool. That counts.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, this is just like a super generically useful All Might that teaches you about all the different game zones. Like discarding the top card of your deck, what a block modifier is, what using momentum is for. You get to fish, you get to have a little bit of RNG fun, and then if you block like you're supposed to, you get to cycle through your deck a lot more. So I think these 2 characters against each other are going to be a ton of fun. This character actually probably has tons of legs as just like a generic vessel for slapping damage on good cards.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if the defensive trick of like commit, draw 2, discard 1 is enough to survive like hyper aggro format.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, but like I think the enhance is pretty cool. Especially if there are ways to like manipulate the top of the discard.
I'm a little sad he doesn't like commit rival foundations because he's Order All Might. I was really hoping that he'd have like some targeted committal, but there's a ton of that in the game already. We don't necessarily need more of that like on a character's face. This would have been nice.
Yeah, I think I like the targeted committal. I would like some more targeted committal on like defensive characters, kind of like Sero 2, where a targeted committal on an offensive character that just like stacks free damage and gets to selectively draw cards.
If it can't be fixed, said non-character effect, or like if Mineta 1 was targeted or didn't cost a life, like there's a lot of minor adjustments. Like I would have played, it's so sad because I hate the character so much, but I would have actually played Mineta 1 like out the gate if like 1 or 2 things were just different,
Well,
like
I think that a lot of players are considering Evil Mineta 1 for Worlds, so you might end up seeing it.
No, that's a meme. That's a Jacob Johnson meme because he just signs up as Evil Mineta 1 and never plays it, and then he played it exactly once.
I don't think you're right about that. I think that there's going to be about 10 to 12 Evil Mineta 1s showing up.
Day 1, that'd be hilarious. Day 1, maybe, but I'll see you in Vegas. I'll be there. If that actually happens, I'll shake your hand and then beat you up because you willed it into existence. All right, let's move on to his attacks because he's just like there's not much to say, right? It's milling cards. You get to transmute a momentum into card advantage. You get to turn a block into resource neutral filter. It's solid. I think it's a great character to learn the game with, absolutely. And I think just on paper, face to face, him and All for One seem like they'd be good to play against each other.
Yeah, I mean, smashing Nomu though, like in Smash Might, is pretty sweet. Like finally having the low block smash, and then I think the stats on it are pretty good when combined with the +2 damage or +2 speed, and then the top enhance.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah. Very interesting. And then he gets to keep the Fury keyword going, which is kind of nice. So let's take a look at his attacks that got spoiled. So we have Carolina Smash, 4 div, 4 mid for 3, +2 mid, 3 check. Not super exciting, but it's got a lot of abilities on this card. First, it's Breaker 1. Then it has EX2. And then enhance, if the top card of your discard pile is a foundation, this attack gets +1 speed and +3 or +1 damage. So then if you milled a foundation, you gotta figure you're gonna get at least 2 damage from that. So this being a 4 diff that pumps itself, and with All Might 6, it's probably gonna be like a 5 mid for 6, 5 mid for 7. Not too bad. You throw EX on it to make it a finisher. But it also has a deadlock ability to target, destroy a foundation, which I guess these symbols really needed this.
I mean, not order. Not really.
No, that's the joke. Is like the all in good symbol don't have a ton of stuff to like touch other effects, you know, to mess with rival foundations. But they had some pretty good deadlock threats on like weapon keywords and things like that, and it had some pretty nasty stuff that people haven't been running. But this is pretty cool, like especially for Smash Might. I do think like what you were talking about earlier, since so many of these cards have Smash, they look so much better in Smash Might. Having a breaker cantrip block is so tight.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I wish they would not print as much deadlock enhance. I was at locals yesterday for the first time in a few weeks because I've been like traveling and stuff, and there were like 6 new players, which was really cool. But I heard this guy talking, and he was like, "Can I just not play anything?" And I look over, and he's playing Eraserhead, and he has 10 foundations, and he just doesn't want to go into deadlock. I'm like, so this person would rather just not play a card and stay at 10 foundations than go into deadlock. So, like, I think that goes to show just the amount of deadlock games that happen versus the amount of non-deadlock games. Like, people are just really scared of it.
I could get into a whole tangent on deadlock. We should probably not talk about it because there's the two sides of deadlock are it punishes you for actually playing the fucking game and them not letting you get out of it. Like they force you to. They printed a whole cycle of 1 divs, half of which are fucking putrid awful, to give you an excuse that you shouldn't go to deadlock, even though that's not a fucking excuse. And then the other aspect of deadlock is you just get randomly bopped by bonus text on already good cards. Because no one is playing this fucking card for its deadlock.
Yeah.
No one is looking at this card and going, man, you know what my deck really needs? Not EX, not Breaker 1, not a 4 mid for 3. Like, it really needs that deadlock, destroy 1 rival. Like, oh my god. And that's not even really that sarcastic. Like, because of how good it is and because of a matchup where you could guarantee going to deadlock, I could see people citing it on these symbols. Because your lineup is only on punch cards, and you know, pull no punches just isn't quite doing the trick, right? So you just need more deadlock threats. Like, I could legitimately see it. It's just feels so wrong because you're playing cards in your main deck for their effects, and every deadlock is just fucking tacked on. So. Then on the other hand, you could be like in a scenario like Nick Reagan was in the provisional that I went with Asui, where he had 0 deadlock in his deck, and then I just went to like 17, and he barely didn't kill me. And if he had like any deadlock the entire game, I'm pretty sure he easily would have won the match. It warps deck building in such a weird way, and like that symbol didn't have good deadlock. Like that symbol didn't have legitimate deadlock for that deck. Like it's always tacked on. It's always some extra bonus. It always seems so random. Like in the I don't want to get started on Deadlock. I'm already started. I need to stop. So this card is really cool though. This card is neat. It would be way better if the bottom enhance was just actual text you could use most of the time. And then maybe said if your opponent has 11 or more, also destroy one or something. I don't know. But this could have, it could have easily been that the bottom enhance is if the top card of your discard pile is an attack card, commit one Rival Foundation, and if they have 11 or more, destroy it instead.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Like, they could have easily made this like something that fits the symbol mechanics, and then also just becomes upgraded in Deadlock. So it's not a dead fucking... It's not dead text 90% of the games. And then the one game where you do get to use it, it's oopsie daisy, you lose. Like... yeah, I could let them know how dumb it is forever, dude. And they're just never not gonna print it. They could have made the choice to stop printing it, like, after set 1, and after set 2, and after set 3, and it's just not... I don't know. Tim Keefe is going to stick up for Deadlock at least once a year, and it's never going to go away. Anything else you want to say about Carolina Smash, Dan?
No, I think that's the final Smash I have to say about it.
Okay. Speaking of Final Smash, this is the 6th difficulty. I don't know if this will be the one of foil card just because it's 6th diff, but it certainly looks very similar to Ultimate Combination, including the really gross, poorly drawn arm on it. That's his right hand, but it looks like it's supposed to be his left. I don't know. Final Smash. Why don't you tell us about what Final Smash does?
Yeah, so it costs 2 less if your rival has 8 or more foundations. It's a 6 high, 3 check with a 5 high for 6 stat line, 1 mid block. Fury Punch, and gets to manipulate your discard pile, putting the top to the top of your deck.
Yeah, you get to add any card from your discard pile to the top of your deck.
Okay.
This card is scary as fuck. This card seems like a generic aggro beat stick, a Wunderbar, Wonder Kid, like a 4 diff, 5 high for 6 that guarantees my next check or guarantees the card I want to draw on passing the torch symbols. This card seems actually kind of bonkers.
Yeah, do you just play this in Tour 2 on good and play 4 cheerleader, try and get them to 8 foundations, and then just only play this as an attack once it's a 4 diff?
Yeah, I mean, you play this in probably just about anything that can afford a Fury or a Punch attack. Jiro probably doesn't need this on any of her symbols, but I feel like I'm playing at least 2 of this in almost every all deck I've played. I played a lot of all decks. I would never get married to the weapon keyword. It's always a mix of Fury, Punch, and weapon, and this is the kind of card that makes me just stick to one of those. Stick to Fury or Punch or, this is the kind of card where it's your opponent can't survive under 8 foundations against most decks. Unless they're turn 2ing you, they're gonna have 8 or they're gonna get absolutely destroyed by medium stat pump,
Right. And I mean, on all of these symbols, there's ways to draw the top card of your deck. So you can it's a 2 you can set up your check to be good, or you can draw any attack in your discard pile. It's kind of like a specialized sound waves light.
Yeah. I think in the future I would really want this card to have remove the next card you check from the game.
Remove the next card you check from the game.
Yeah. In the past they've had effects similar to this, and that's what they put the clause on to prevent you from abusing the same 6 check. Or back in the day, there was a card where when you check it, you draw a card. So to prevent abuse like that, they put the next card you check is removed. So I just really don't want to see someone check a single fucking Bonza friendship and then just go attack, final smash, attack, and they just knew that the middle 3 were guaranteed,
Or just specialist to sound hey, I'm gonna reveal an attack. Okay, I'll draw that one. I'll put the specialist to sound back.
Right.
and then I'll keep looping with other Spinal Smashes. Like,
I'm gonna start my turn with a specialized sound waves. I'm gonna draw Final Smash and put a 6 on top. And I'm gonna check a 6 on Final Smash, and I'm gonna check a 6 on the next one. It's
yeah.
that's the deck I want to play. Seeing this card, so I think it's a little degenerate, but it doesn't do much else. It's just the beat stick.
Right.
So
Yeah, it's just efficient.
And it's not turn 2ing it. It's usually not turn 2ing it at least, but 7-handers will probably have 8 foundations turn 2, so.
Yeah, I mean, I probably play this in like All Might 2. Like, I think it's very playable in All Might 2.
Absolutely. Like, interestingly enough, if there was ever a card you really needed to mill during an attack, you could use this to set it up.
Yeah.
You know, this sets up Destined for mainstream, right? Like you said, there's so many ways to draw cards on these symbols.
Right.
So many ways to get this. I think this is a card to watch out for, actually. It's a +1 mid block, so it slots in really easily. This one doesn't look super powerful, but this is going to be the card where, like, your brand new local who doesn't even know what all the keywords do just fucking pumps it in your ass twice in a row at your locals, and you're just like, huh, I guess Deku 2 is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think like this plus specialized sound waves, like there's just so many ways to like go infinite with a very light setup that makes this it's going to be annoying when your opponent's like chaining 6 checks like you said.
This is going to make me like start releasing on attacks I don't care about. Like, this is gonna make me feeling cute on your attack because I know you play Final Smash and I have to live at 7. Like you were talking about the Toru 2. I just live at 7 foundations against that character, and it just hasn't bothered me, you know.
Hell, do you play this in Momo on good or all and like just manipulate your checks for
gross.
This card is actually so sick in Momo. You have to go to 8 foundations against her. I mean, you're not killing her on less than that.
That's so gross. Oh.
I can't wait for Nate to Walt to do some illegal things with this card.
Fucking quick creation decks just got so rock hard.
Oh yeah.
I hate
That's
this.
awesome.
You know what's really fucked up?
What?
Shares 2 symbols with heroic inspiration. You want to talk about removing a card after you check it?
Yeah, that +2/+2.
Yeah, +2
yeah,
or
awesome.
+2.
I thought it gets both.
It gets one or the other. Oh, if it got +2/+2, people would have just jammed 4 of it all weekend at Nats and actually won games.
Are you sure?
It's 2 speed or 2 damage. If it was 2/2, people would lose their mind over it.
I have been playing that it's 2/2 this whole time, and people have been playing that it's 2/2 against me this whole time.
Wild. Overflowing Power is 1/3, but it's a 4 check and doesn't share symbols with this card.
Right.
I would play the fuck out of this with Overwhelming Power in a heartbeat, but yeah, I'm playing Heroic Inspiration now. That's one of my favorite pet cards. You play Heroic Inspiration with Gravity Capture Net, or not Gravity, but Create Capture Net and Momo shit. We're in there.
Yeah, I just played against that yesterday.
Yeah,
and I thought it was really cool.
We're gonna talk
strike deck.
We'll talk this card up, and then the format will stay so fast that 8 foundations is unattainable.
Absolutely.
Plus Ultra Smash, another card with plus Ultra in the name, and another card with Smash in the name. This time rocking that +2 mid block. 5 diff, 5 mid, 5. Mwah, gotta love those stat lines. 3 check, first enhance. If you have less foundations than your rival, unflip 1 foundation. So all for 1 wants to have more than you, and I guess All Might wants to have less than you. And then response card pool, commit 1 foundation at the start of the end phase. Add this card to your momentum. That's a cool ability.
Yeah, that ability is disgusting. For sure, being able to block with it and then just stuff it in your momentum at the end of the turn. Like they better commit you out. The first enhance I don't know how to evaluate. If it wasn't a first enhance, it would be crazy good. As a first enhance on a 5 diff, seems a little bit worse. Well, a lot of bit worse.
Yeah. I mean, you could do some nasty stuff. Like, again, like you just destined and then unflip it on your second attack, or the fact that they're making these all first enhances is safe. Like, it's cool. But yeah, like these two attacks together, like plus Ultra Smash and Final Smash, like you're just like, I'm gonna guarantee my check, then I'm gonna look at the top, then I'm gonna unflip it, then I'm gonna do all this other shit. Like, you can go pretty crazy with just unflipping the same card over and over and over. Does this make all symbol Ojiro more appealing? I'd have to talk to Tim Keefe or Kevin Broberg, right? They played it both at Nats. And the games that I watched Tim Keefe play, I got it in my edit, my meme video. He just absolutely annihilated people with Slashing Whirlwind. So, like, this is a card that unflips Student of the Art.
What were the mids that they were playing in Ojiro?
Slashing Whirlwind
Punch.
and Karate Chop.
Oh, Karate Chop, okay.
Yeah, so this would probably be replacing, like, Slashing Whirlwind only, which I don't know if you do. But if you're someone who's super in on the Punch Brothers, on the Bert and Ernie punches, I think you could justify it. If you're not super in on, like, Student of the Art to add Bert and Ernie punches, maybe not. But
yeah, I mean, it does work kind of well with Slashing Whirlwind too, though. The fact that it's able to feed momentum on defense.
Oh, true. Yeah, we're talking about the response now. In the card pool for any reason at the end phase, pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty good.
So he had All For One had after you block, commit a foundation, build it. This has at the end phase, so even if you block with it, commit a foundation, get a momentum. I don't hate that. Guaranteed momentum for a commit cost. That seems fair.
Yeah, seems fair. I don't think you actually play this in Momo, but it would be funny to commit study group leader, then ready it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Funny Punch? Yeah, this could go well with some Funny Punch decks. Unflipping some stuff using Student of the Art to set it up.
I mean, in order, I always like unflipping sticky balls.
Yeah. I think this card's pretty cool, but, it's not the easiest to implement. I'm surprised, plus Ultra Smash, I'm surprised it doesn't have a damage pump ability. I'm surprised it doesn't have Powerful or something.
Well, all the All Mights do, so.
Yeah, I guess so. They all really do pump damage, huh? All Might 3 can pump speed, I guess, which makes him the best. So here it is.
So can Smash Might.
Yeah. So the long-awaited low block smash attack, except it's not. Except you actually don't get to draw a card off of Smash Might with this, which is fucking hilarious.
Wait, you do?
No, you don't.
Wait, did you read the static?
Oh, does it? Oh, well, that's fucking lame. Why would they do that? That's so corny, dude.
I know, right?
That's actually so corny. That's
the
so
static,
sad, dude. I hate statics like that. Like, that's so
why can't they
Yu-Gi-Oh.
just count it as having a smash?
Like, what did they really not get Smash Nomu as approved? Like, what?
Smash Nomu.
Oh my god.
No, but why would like, I don't get why smashing wouldn't count as smash anyway.
Well, then why would it need the static text? You gotta ask yourself that.
No, I understand that it doesn't, but I just think it should.
I mean, I kind of think it should too, except for that would require a lot more future proofing and a lot more oversight of how you name cards. Because people used to joke, like, a card would come out and people would be like, oh, this is a broken combo with something that you didn't expect to have that name. Like a card in the middle. You know, so...
Is it, but can you not just, do a search on UVS Ultra? For your card name, Smash will also pull up Smashing Nomu.
Right. Will it pull up stuff directly in the middle of a name though?
Yes, it will.
Like,
If you look up Ash, it'll pull up Smash.
but I mean, like, yeah. So like, it's one of those things where I guess it just makes it easier for them, but I don't know. Like, this came up back when Yusuke came out because he cares about cards with spirit in the name, and there's a card called Spiritual Connection, and that doesn't count because it's spiritual and not spirit. And like, I don't know. I'm down with it counting either way. I just think that having the static there is just silly. Like, if you made the rule stick to it, like, just take, like, you added a whole sentence instead of deleting 3 letters.
Well, I think that they knew that if they didn't give us that low block Smash attack, we would riot. All of the Smash Mine enthusiasts.
But, like, when you went back to add the text on, why didn't you just, like, the name already got approved, but they don't care about the fucking card text? You don't
I
have
guess
to get
Smash
card text
Nomu is like
approved.
Smash Nomu is too much of a verb. All of these like attacks are like nouns.
All you have to do is put an exclamation mark after Nomu. So it's
It's
Smash Nomu. Nomu got smashed.
But the like I feel like that implies like Nomu is like Smash. It's like Smash Nomu.
No, that's why you put the exclamation at the end. If you don't put the exclamation, it's like either way. The naming convention is stupid. It's Yu-Gi-Oh and lazy. Let's read the card text. It's a 4-diff, 4 low for 3 with stun 1. And then if this attack deals damage, your rival commits 1 foundation. And enhanced discard 1 momentum. This attack's damage cannot be reduced. So kind of a neat little protection for an off-zone attack that's not terrible with speed. You know, this is going to be like a card that snakes some games just because it's a 4 speed low. And it's kind of like the all for 1 attack, right? The stun 1 all for 1, where if it's completely blocked, they commit an additional 1. This time it's, if it deals damage, they commit an additional 1, and it's flip speed and damage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing it in Smash Mine.
Yeah. You have to.
You have to. The only low
they
block.
put the fucking static text, you have to do it now.
Like, honestly though, in Smash Mine, it's so good. Like a 4 low 5, 4 diff, stun 1. If it deals, they stun another 1. That's pretty. Draws a card. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly. I'm surprised his attacks don't care more about his discard pile. It's just Carolina Smash so far. I don't know if there's more attacks to be spoiled though, because like if one of these is like a 1-of copy and then it's 4, 8, 12, it's only 13 attacks. So you have to imagine there's like 1 or 2 more.
Oh yeah, I mean it goes from 20 to 22 to 25 to 26. So there's 4 more.
I don't pay attention to that stuff ever. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so there's got to be some other attacks, but yeah, this one's just pretty solid. Like the discard 1 momentum for the damage can't be reduced seems overcosted, but I think that needs a cost of some kind. So
yeah,
I'm down for it.
Yeah, I can't imagine I'm gonna play that more than like 1 out of 100 games, but
yeah,
still seems like it's good without it.
This is a real sideboard card. This is the card where you go, okay, I'm getting fucked on by spooky and creepy realization. Now this is the sideboard card. So this is this is how you make all those eraser heads cry who didn't hold a low block.
Yeah, I guess. Or tape.
Yeah. All right. Foundation wise, charging 1 for all. Charging 1 for all is a 2/5 unique. Enhance remove. If you have less foundations than your rival, this non-throw attack gets +3 speed or +5 damage. And then deadlock enhance your turn. If you have less foundations than your rival, add the top card of your deck to your momentum. Wow, that's repeatable. This is pull no punches on crack.
Yeah, I don't like this card very much.
No?
No, I don't think this card's very good.
You don't think that you'll have less foundations than your rival if they are in deadlock?
I think a conditional remove on a 2-diff unique with a 2 mid block is just like going to be a brick like 70% of the time.
Yeah.
And then the ability itself, like it would have to be probably +3 and plus some damage for me to want to play it.
I think it should reduce damage, is my take. Like, I think it should play defense if it's going to be a 2-5 unique that needs me to have less foundations in you. Like, I'm with you in the sense that I don't expect this to make it into the final versions for anything. Like, E remove for +3 speed is barely passable, but then I also have to be like chewing up my board. It has to be conditional, like you said. It's not really keyword gated though, so it technically go like, because I imagine for these symbols you're almost certainly going to be playing punches for the most part, and I think all might punches. So maybe outside of the punch lineups, there's more to it. But this is like almost a strictly worse You're So Obvious. You know, like you get almost as much mileage out of You're So Obvious with less conditions.
I guess you could play this in like with tape swing.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Giving tape swing 5 damage, because that's like 3 damage guaranteed, basically guaranteed. Not really, but
I mean,
somewhat.
Yeah, it is if you're playing tape swing correctly.
Yeah.
It's cool in the starter deck experience, though. I'm sure this will be a one of that like actually wins you games in the starter versus starter experience.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like you're gonna commit out all for one, and then just like dunk 5 damage on your last attack.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel so sick.
So sweet.
So sweet.
Then we've got Forced to Revert, which is a 2/5 +2 low block, which gets -1 difficulty if you have less foundation. So like, there's clearly like this underdog All Might theme of like all for one's gonna outbuild the fuck out of you, and you're gonna have to like make some sort of comeback or whatever, which is interesting. Especially since we haven't really seen too many things that all for one does that destroys your foundations. One of them you like can opt out of pretty much, but it has R destroy. After your attack deals damage, add 1 card from your card pool to your hand. You cannot play attacks for the rest of this combat phase. What do you think of this card?
This am I missing something in the rest of the kit that this works particularly well with? I think
it just lets you recur an attack, but you have to build. So like if you hit with plus Ultra Smash, you get to block with it and then add it to momentum later.
Yeah, you can pick back up price for peace.
If you play Recipro Extend or a cantrip attack, you get to draw a card and then add it back to your hand. You get to poke with a breaker attack. You know, like Carolina Smash, you get to add that back to your hand. So if you don't need momentum, but you need that card on defense, it rewards you for poking in certain ways.
Yeah, I think after your attack deals damage, you're just kind of relying on your opponent walking into something they probably don't have to too much for it to be super playable. I do really like that it's a 1 diff, like if you're going second.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird card. It's interestingly statted. It doesn't do anything like super over the top broken, but to me this is like a memer's dream. Like this is Final Exam Gutshot, the meme dream, you know?
Yeah, this is a funny card for sure.
Like you now have to block the Final Exam Gutshot, or you know I'm gonna pick it up, right?
Right.
So there's some funny meme stuff like putting you on a clock with cards like Great Brush. I could see myself playing this with Great Brush on order or Tape Swing on order if it's a deck that's not super hungry for momentum, even though Mineta 2 really is. So that's my issue with it is a lot of the times I think I would rather have the momentum than the card back in my hand. So
I guess like it is kind of cool if you're gonna like just build out anyway. Like you can put your that hero's inspiration, like in your card pool, draw a card, pick it up, and then play it.
Yeah.
And then still keep your attacks for momentum and continue to build.
That's fair. It doesn't have to be that card. It doesn't have to be the attack that dealt damage. It could be a different card.
Yeah.
So there's some tricksy stuff you could do. It's hard to see this in a competitive environment unless you just have crazy responses with blocking or reasons to play cards. Like, again, another card that probably looks way better in Smash Might, right? Like, pick up your Smash block.
Right. Oh yeah, and Smash might actually. Actually, maybe playable in Smash Might.
Yeah. Next up, we have Now It's Your Turn, an iconic moment from the anime. Enhance, add this card to the top of your deck because we want to check well. And then Enhance Flip, this attack gets -2 damage. The next attack gets +4 damage.
Where's the reversal? I think I mixed the reversal. Okay.
Yeah, this is another one of those cards that makes me think reversal's not coming. Like, just the way it's worded. I dig just like cards that add themselves to the top of the deck. Cool Student is probably about the same as this card. It's your +4 block mod for All Might 6. So you get 4 damage off this, which is why it goes to the top of the deck. A little boring in that sense, but that's what this card is actually supposed to do is give you a good block mod to make it chunky, but we'd rather pass our checks here than get more damage. So
it's crazy looking at Cool Student and looking at this, like the difference in like the block mod. But I could see this being played with like extend, like you flip and make extend like -2 damage, then your next one that's getting plus speed, like especially if it's like an acceleration kick, and then suddenly you're looking at something that's like +2 +6. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, I thought about it with like Electric Jolt, right? Like, you don't care if Electric Jolt's 2 damage. You don't want them to block with Face Shield or whatever anyway. Like, and then the next one is Tape Swing or something. The next one's big. Yeah, this card's probably better than I ever want to give it credit for. It's not a card I'm gonna play, but there might be a home for this somewhere.
Yeah, this card, like, it's tough because I don't know if there's like a hyper offensive deck playing like the kick package right now. Maybe the closest is kind of like that Sarah 1 list, which you're a big fan of. Like, I could see that Sarah 1 deck playing this.
Sarah 1 deck did fuck me up. This is the kind of card for that deck. I can't think of like any all symbol or good symbol decks that would really be trying to go for this. You just have to have like a silly little poke that doesn't ever need to deal damage anyways. And there's almost no reward on these symbols for dealing less than printed. So like there's no Faith Shield. What's a Creeping Vine Eruption? There's none of that. So pretty interesting. Cool that it is E-flip for -2 damage on an attack that you can't block if you hope that your opponent has no follow-up. So that's where my mind went, but I don't think that that's reliable.
Yeah, the kick, there's like that kick that draws a card if it deals damage. I could easily see playing that card with this. And then like really making it like such a waste to block that card, but they also don't want to let you cantrip, so just putting people in some kind of tough situations.
Yeah, most of the time if they're going to stop you from drawing 2 cards, they were going to stop you from drawing 2 cards if it's 1 damage, so but maybe this is maybe this could be a Tiger thing where you end up switching things around anyways.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh my god, yeah.
You're just like, I don't care if my tape swing is slow. I'm going to make it, whatever it is. So this could be something like that. But yeah, interesting card. Definitely works for All Might 6. Don't know if I'll see it outside of that. Next up, we got some of the. What's up?
No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, we got some of the other characters. We're now done with the starter deck cards. We're only 90 minutes into this shit, 2 hours into this. I didn't expect there to be all these starters. I thought we were just going to go over characters. But so here is Dobby 2, the long-awaited Dobby 2 that was prophesized to have the all symbol, and it turns out Osei Tyson is right more than you want to believe. It's a 719 Dobby. He's got enhance your turn, remove the top 3 cards of your deck. Your attack gets +3 damage, which is a lot of damage for a 7-hander. And then he has enhance once per turn, your turn. Remove 1 action from your hand. Add 1 action that shares 2 or more symbols with this character from your discard pile to your hand. Now, my initial impression on this I was wrong about. I thought you could pick up Plus Ultra to block with. But A, it's your turn. B, Plus Ultra doesn't have symbols anymore. They changed how Infinity symbol works. So Infinity symbol doesn't actually have symbols anymore. You can just play it in any deck. So you can remove Plus Ultra from your hand to pick up Sugar Rush or Capture Evildoers, right? Or any of the other applicable actions. But this one threw me for a loop when I first saw it.
The character?
Yeah, the character with Dobby. I just I just read it wrong, right? Like I had the wrong implications for it.
I mean, being able to pick up Sugar Rush and Captures is pretty sick.
It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking good. Yeah, I feel like this guy definitely has some kind of a dunk on him build. Yeah, like 3 damage every attack for free is crazy.
Yeah, the big thing is he doesn't fill up the discard though. It goes straight to remove. So you still got to do just the little tiniest bit of work to get Sugar Rush activated.
Right.
But the other thing is, I don't think he shares too many symbols with Chaos actions. Like he doesn't have the 2 symbols needed. And then you'd have to be playing really specific scenarios for specific actions. Otherwise, if you only have good actions, quote unquote good action cards in your deck, when are you ever going to transmute a good action card for a good action card, you know? So, like, I'm going to be really interested what the deck building for him looks like.
Yeah, I think, like, my first thought was, like, a weapons build on all with, like, Binding Cloth, capture and stuff. Like, I feel like that seems interesting. All also has, like, Self-Mill, so you can feed for Sugar Rush.
I wonder, is there an all Chaos action? Because I think the only Chaos Fire action is
no, there's not. It's only Infinity.
Is it? Okay, yeah. So like, not without having every single target in front of me, it's like Summon Dark Shadow, it's like Capture Evildoers,
it's a trait.
Sugar Rush. There's just not a lot of these
there's only 4.
Yeah, there's a lot of these that have Infinity, which don't count. There's nothing that's all in Chaos. So his targets right now are basically just Sugar Rush power up, Capture Evildoers, and Concentrate. Like, what was the other one we mentioned?
Summon Dark Shadow.
Summon Dark Shadow, yeah, which, I mean, iffy for your repeatable damage. Very iffy. Definitely could see it being something that you do or include. So a defensive trick that you could pull out, and then on offense you throw away the useless action, right? So that's what I'm curious about. I'm very curious. What actions are you gonna bloat your deck with to be able to turn them into good actions? That's what I'm curious.
I mean, he's almost certainly has an action in his kit. It would be crazy if he does not have one.
We haven't seen any of his cards, right? Yeah, none of these are his. So, yeah, it'll be super, super interesting. I wonder if he'll have an action that does something when you remove it. He could have just like a fodder action that doesn't really do anything good except when you remove it.
When this card's removed, your attack gets +1 speed for every card you're removed from game pile. I think that would be a good one.
I hate that so much, but it could very well be it. I would not be surprised if he has a card that counts remove from game pile, which I hate referencing the remove from game piles so much. Which just guarantees it's gonna happen.
And then you have like a game mechanic error, and you have like one card that's super removed from game.
Right. Which they're like you can't reference this, so yeah, I wouldn't want to. I certainly wouldn't want anything that counts the remove from game too much with characters that share 2 symbols with Sugar Rush power up, like.
Oh yeah.
Like, we've had cards that are like for every 4 foundations removed from game, this attack gets +1 speed, and it's like that's pretty legit in games I've played. Like it's been considered for multiple archetypes, so it's a scary world. But you're gonna have to have a pretty bloated deck because 3 cards off the top per attack is legit.
Nah, 50 card. Just a minimum deck size.
I mean, if you have a good tight enough, like if you have a good enough payoff for removing those cards, I could see it. If they have a card that does something when it's removed from the game, like off the top or whatever, like Leg Shredder, which I think it's funny. I don't know if Leg Shredder was ever supposed to work when it gets removed off the top, but everyone just assumed it did because it was in the same set as Ken 2, which removes cards off the top of his deck. But it's like, it's hidden, it's private when it's removed, but then it goes to a public zone. And like, that's not how destroying foundations work. They have to be face up when they're destroyed to have their ability work. So I don't know why removing from the game works that way, but it's always been able to work that way. So,
yeah, I remember Phil Birch talking about that for a while.
Yeah, I was just like, I just don't know how it'll work, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what his action does, for sure. Next up, we have Himiko Toga 2 Dot, the Thirst Trap herself. 628 this time. Once per turn, your turn, look at your momentum and unflip one of them. Pretty sick ability, if I do say so myself. Really interesting, it's a first enhance, but I'm not going to hate on that too much. Enhance, if this is your first attack this turn, it gets +2 speed. And then response twice per turn after you flip 1 or more momentum. Ready 1 foundation has not been ready this combat phase. Right off the bat, can you tell me what is wrong with this card, Daniel?
What's wrong?
Why doesn't it have the air symbol? Why is this not air toga? We're readying foundations. We're dealing with face-up momentum. It gives speed. Speed is an air thing.
Right.
Why is this
well,
not
it's
air
because
toga?
later she gets the jetpack, so they're probably waiting for that part before they make the air toga.
This would have been perfect design for someone with a jetpack.
It doesn't fit the timeline.
No, you could flavor the jetpack really well. Also, spoiler, by the way, fucking jetpack toga.
I'm just kidding about jetpack toga.
Just, can you tell me why she has water?
Oh,
what face-up momentum are we doing with water?
I don't know. Face-up momentum? No, let's not worry about that. She has a lot of kit too, I'm sure. I would be surprised if she didn't have 2 momentum abilities in her kit.
Yeah. I can tell you why she has water.
Why does she have water?
Because blood is wet.
I just said blood is water.
Yeah, because blood is water. Yeah, that's it. I think this is a cool character, though. I'm so upset this doesn't have the air symbol. I'm just so upset that it doesn't have all the cool air momentum tricks. Like,
well, it's really just Jolt, though, right? Because Jolt, I guess the +2 damage one. Although that's on life, or no? Yeah, the Ochako card is on life, right? So
life and air.
Life and air. So it's just really Jolt that she's missing out on because she doesn't get to recycle 0 grab lift or anything.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't flip a 0 grab. It's just she's doing so much air stuff, man.
What about that 3 diff attack?
Surge to ready a moment to Ray Foundation get a momentum.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple options. You're right that there's not many popular ones.
What's the 3 diff attack? That's Ochako. 0 gravity capture.
Yeah, there's a 3 diff one that you can flip for +3 damage, which could be kinda swifty, and a character who can unflip it again.
Yeah, I could see that being playable after you flip. It's kind of weird that the response is a twice per turn, and the enhance is a first enhance once per turn.
The Jiro card is a flip from Momentum Amplified Sound Blast.
Yeah, I don't really understand this character unless like her kit is like crazy synergistic, or
She's
they're
a
just thinking
poke
down the line.
character. She's a poke character that accrues value over multiple turns, and she looks like a reversal character with reversal symbols actually as well. If this is your first attack this turn, if you had reversals, you could do that twice in a attack, in a turn cycle. So, and death and water have always been really good reversal symbols, and life has always had great quality reversals, even if the characters aren't really built around it. Although life and water always have banger fucking reversals, so the fact that we're probably never getting them, or at least not for a while, is kind of sad. But yeah, she's just like 2 different once per turn abilities. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think this is the worst character that they've shown so far.
In a vacuum, for sure, because her gimmick is so limited, right?
But even like the fact that it's just a once per turn to look at your momentum unflip, but then a response once per turn your turn, but then a response twice per turn on either turn after you flip. Yeah. So it's like theoretically, right? She can respond and get that off 4 times between 2 turns, but she's only unflipping once per turn. So that's like a weird ratio.
And we just went through and discussed how pretty much all the stuff that flips in your momentum is not on these symbols. So,
and what's up with Dobby being a 7-hander, getting to give 3 damage for free, and she gets to give 2 speed once on the first attack?
I don't know what they're afraid of, man. She's got to have something nuts in her kit, right? I don't know what they're afraid of.
Maybe there's like a attack that just says like in momentum flip, like burn your opponent for 3 damage or something, 3 life.
That's the other thing, is like her own attack that already exists was at response speed, which is why her ability had to be a response speed thing, I think. But yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. As far as her kit goes, we've got Eyes on the Target, a 2/5 with enhance, remove, add this weapon attack to its owner's momentum during the end phase. Whoop-de-doo. Just a legitimately weaker version of the earlier 2/4. And then Deadlock first form, commit, destroy 1 rival foundation. The fact that it's a first form seems kind of wild, but it's just more Deadlock is tacked on to a card.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I guess it's citable.
This is the worst electric jolt of all time. This is just like, we really needed to force a mechanic, and instead of putting it on her attack, like, if I see her attacks have this attack still deals 1 damage, even if it's blocked, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Yeah, I think with cards like Chivalrous Competitor, they've kind of like backed themselves into a corner on destroy costs, where like any deck on those symbols destroy is just so weak against that they're gonna have to like accelerate and then like start making effects remove foundations from your opponent's board.
Yeah. Yep, it's
kind of like the Yu-Gi-Oh cycle.
Yep. Magic does it too. Exile versus destroy versus indestructible versus hexproof versus This is just a weird one. These are weird together, but they can't all be bangers.
Yeah, that I don't. Maybe they don't like money. They saw all the Toga fans buying out all the Excited for Bloods, and they didn't want to capitalize on it this time.
The rest of her shit could be cranked beyond belief, so don't hold your breath.
It's fair.
Dignified Display. This is the one everyone's been talking about. Dignified Display is a 4-diff, 3-check, 3 mid-4 flash with Echo, which Echo says, response, discard 1 momentum. After this attack resolves, you may play it as your next form this turn. If you do, flip it after it resolves. And then response, after this attack is blocked, add it to the bottom of your deck. And then after you block with this card, add the bottom card of your deck to your hand. So this has all kinds of crazy cool movement going around with Kurogiri's kit. The big thing for me is this is a flash attack that doesn't count towards progressive if you block it, and we already have one of those on symbol.
Oh yeah, Gran Torino. Oh, for sure. It's also Fury.
The 4-diff 3 mid for 4 flash gang rise up.
But I wait, I have a deck template that's waiting for more flash attacks.
Yeah.
I think it was a Torino all flash list. I gotta slot that in there.
Yeah, this would be pretty sick in Torino, I think. It's got Fury, so you can respond to it, pick it back up if you get momentum, because people don't want to deal with your block response. You get to get another attack out of it. I don't know what to make out of Echo yet. It being a response is the weirdest part to me.
Well, oh, I see what you're saying. I guess I like that it's a response. Like it's obviously similar to multiple, but it has a lower ceiling. But I think it has a higher floor because, like, the fact that you get to wait on it, like you get to react to everything that happens throughout the attack until it finishes, and you have to check for it, but it doesn't clog your card pool more.
Right.
I like it. I think I've been actually really wanting like fair multiple as a way to push against hyper defensive decks like Momo, as opposed to just like overwhelming with stats like Jiro or Tokoyami or Ojiro, because I think it's like an interesting mechanic to the game to like reward getting momentum and then using that as your payoff versus defensive decks in the late game.
Yeah,
so I'm a big fan of this card.
I like that it turns momentum into more consistency rather than just more stats, like more raw stats. It's cool that you get on-play triggers now. I think they did a good job as far as making fair multiple. I think they did a good job with this. The main thing is making you check for it. But the other thing, and I'll probably do a whole video or a whole stream talking about the difference. But the biggest thing is Echo is going to be so much easier for new players to understand than multiple ever was. Echo, because the multiple's biggest issue was it created face-down attacks. And all the questions that come with that, all the issues that come along with it. It does get rid of the main way to counterplay multiples, which in the past you would reset them to their printed value. And because multiples don't have a printed value, it would become 0. So you're so obvious to make it 0 damage. You could, whatever other reset to printed counts would reset speed to 0 too to block it for free. So, like old Kuwabara was completely immune to multiples as long as he had foundations to commit, right? So it does take away your main counterplay to it, but it also allows you to put multiple on a flash attack, because there's been multiple cards in the past where they've clearly wanted this to be a flash multiple, but put multiple on it and said after you play the multiple ability, the enhanced step ends and the multiples get flash. Or like just the multiples will have flash. And like this way, they've made a new keyword where we can just make the flash attack have the keyword and it's copacetic.
Yeah, I also realized that like you get the abilities again, so it's not very relevant for this attack. But I could see it becoming relevant in the future, obviously. Yeah. And then I think it's interesting that that study group leader would still hit this right the second time you play it.
Right.
So you could remove flash from it, I guess.
Yeah. The one thing that I thought was interesting, and I didn't realize this at first, the symbols on this are weird as fuck for Kirigiri, but here we are. But
Evil.
so Ochako 2 can play this, use the echo response, play it again, then if it deals damage, add it back to her hand, then play it, then do the echo response, then play it again, which isn't like a crazy amount of production for a 3 mid 4 flash attack. She doesn't get to put her speed on it. But it's stuff like that that shows you just how safe they had to play it. You know?
Right.
It's stuff like that that shows you just how like bonkers this can get if you let it go like unchecked. The other thing, because it has air and because it leaves the card pool in multitudes of ways, this goes really well with Nitro Ignition Explosion.
Yeah. I think this is the best designed card that I've seen spoiled so far.
Now,
Like, I think easily too. Like, I think it's really fun. It does really cool things, but it's not unfair.
yeah. What's really interesting though is I think it used to be that if you played a card from the card pool, it would sort of move to the transition zone, or it would like leave and then come back. It refreshes, whatever, and cards would like refresh when they resolve. I am really curious if somewhere hidden in the rules, someone who knows the rules better than me, if there's some weird interaction ready to happen. But when you play it from the card pool, I don't believe it leaves the card pool anymore. So with that Nitro Ignition example, you won't get to refund it just from replaying it. But if they want to block the second time, it'll trigger it by going to the bottom of the deck.
I guess that's a good point. Like, so it doesn't count as leaving the card pool, because it wasn't there that question with Jacob Johnson. No, it was Mark Tyner. Sorry, it's late. Mark Tyner's deck with that card with the vines,
Punch?
that. What?
Are you talking about the
No, it was the Shield Big Bang deck. And it had the low block foundation that you flip, and this card can't leave the card pool.
Right, and so that's its own issue for a multitude of reasons. Because I think the real issue with that is when you play it again, it's not whether or not it leaves the card pool, because they had like changed how reversal works because of that shit, or maybe it's just the way the keyword worked. Because there was issues with you block with a card, then you play it as a reversal. Does it leave the card pool? And they ruled like no, basically. So that might have been based around how reversal works or something, but you weren't using the reversal keyword. It's a lot. But the main thing is when you go to play an attack, it should refresh when you go to play it. Otherwise, it owns all of the damage modifiers you gave to it. If you don't refresh it, then it has damage bonuses still. So that doesn't
I guess
make any sense.
it can refresh without leaving the card pool. Like, I mean, like, really, it can. Like, I just want clarity. Like, they can make it whatever they want.
That's what I'm saying is, like, usually a card used to refresh after it resolved. Attacks don't refresh after they resolve. So, like, if you give it a keyword, it should hold that keyword until it refreshes.
Are you sure that they don't refresh when they're played?
They definitely don't lose keywords anymore. I've had that ruled on me at least once.
Well, I think that they might refresh when they're played or something.
It gets a new, so I guess it gets a new current state when that's what I'm saying is when it's played, it should count. So like with that Mark Tyner example, it should not be the same card that you used the low block, the Earth Foundation, whatever, Verdant Slaughter.
Verdant Slaughter, yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the same card that you Verdant Slaughtered, but at the same time, it never left the card pool, so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure, maybe the FAQ will come back and we can figure it out. Not that it will necessarily be relevant in this MHA card pool.
Well, so it's one of those things where there's a lot of stuff in the rulebook that talks about such and such doesn't happen unless the state refreshes. But there's like nowhere that really talks about, like, there's nothing that lists every way that a state can refresh. There's just like the current state, and then there's like and like the transit zone exists. So like it says here in the rulebook, I have the rulebook open, if a card is in the transit zone for another reason, if it has a current state in its origin zone, it keeps it until it reaches its destination. Then the current state will refresh. So if it goes to the transit zone, which is not leaving a zone, but it goes to the transit zone to be played again from the card pool, the current state should refresh, but I don't know. Because if a card is being played, it gets a new current state as soon as it's in the transit zone.
Yeah, this does say if you try to play a card that was already live, it gets a new current state as soon as the attempt begins.
Right. So that is solved in a weird case where it doesn't happen at the end. It used to happen at the end after the attack resolved. It now happens when you go to play it again. So, you know, it definitely... I knew it refreshed. I knew it doesn't just hold on to everything, but it is really interesting what... Because a state refresh doesn't drop everything off of it. I don't think a state refresh drops the signed effects, for example. I think it actually has to leave the... I think it has to leave the zone to have more...
So still is the same card.
Right, because it's still the same card, right? So there is definitely going to be some weird implications still, but nowhere near to the extent that multiple had.
Yeah.
Just the fact that it's face up, it still has a card type, it still has numbers printed on it is such a huge improvement from... I love the theme of multiple a lot. I love the idea of just generating the extra attacks and filling up my card pool, don't get me wrong. But having them be like face down tokens of attacks and the way that we design cards was just too much.
Oh, I have an example. So like let's say that there is an ally echo card that was on coda symbols. Like let's say that you make that card not count towards progressive. I believe that if you play it again, since that's a state thing, that it would still not count towards progressive after playing it the second time.
I think that's right. That's what my gut tells me. If I was a judge at an event, I would definitely confer with multiple other judges.
Yeah.
I would definitely have to call a head judge on that one. So maybe that's next week. Maybe I get a hold of Nilmerg and we just actually go over all the rules implication of the new cards. So that would be fun.
Have you ever had Tim? Tim, I feel like just makes decisions sometimes, which I like.
Yeah, so this one's really interesting. I love that if it's blocked, I add it to the bottom of my deck before the damage step, so it aborts.
After this attack is blocked.
Yeah, it's
blocked, yeah.
Gran Torino timing again. So
yeah,
it can just not resolve, which is neat. I love that after I block with it, I get to draw a card from the bottom of my deck. That's a really neat effect to have. There's so few decks are ever going to be able to use it, but like, you know, Kirogiri. I'm really sad this only has one Kirogiri symbol because of that. Well, Kirogiri won.
Dropped attacks not resolve.
What?
Do dropped attacks not resolve?
Correct. It has to reach the damage step to resolve.
Okay.
If the damage step starts, the attack resolves. If it doesn't start, it doesn't resolve.
Okay.
But cool. Yeah, so I'm actually really sad that this only has Kirogiri's worst current symbol because of dissolving the conflict, but hopefully there's a Kirogiri too, and hopefully he does really cool stuff with the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I imagine there's a Kirigiri too, just based on like what, you know, the set theme and how many characters we're expecting.
Right. He's got just such a powerful quirk, so.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he also fits in alphabetically, right? For all the alphabetic people. You know, goes D, H, and then K slots up next.
True. Okay. So, yeah, there's anything else you want to say about dignified display? I think it's It's too easy to compare it to old multiple, but I think they nailed it with Echo.
I really like it. I am a huge fan of this card.
Yeah, I think it's cool. Thank God it doesn't have Jiroki roots.
Yeah.
Next up, we have I'll Protect You, which is, it looks like a Midoriya one-off, maybe. I don't know if this is like going to be part of a character's kit, but it is a 1/5 Earth, Fire, and Life card that has Enhanced Commit, Flip. This attack hits -3 speed. They finally did it. They finally gave Earth speed hate.
Well, it has speed hate on a 0 diff.
Yeah,
Right.
sure it does. So they finally gave Earth not shock absorption, but somehow kind of worse shock absorption.
No, the 0 diff that like you commit 2 copies of it for -3 speed.
Like I said, they finally gave Earth speed hate, other than shock absorption.
I think that card is better than this card.
You think Battle Resolve is better than this card, or shock absorption is?
Yeah, Battle Resolve. It's tutorable with a Back Alley Haymaker. It's repeatable. It's got the same block mod and it's cheaper.
I'm gonna agree with you only because you have a cat in your lap. My argument's invalid. Someone.
Oh,
asked
and
me,
you can use it offensively too.
Yeah, someone asked me why does this card commit. I said it's to reinforce that Kirishima 2 and Momo 1 use it better than anyone.
Yeah, I don't like that this card commits at all. Like it could easily flip.
Yeah, it could easily just flip. It could easily just commit. I think they printed enhanced commit. This ranged attack, it's -3 speed.
I don't think it could easily just commit.
Yeah, like they printed that and it didn't fucking destroy the format. It didn't nerf Tokoyami. I mean, it didn't ruin Frigid Heatwave decks that there's a -3 speed 1 diff for ranged attacks. Like this is generically useful, I guess. So maybe they really wanted to play it safe, but
yeah.
Like, Fire didn't really need this, and Life didn't really need this, and Earth didn't really need this anyway. So I don't really care. But at the same time, it just goes to show, like, how willing they are to gate your ability to prolong the game.
Yeah, it makes sense why this kid that Deku's trying to protect died in the show.
That's the hidden flavor, is that he won't protect them.
Right.
Alright, here we have League Invitation, another 3/5. Got a +2 high block, and it has Enhance your turn commit. Your rival's next check this turn gets -2. And we'll get to where that can be useful later, so hold off. And then we have Enhance Flip. Your rival makes a check against a difficulty of 7. If they fail, commit 1 rival foundation. Playable while committed. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, this card is kind of schnutty.
Yeah, this card is like, no, for real though, I'm actually committing your fucking card. Like, you're either gonna stun a bunch, or I will commit this.
Yeah.
I love that it has the opportunity to waste certain check bonuses. It doesn't waste like a Summon Dark Shadow, sadly, but it can waste a few of the check bonuses that exist.
Yeah, I love this on death with Trachy Cape. The fact that playable while committed, you just get to do it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. I think that's the best Trachy target. Like it makes me want to play the card, and I've been a big hater of it.
Absolutely, yeah. I didn't think about that one at all. I thought that this fought with some really solid 3 diffs, but now that you mentioned Trey Sheik, right? You know, it fights with Excited for Blood, it fights with Sticky Balls, but being able to unflip it and do it twice in a turn, kind of nutty. That's kind of over the top. Like, realistically, your opponent stuns 2, or you get to target commit. That's such a tough choice for them to make. And I love that I can play a card that makes my opponent make those tough choices.
Yeah, absolutely.
The fact that you can just, like, on your turn, really force it through with the the -2 to the next check really makes it earn its 3 difficulty slot, I think.
Yeah. I'm glad that I feel like at one point this was a unique. I'm really glad it's not a unique. Like I feel like it's
Yeah.
very strong. And like I think pushing people towards 3 difficulties is great. Because it makes decks less consistent. So I like when power is balanced with consistency like this.
Yeah. I definitely could see iterations of this being a 3/4, being a unique, being a 2/4, and like maybe like a remove cost or a destroy instead of a flip or something. But like I think like you compare it to a friend of animals, you compare it to a defrosting, you compare it to a sticky balls. I think it's right there. I think it's targeted commit, like commit effects do have some counterplay to it, and this has its own built-in counterplay of just stunning extra. And most importantly, this mills my opponent a card, so that backup mill plan, baby, we're in there.
Oh yeah, just no attack deck. This one's gonna be great.
Yeah, the mill plan. Let's talk a little bit about why this card, or where this kit comes from, though. I saved this one for last because I know it's the card you're most excited for that got got revealed. You can read this one out for me if you want.
Yeah, Tomura Shigaraki, number 3, 719. It's got enhance. Your rival makes a check against a difficulty of 5. If they fail, draw a card. A response once per turn after your rival makes a check, it gets -1. Failing the check, it doesn't end the combat phase. In the first form, once per game, remove a momentum. Your rival's check get -1 till the start of your next turn. I love drawing cards.
This one's kind of nuts to me. I will say I first saw this and I was over the moon. I was super excited. I love these this symbol combination because when you have death and order together, and even evil too, like they're all about like denying foundations or like denying resources, right? Like destroying them, target committing them. Death even has kind of a flip thing in a lot of formats and a lot of sets that come out. And like yet when the 3 come together, they almost never do that thing specifically, but they put stress on your opponent in ways that complement it really well. And I think that having your opponent make checks and try to pass checks to deny you is perfect synergy for those effects.
Yeah, like my first iteration of this deck is probably going to be like a gigantic explosion deck with a lot of cheap foundations, to where I'm just trying to draw like a ton of cards, play out like a ton of spam, and just like keep my board built out while still getting to hold blocks because of his ability, and then destroying my opponent's board as much as I can with like Evil Gaze, gigantic explosion, things like that.
Yeah, keeping things locked down is a big thing. This is a character where I actually think I would want freeze effects in, where having like some tacked on freeze effects might be worthwhile, if they are substantially less costed than the commit effects, right?
Yeah.
I will say I was listening to the Chambers video on it, and he talked about drawing so many cards. I don't think you're actually going to draw that many cards with this character, or it's not going to be like a free-flowing resource. And I think that the worst thing is going to be, you're going to draw some cards, but like imagine all the times you try to do it on your rival's turn, you draw 2 cards on their turn, but they check 2 5s that they weren't going to check. Like, it's totally random, so it's like you might as well go for it sometimes, but like it's not actually going to feel that good to draw cards on defense a lot of the time, I think.
Well, you get to, at least with the once per turn, right? Like, even if they check a 5, once per turn, like you still get to make that a 4 and make them stun 1 on their turn, or give you a card. So,
sure.
Like, I feel like the floor is pretty high on it.
Yeah, I don't really see myself using it that way, or at least I really don't want to. I really want to check hacks to play cards. But if you have to in a pinch, absolutely. So it's pretty interesting. He's he's pretty open-ended considering how many restrictions there are, considering how few things like synergize with these abilities. No keyword gate, no forced interaction at certain points, really. But I think you're gonna draw like 3 to 4 cards per turn, like in your kill string, or 3 or 4 cards per game, I should say.
3 to 4 cards per game.
Yeah.
Total?
Off the enhance. Yeah, I think you're gonna get like 4 cards, maybe like average.
Oh, I think I'm gonna be taking this guy to some long games.
Yeah.
And then maybe drawing like 12 cards because, like, I just really like. I'm just gonna fill my deck with things like League Invitation and cycling it with Trey Chic and Gigantic Explosion, Apathetic, and just keeping them on like no foundations as much as I can, like the whole game.
Yeah,
and then building up myself with all the zeros that I draw.
Yeah, it's just tough for me to want to use like my check hacks just to draw cards. I want to use my check hacks to prevent them from playing cards. It's just how my brain works. So it's really in conflict. Like, do I enable my gimmicks or do I prevent them from playing cards? One sounds a lot better than the other.
Actually, my playstyle just first of all, I'm super greedy with cards. Like, I love drawing cards. Second, I really like it when people play attacks like a lot. Like, I feel like my opponent not playing attacks makes them have better chances in many games because they get to build out more easily. Like, I love when people play 3 attack strings, especially when they don't do damage, because to me that's like skipping a turn.
Yeah.
So I'm happy for people to play more attacks, and it's just my job to defend well, which I can do more easily by drawing more cards and building out more and constraining their resources.
Now, I want to talk about the once per game, because this is where I soured on the character. Is when I first saw it, I didn't realize it's once per game. And I get where this is really strong. I don't think the character is like severely weakened. Like, realistically, if you're going to remove 1 momentum for this, you're probably trying to end the game anyways, right? Or you have a pretty good chance to, with just the -1 and all that card draw you're going to get, right? And his league invitations and stuff like that. But it doesn't feel like a once per game. It doesn't, like an ability where it's like once per game, you're going to have -1 to your checks, next turn, and then it's going to come back to me, and now I don't have an ability. You know what I mean? Like, that just seems weird. It seems very interesting to me that it would be designed that way.
I mean, I think it's okay. It is okay. What's tough about it is that, like, to get max value out of it, you want them to survive that turn. Like, you want to play it on a turn where you're passing to them. So that's kind of funny for a once per game.
If I fail to kill you, the -1 to the checks saving my life to give me another turn where I'm an otherwise lukewarm character that can't force my gimmick as much is gonna make it. It's just gonna make it look really weird. Like, it's gonna feel really fraudulent if I fail to kill you and then I'm tapped out and my -1 saves me. You know what I mean?
It's gonna feel fraudulent?
It's gonna feel fraudulent, I think. Like, if the -1 to the checks ends up saving me from getting backswung after I failed to kill you.
Nah, I like that. I like that, like, super mathy. Like, where it's, like, not sexy at all. It's just, like, a really boring, like, mathy, kind of ability. Like, I think that's very funny.
Yeah, well, but it's not math you're able to really do. You're still just hoping on prayers.
No, yeah, I mean, you're not mega minding it or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, I think that kind of, like, boring, effect that interacts with, like, the game mechanics, is just funny to me.
Yeah, I would like to. Now, all it takes is for his kit to have a specific card. I'm just going to bring it up real quick because I don't know if you've seen it or who else has seen it, but if he has anything like this in his kit, Whoa, it's like freaking out. All right, if he has anything like time slow in his kit, I can't zoom down. That's weird. Yeah, if I go to the bottom, it like shakes. That's weird. So if he has anything like time slow, which just has a continuous ability that says while this card is in your card pool, your opponent's checks get -1. Obviously, that flips everything on its head, right? Like if he has like any kind of stacking bonus, his kit could easily make that once per game come alive in a much bigger way. It doesn't seem like a once per game. All the other once per games have like some crazy immediate effect that clearly like end the game on your next turn. And now he has a once per game that shuts off on your next turn. Like it stops being there.
Yeah, well, let's see, like, the checks, if I look for checks, check gets...
Like, there's not a ton of check hacking so far, and blanket check hacks have, like, affected foundation building, rather than, like, anything else. So...
I thought there was, like, unnerving energy, it's on evil.
It's one check,
Just takes momentum. Yeah, one check. Same with this 3-def.
Now, I will say what's really strong about that first form on the defensive aspect coming back to you, your opponent can't fail out of it.
Right.
So if they do actually boff these checks, like it does penalize them to the fullest extent of the law. And you'll have to be careful with that response. One of the things I see people misuse all the time in Standard is almost every check hack says failing this check will not end the combat phase. So if you pull off that once per turn, you are allowing your opponent to fail. And then they can, like, so if they check a 3 and then it's a 2 from the first form, and you're like, ooh, they might pass it, but I have to respond now, let me -1, you are getting them out of jail free if they have another follow-up and they check a 5. So there is like a skill-intensive way to use those abilities.
So you can overwrite the... But I thought that... Okay, so because will not overrides... Oh, it doesn't override anything. It's just there's not that clause. Yeah.
Right, the first form works like any other check. Just you know, just any other check that you would make that he would once per turn respond to. So once you add the once per turn response to it, you're allowed to fail it. Just like any other check that you once per turn on.
Yeah, that's fine. I like I said, I mostly see myself using that response on the check to draw card.
To draw cards, you fucking greedy bitch.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they can stun if they want. Like, I don't care. I'm gonna secure that card draw.
You know what's really exciting for me though with this character?
What?
Going second.
Oh yeah. For
sure. You check a 3 on your build turn, fuck you. If you check a 2, if you play around the 2 check, fuck you. It's over.
Yeah, I mean...
-1 hand size.
It's like Vega, right? Like it's got that Vega response.
Vega used to do the same thing. Vega could basically make you fail one... Usually it's a 1 diff. Usually you don't check a 3 until the 1 diff, and like with Vega you play around it by starting with 2s and... You know, if you really have the ability to, but most decks can't afford to. Most decks that are not new training method decks can't afford to do that. So,
do you think this guy can? Oh my god, this guy's actually so good into Jiro. This is like the first actual, I think, has really good counterplay on face against Jiro. Because the fact that you can manipulate, like, when they check, like, you can stop them from, like, stacking their deck how they want. You can stun them out. I think this guy is so sick into Jiro.
So, I think when it comes to Jiro, you do get some mind games. I don't think it's, like, a strict counter. Like, that's the issue, is that there's a lot of stuff with Jiro where it's, like, it's going to come down to whether or not you press the button, because... If she looks at a foundation and an attack, and she has destined, she puts the attack on bottom, and she uses destined as her first enhance on the next attack. But if she doesn't, if she only has a flash, then she's fucked, right? So there's a lot of cool ways to do it, but it's the kind of thing where, as the Shigaraki player, you will still have to play twice as good, have the soul reads over Jiro.
Sam, Sim, you're totally misthinking it. I'm pulling out a quarter and I'm flipping the coin. And I'm saying I'm not activating it right now. Or I am activating it right now. You can't predict it. It's a 50-50.
No, you're misunderstanding. Jiro doesn't give a fuck. If she has Destined and you don't activate it, she just checks a 5. If you do activate it, she activates Destined as her next enhance.
Well, but don't you get to like see then? Like if you like okay, so like let's say that they put an attack on top, right? And you don't activate. What?
Why would you ever do that?
To flip Destined.
Right, but if it's an attack and a foundation and you're playing at Shigaraki and you're going to play another attack because you're Jiro in your string deck, why would you ever do that?
Alright, so if they put a foundation on top, or like if they stack their deck and then they don't activate Destined, then isn't that just cluing you in it's a foundation, and you just let them check the foundation and then you activate the enhance?
No, you don't have first enhance.
Yeah, true.
They're gonna Destined first enhance.
Yeah.
Jiro just wins, dude. Like, there's every time someone says something counters Jiro, it is a skill-intensive part of the game, but it has never been a counter. There is mind games.
I guess the real answer is we just flip Destined.
Like, there's, what you do is you use League Invitation twice and make them check both the cards off and say fuck you. But even then, she gets to sequence however she wants. Like, it's just.
Well, I think the constraining resources with like apathetic and like League Invitation, and then just activating your enhance on every attack, even when they're not stacking, like, or they don't want to stack.
No, I mean, again, there is a skill-intensive minigame you do get to play. Jiro's pretty much always in control on her own turn. That's all.
Yeah, never mind. Still fuck Jiro.
Yeah, and like it's just to sequence around Jiro is so tough. Like she gets to control the pace. She gets to dictate when the minigame starts, right? So it's not the worst thing in the world, but like if she whiffs on a Destined, it'll like Shigaraki will still be good on Destined because it's like, oh well, I don't need to draw a card now, but I want you to check a 5. Fuck it, like get it out of here. So against characters that stack their deck and especially ones that can't manipulate the stuff, you can just force it out. So that's still good. But as far as like your average Jiro player, she's just gonna be able to sequence around you.
Yeah, I think that so I have a Death Eraserhead deck, and I could easily see in a lot of matchups going second, siding into Shigi 3.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just like Vega.
Any character like against like Ojiro 2, it's gonna force them to play Student of the Art as their first foundation. If they try to like curve out with 3 diffs, or if it's just not their first foundation, they risk losing it, which is a big deal.
On the other hand, Shigi making you check a ton kind of buffs cards like Student of the Art that need, the cards in the discard pile.
A little bit, but they're gonna get there anyways. You saw those fucking Ojiro players on turn 2 just waxing people with 3 high attacks and never doing once per turn. Like, they're just gonna have it, my dude. It's just how it is. Yeah, other than that, I can't wait to see the rest of his kit. I think the rest of his kit will make up for my misery that it's a once per game ability. And make that once per game seem, make sense why it's a once per game. But I'm really down for the responsibility and for milling people out. So I'm here for it. I'm still here for the character. I'm not as over the moon as I was originally. That's all. I'm just not crazy hype.
I see this guy chaining really hard actually with like nitro explosions and like instant explosives and things like that. You can do things like make it really prohibitive to block your nitro explosion opener by like hacking their check by like 3 or something, you know, and then you just chain all these really cheap attacks that clear themselves and draw a card or stun them or make them, you know, check a 5 every time. It seems like fun.
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to be showing up. I think he's going to be a lot like OG Road 2 and like Tiger are, where they may not be the best characters pound for pound, but I think people are going to enjoy playing this character enough that he's going to show up in the early tournaments of 2023, whenever those happen to be announced, whenever the next set of pro play begins. I expect Shigaraki 3 to show up.
This is my first character for sure.
Yeah. This is by far the character I'm most excited for. I'm really hoping the kit comes through for me. Like, I like League Invitation. I'm a big fan of like the constant checking to draw cards. I like making my opponent make decisions, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I would play this guy now, like with the current card pool.
Yeah, I think also I think if you play in the I know you probably won't because you'll be too busy trying to win worlds. But if you play in like
the premiere,
you know, if you play in the Set 4 premiere event, this seems like a very draftable character.
Yeah, I oh my god, League Invitation's a common?
Yeah, League Invitation's a common, and Shigaraki makes you make checks. So he's just gonna mill out your draft deck that has 40 cards in it.
Holy shit. That's awesome.
Yeah, so... Anyways, man, we've been at this for over 2.5 hours, if you can believe it. I want to thank you for joining me after the UnFun Fridays weekly. This might become a regular time, but so far this has been like the I need Arizona people on my podcast day. But I want to give you this opportunity to give any shout outs that you want to do, anyone you want to recognize within the community.
Yeah, shout out UnFun stuff, shout out my locals. I'm really sad I missed Shane visiting my locals last week because I was back in Texas. But I shout out to Zach though Pasley from my locals. He just made it into Worlds on points because somebody couldn't go.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. So I'm excited to just show up with new heads, with Arizona people, with UnFun stuff people. I feel like I've met so many just really awesome characters the last year. Looking forward to Set 4.
I mean, it's been a wild ride. Are you excited for Vegas? You're excited for the all expenses paid vacation?
I'm excited to scrub out in the first round, and then kick back and watch Kevin Broberg take it with Life Momo.
Oh my, okay. We're calling some shots now. All right. Hey, if there's anyone to bet on, Kevin Broberg's not a bad pick at all. My pick so far has been Jose Narono, so I don't want to deviate from that and look like a sucker. So
I am gonna support Pink. Orangeman bad. For sure.
Bad. That's why it's so bad, because it seems inevitable, right? Like Broberg just has this inevitability to him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he did give me some confidence after he forgot to use the deadlock form on what's that all like 1 diff 3 low foundation.
Snack time?
No, it's from set 2.
Oh. Zoom. Look at the
Zoom. Yeah, he forgot to flip Zoom like four attacks in a row. So you know that gave me a big confidence boost. I think I can take it next time. I'm 0-2. So
yeah. Well, and we saw Tim Keefe just not play a foundation first into Tokoyami, so they are mortal.
Right.
They do bleed.
Right. Exactly. All I need to do is get that nut draw.
Yeah.
And then it's coming.
All right, man. Well, I had an absolute blast. I've been at this for over 6 hours, 6.5 hours myself. Hopefully this will continue with the UnFun Friday streams. Orange Card, Blue Card's going to be coming at you at potentially Thursday, maybe Friday. Top Deck Heroes moved to Thursday, so we're kind of moving everything around. We want everyone to have their own space here in the community, and you know, Fridays just haven't been like the best day for me, but keep your eyes peeled. Follow on the Twitch. Go subscribe. Go subscribe on YouTube. Go join my Discord, and you will know exactly when I go live and for whatever reasons. In the future, I'm going to be playing a lot more idle games, chatting with people. I've got Marvel Snap coming. I've never played Marvel Snap, so I'm going to do a free-to-play new user experience. All kinds of stuff coming in 2023. But if you want to check it out, you're going to have to click the little bell down below. And I hope to see you guys all next time. Peace out.
Bye.